be happy with that.
No.
That's how good he is. 7.93 at 168 miles an hour to start the proceedings here at the main event. Right, this is now Pro ET qualifying session number 5. They had 4 sessions yesterday, and top of the pile, 9 with a 0.80 on a dialing of 9.08. Tom Watkins. He's been and collected his 50 quid, so congratulations to him for picking up the Euro Dragster Bad Habit Perfect ET Award. This is James Walden and Hans van der Speck. Hans is not in the show yet. He needs to get a 10:31 or thereabouts, but not under it. Oh, he hits it.
Hits
10:31 with a 5. Now, where's that going to put him? Number 6. Wow. Tough crowd. The idea of this, ladies and gentlemen, is that they set a time that they think their car can run. For example, Dave Fulton dials in 9.18. That's what he thinks the little grey roadster can run. Mason Griffiths with the Javelin, he thinks his car will run 10.70. The idea is to get to close as that number as possible without going under it. Well, problems for Mason, so all eyes on Dave Fulton. Looking for 9.18, gets 9.19. Whoa, he's wide awake.
0.
100th of a second off, and that's not even, he's number 17 in the order. That's just about going to make top 10, I think. That's how tough this lot are. Let's see. We're just waiting for the confirmation of the time to come through. Well, the positioning, because obviously Mason's not made the run.
There we go. No improvement.
No, he has improved. Trust me, he has improved. Let's have a look, see where that's put him. 11th.
Ooh.
Wow. So basically the top 10 have hit their number bang on. Let's have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. Super Pro ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Can you believe that? 100th of a second off your dialing, you don't make the top 10. That's insane. Right, Sean Law with the Wicked Lady. PBs galore yesterday. They are a really happy team. Laura Bainton, 10.33. Mixed bag of emotions for Laura yesterday. Her first 2 runs she went too quick. Finally got one the right side. She's currently at number 19. Had a message from Mike Gates, obviously with Stevie Gates and Ziva. They're broken for the weekend, unfortunately. I'm absolutely gutted for them.
Have they not got a spare car they can get quickly?
They're broken for the weekend. They pulled a thread on the stud girdle in the head, so heads off and fix when we get back. They are now spectators for the weekend, and well, enjoy it, Mike, Stevie and the gang. Wow, Sean Law, only 100th off, goes to number 11, moves on up. 10.35 for Laura Bainton. Again, just 200ths off her dialing.
I've got to say this, you can tell the newbies on the VIP. Look, it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
hang on a minute, we're close here. This is a bit closer than I was expecting, and it's quite loud.
Right, Don Scott, we only saw him once or twice yesterday. Basically, had an alternator failure on the car, so managed to get that one sorted out. Good news for him. Warren Watts, I didn't see the burnout, but he's got a brand new pair of slicks on the back. The old ones were, shall we say, beyond their sell-by date. They've been a little bit used. They are now in the barn, ready to go on the back of the tractor.
Well loved.
For some sledding. So Warren, a brand new set of Hoosiers on the back of the Camaro. FIA top methanol, 90-minute warning for you lot. 90-minute warning, top methanol.
Well, Warren just flickering the bulb.
He's not qualified in those last years. He's double entered, isn't he? He's in both Super Gas and Pro ET.
Oh, 896 breaks out by 100th. Don Scott goes 980. That is a huge breakout. Obviously, the alternator giving him more power than not charging the battery.
It's perfect conditions and a little bit of a tailwind, I think, as well. It's just gorgeous. So, Andrew Brook and Marie Mills. Now they're not comfortable in the qualified order at the moment. 29 and 30. They're, how many cars ran yesterday? 40 plus, wasn't it?
3, is it?
Let's have a look. 40, yeah, 43. Wow, even Dolphin's not qualified. So bump at the moment, 0.05. Which is Dan Fulton. Kirsty's not in. Paul Marston's not in. Goodness me. And that man out there, Anthony Mitchell, is in at the moment. Anthony Brookie, sorry. Or Andrew Brooks, 8-time lucky.
There we go.
He broke
Murray
out
Mills, 27th,
Yeah.
03 off dial. Wow.
Well, Mr. Brook out there, as I'm going to call him from now on, in the Kestrel lane, broke out again just by a smidge.
We have got Anthony Mitchell in the lanes. He's there, so that'll be his first run.
He ran yesterday.
Oh, did he?
He ran at the end yesterday.
Yeah.
Right, I missed it.
So Dave Cherrett and Dave Rudd, both of them comfortably in. Well, Dave Rudd was 0.02 off, I think, or thereabouts, and that's as comfortable as he's going to get for now. 965 and 969, very, very quick for Dave Cherrett. Like, really quick, that is.
Well, they're sticking together, so he knows something we don't.
Oh my goodness me. Dave Cherrett only moves up 2 spots to number 11. He's 9 thou off and he's 11th. Dave Rudd with a 72 and a 65. Come on, Mr. Qualifying, live up to your name. You know you want to. So Reuben Dawson, one of those, actually both of these two are not in at the moment. They've got 2 Q sessions today, 2 scheduled Q sessions tomorrow. This is one of my favourite times of any race weekend, when you spot all the people on the balcony that have never been before, and they go, wow, did you see what that car did? Give it about an hour, is all I'd say. Give it about an hour. So Reuben Dawson looking for 896.
Much better launch from Reuben as well. He's awoke this morning in with a 005 light.
That's superb.
It's going to be an 899.
He's in at number 24.
300 off.
I think the time is for it. Looking at the dial and the 12-second ET, I don't think the nitrous fired, actually. So go on, Colin.
Yeah, so Paul Marston's not in the show just yet. On the bump spot now, Alan Medley, he's 0.5 off.
So Paul gets
We think
in.
the bump is going to be around about here.
0.3 or thereabouts, yeah. So Will Clark is number 20. He's comparatively safe at the moment. Paul Marston, unbelievable. Paul Marston's not in just yet.
Well, the car's been a bit wayward this weekend, isn't it?
Is he hugging the centre line again? Almost. Right. 93 with a 5.
He's in
number
now.
7. Will Clark, 987 on an 88. Breaks out by a few thou. That makes the bump spot 0.4. I think. Where are we?
Top
John?
12 have hit their number.
Top 20 is 0.1.
Top 20 are 0.1. Just mad. Right, bump now, Andrew Brook with his 0.4. Goodness
0.48.
me.
And we're only 3 races off a 0.3 bump, actually. Marie, who was comparatively safe with an 0.39, as in 0.39 off being perfect, now is in danger.
Gee whiz.
Well, that's the problem. You
That's
look who's
only
behind
after
her.
5 qualifiers. We're not even through Q5 yet.
Yeah, Frankie Taylor's not in. Kirsty Tram isn't in.
I don't think Frankie cares, because she ran a first 10 yesterday. She was very, very happy. Had a comfortable 10 at that. So, yeah, very, very good indeed. So Simon Innes with the Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda. My goodness me, he was right on it yesterday. 10.68, 10.68, 10.69, 10.68 were his 4 runs. He is in the number 5 spot. Winds it to a 67 this morning. Frankie Taylor, well, she was dialing in the 11s and went straight into the 10s when she had a full pass. So very, very good news for the Banshee Alton. former junior dragster racer is Frankie. And now here she is in Pro ET.
So can Frankie get in the show? She's in front, actually. 999! 134. Simon Innes, 200ths off, and that's his worst run of the weekend, I think, actually.
Frankie Taylor in the 9s. Oh, that's a way to break out, isn't it? 3/4 of a second.
Well, I was going to say, give it till tomorrow afternoon and she'd be in top fuel as she keeps knocking a second off her ETs.
Well, I mean, she dialed in at 11 yesterday, ran a 10. She dialed in a 10 this morning, goes into the 9s. Ah, great stuff. Right, Johnny McClure with Thunderstruck the Willis, currently number 27. Dan Fulton, he's on the outside of the show looking in at the moment. He wants 10.22 or 10.25, somewhere between those two. If it's a 27, it's not good enough. So Dan going to get there first with a 10.30. Not going to help him. He stays 34. Johnny McClure, 12.86. A couple of issues on the run there. He'll be back down later on today.
So a big moment for both of these two. They really like to go into this afternoon session inside the field. Anthony Mitchell with the big old GS down there. 10.68 is his darling in the Citrix lane. And 11.87 for Kirsty. That car is normally, I nearly said it, a bracket car, because it is a bracket car. That's what Pro ET is. But in sportsman, she's normally bang on 12 flat every single time, isn't she?
Just thinking, if these two get in.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
That's going to be Amy Watkins out, yeah? Big if, though.
So 10.68, the target in the right lane is a 75. Kirsty goes 91. Kirsty gets in at number 30. Just. Not in the show just yet for Anthony.
So, Susie McClure in the Kestrel lane, 10.90 for the Eye Candy Dragster. Hopefully Susie can take it all the way through. Tom Kay is safe as safe can be, really. He's one of those dead on. What we mean by dead on, folks, if you haven't been drag racing before, if you look at the finish line scoreboards, you can see their predicted times. They're trying to get run as close as they can to those. This is qualifying. They're trying to get into a 32-car ladder, like tournament-style eliminations, and it's only the top 32 that get in. We've got 43 cars trying to get in for race day, which starts tomorrow for these guys and girls. Well, Susie's cruising at the top end again, 10 flat for Tom Kay. That's way too quick. 11.79 for Susie at 99 miles an hour. She's down to just a couple more shots getting in. I can't believe Amy Watkins is on the bump. So on the outside, Dan Fulton, Anthony Mitchell, Stevie Gates, who won't be joining us, Don Scott as well. Who's down there? Susie McClure, we've just seen. Frankie Taylor, who broke out by half an hour. And Josh Duncan, I don't think we've seen Josh just yet. John Bean, number 15. Why have we got no time for Nick Muggeridge?
No, his name wasn't on there yesterday. So.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
But he hasn't got a time on the board.
Oh, he has run.
That's not... Hang on. No, he's not on there. He did run yesterday, didn't he? Oh, well. Anyway, Nick Muggeridge. 10.06 with the little dragster. John the Week will run very close to 9.01. He goes 9.02 and 10.06 with a 4. That's going to make things interesting.
Gee whiz.
He's there.
Well, he slotted in there now.
No,
oh,
look.
no, there he is.
There he is, look.
Oh, I got the numbers the wrong way around. Yeah.
We will alter that. However, he didn't screw up who is or isn't qualified, actually. Go on, do you want to take a shot of that? Ronnie Mercer, Bob Mulder. Now, Bob is number 29. That is not a safe place to be. Bob would like to improve a little bit to be safe. Ronnie Mercer is pretty safe at number 20. He's going for a no-no before. Let's see where Amy Watkins is still on the bump. Bob Molden is actually 28, but he's 300ths away. Bob goes too quick. Ronnie, 400ths off and no improvement. Okay, big moment for Amy Watkins. She is currently on the bump spot. I think she's 0.4 off her dialing. Where are we? Down here, number 33. Yep, she's run 9.63 on a 59 this morning. She dials 57. So anything 9.60 or better, but not quicker than 57, will still not be really that safe, will it, to be honest with you? Matthew Dowdy in the other lane with the newly air-conditioned Nova. He lost the rear window at the finish line yesterday.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird day. We had more glass on the track.
Yeah.
We had oil. It was a strange one.
We had 2 glass downs.
Yeah.
And no oil down. A 50-something for Amy, 63. Same number. Matthew Dowdy, though, all the way up to number 7, a dead on 11.07 with a 5. We've now got the top 12 dead on their dial-in. Well, Amy Watkins is still in, but not comfy.
No, Amy's 33.
No,
yes,
no.
Tom.
Nick Mugridge,
Nick,
yes.
yeah. Yes, you are right.
So, she's on the bump. I'm not sure if there's anyone left to run in this session
Bill
anyway.
Wilson, has he Bill run yet?
We haven't seen Josh Duncan either, I don't think. Anyway, Lee Morris and Mark Huxley. .981 for Mark, 10.06 for Lee. No improvement. They're still almost on their dial-ins. Just not quite as good as they have been. Okay, so Bill Wilson with the very, very rapid little pickup. Not that little either, is it really? He's 32. He would like to be, sorry, 31. He would like to be a bit safer than that. Tom Watkins can't get much safer than the number 1 spot, really, can he?
Well, looking at how many people are hitting their numbers, you never know. That number 1 could swap.
Of course. Top 12, dead on. It's always fun as well because it's an extra race in qualifying, isn't it? If you know what I mean. It's the race to qualify.
Well, Tom goes 9.05 on the 9.03. No help for Bill Wilson, though. It's a 17 on a 2, 1500ths off. He stays exactly where he came into the round.
Glad you agree. Nick Watkins and Brett Featherston. Brett's number 2 at the moment. Oh, look at that reaction time for Neil Watkins. That's the number at the very top of the scoreboard. It's a 008. 60 with an 8. Too quick for Brett. And Neil stays 12 with a 42 on a 33. Dougie McClure with the slug cess. Who, again, I'm pretty sure
he's
already in. Jack McClure's down there. Doug McClure, hang on, I think I saw him there. There he is. Number 18, 421. So Dougie is already safely in, looking to improve and go 11.39. 46, no help for him. Okay, Lucas Orr, Junior Dragster up next. This is where Pester Power wins. This is the ultimate form of Pester Power, I think, isn't it, actually?
How about this one? A Fuel Funny Car 60-minute warning.
I don't think they need. I don't think they need any motivation. They're itching to get on with it, aren't they?
The crowd go, ooh!
Yay! Hang on, 60 minutes. Oh, good. 11 o'clock. Fantastic stuff. So, if you weren't here yesterday, you missed a great day of sportsman qualifying. Everybody in our sportsman classes, of which Junior Dragster is one of them, had 4 runs yesterday, qualified based on reaction time. So number 3 at the moment is Kai Cooper in the Kestrel Lane, and Eva Davis is number 14. Now both of these cars, Colin, are junior modified cars. What age can they get into junior
age
mod?
11 to 14.
Okay.
Sorry, 10 to 14, sorry.
Kai's not going to improve, and I don't think Eva is as well, actually, with a 0.13. It's the number at the top that's the important one, the reaction time. Also, Eva's ET. But there we go. So, Chev Checkit down there. Fresh from a day at school yesterday. However, Chev's really good at just turning up and getting in the show really easily. She's got the 05 or better to get on the front page. A very, very good morning to both Emma. Hi, guys. How you doing? Morning, Leslie. You right? In the Slick Tricks lane over there. Did Mick sort your tow bar last night?
Yep.
He had hair when he started it. He hasn't got any now. Did you notice?
Big thanks to everybody that chipped in last night. And basically, the tow bars fitted. It was just the electrics, and so many people offered help last night. Just thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I do that as well. It was just the electrics. Yeah, makes it sound real easy. Teddy Howe, Kestrel Lane. Thank you very much indeed, sir. We're having our... Oh, it's always a good time of the day when we get our personal bests for Pro Modified updated for us. 028 for Chev.
Chev.
Number 10.
Straight in, number 10.
Straight off the track. Do you know what? Every junior dragster racer should just go to school on Friday and turn up Saturday morning, I think. I think she's just leading the way. Well done, young lady. That's awesome. And bang on the number as well. Look at that. That was a 792. Do that all day in eliminations, you'll go a long way. Okay, Jake Cooper and Sam Hiscock. So what are the ages kids can get into junior?
Right, junior dragster starts at age 8. They go into JS, which is junior stock.
Okay.
Then 10 to 14 is junior modified, which is JM. 8.90 is as quick as they're allowed to go. And then they can go to junior modified advanced until their 18th birthday. Now, if their 18th birthday falls in the middle of the season, they can finish the season.
Makes sense.
So that's how that works.
Sam Hiscock up to number 18, actually, with a 05. Yeah, makes perfect sense. So basically, yeah, kids, although I do tell all of my kids, all 3 of them, obviously, not all of them, sounds like I've got a whole football team, 3 of them, that they're only stunt drivers that drive these cars. They're not real kids. Because, yeah, real kids can't get in these cars, so they've got no chance. Frankie Kent and Eve Devey. 2 more stunt kids up next. They are stunt kids. They're really good as well. They're excellent racers, all of these. And when they go up, the idea is they sort of dissipate, migrate, if you will, into the regular classes, if you will, of drag racing. And my goodness me, they're all so good. 008 for Neve. That would be number... Blimey. 6. Oh, unbelievably, 008 only gets you number 6. 6. 6. And Tom was 05 red. Can we have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Super Gas, please, if we could have you down for round number 5 of qualifying. I think it is for everybody, isn't it? So, Jacqueline Bartlett, sorry. And Tom Peters. If you're going to get a name wrong, that's the one to get wrong, isn't it, around here? In the Slick Tricks lane. And Tom Peters. Jacqueline 19, Tom 26. Jacqueline goes, oh, that was close. 005 red. And a 0.21 for Tom. I don't think that's going to help him at all, sadly. Yeah, neither move. One more run, I think, scheduled for later in the day today.
Yeah, it is, right.
Can I just have a quick nose at the run order? It's only so that I know.
Well, it's actually...
Where are you?
Well, in between the two.
Oh, okay, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, so when they've done their second run, 2 o'clock-ish, then they're done for the day.
Street Eliminator, I need to... Yeah, okay. So, Harry Peters and Lena Wolf. With the Little Wolf funny car. Lena comes over here once or twice a year at the big events, and it's great to see that car. It is kind of a junior dragster with a short chassis and a body on. Well, Harry Peters. Lena's 18. Harry is 20. That'll help Harry. Still won't get him in the top 16, even though it's a 0.5. Harry goes to 17. Lena gets bumped back 1 spot because Harry improved. Now, you're going to see a lot of this today. There are many families that are here racing. Down there, you've got Lola Bell Kent and Sam Fairhurst. Lola Bell is in the West 10 car in the Slick Tricks lane. You'll see Lola Bell's dad in about an hour driving a Nitro funny car.
Europe's quickest and fastest 1,000-foot funny car, of course.
Absolutely that. And Sam Fairhurst, his dad races as well. He's got an almost identical grown-up version of his car that he used to run in Supercomp. And I think he was in Supercharged Outlaws most recently. 013 for Lola. That was a deep stage 013, but it still counts. Still counts.
Number 8.
Yeah. Sam actually moves up to 22 with an 06. Again, other racers, you will see the name more than a few times. Daniel Weir, his dad Jason down there. Long-time Street Eliminator racing. We're currently waiting to see what car Jason's going to turn up with next, aren't we, Colin? I think.
Yeah.
Well, he's got the Suburban, which is in the 7s.
Yeah.
He's got a Mustang that he's just turned up. He had another car that he was building that was utterly nuts. I can't even remember what it was, can you?
No.
Something he was putting together anyway. Freddie Taylor. Frankie, we've already seen. Running in Pro ET. Freddie was already number 9 with an 018. An 0130 actually moves him up 1 spot to number 8. Daniel Weir stays put at number 1.
045 is number 16 in Junior Dragster. Super, super tough. All right, there's Liam McDonald and Ada Cassisi, next pair. Liam is one of the 00 bunch. He's currently number 4 spot. Ada Cassisi currently number 21. No help for either, actually. 0.9 for Liam, 0.19 for Ada. So they'll stay put. All right, the brothers, Max Taylor, Jack Taylor.
Caught up with Steve Taylor last night, and unfortunately for Junior Dragsters, this could well be both of the Taylor boys' last event.
Yeah. Yeah, great shame.
Well, we will miss him. That was a bit too early for Jack Taylor. 008 though for Max. He was already 009. And that's going to help move him up one spot, actually, unbelievably. Still really on the numbers, though.
Encouraging. He's had 2 00 lights now in qualifying on his 5.
That was a
5
0.
runs.
That was a 0.1 red, that was, fellas.
All right, Molly Openshaw and Chloe Crondwell. Molly so far has had a 0.45 reaction time. Chloe would just love to get a 0 light. Try and move herself up.
Well, Molly put the top light out and still had a 0.16. Chloe, I think, was thinking about something else at 0.6. I'm sure she'll sort it out come race day. Okay, Luke Muggeridge and Emmy Cromwell this time round. So we have Supergas again into the pairing lanes, please. Supergas, please, for Q5. Right after juniors, we've got Super Pro. So Emmy's over there in the Kestrel lane. Number 23 needs to be 04 or better. Nicely done by Luke. Actually, that's going to help move him up all of one spot. Tough crowd. Yep, he does. Up to number 10. Emmy stays 23. So Ted Sullivan and Mackenzie Love. Just trying to see the race number on Max's car from up here. That's why the scoreboards haven't reset. It's all right. It's quite small on the back. Number 6. No, maybe not. Oh, yeah, number 6. Currently qualified 15 is Mackenzie Love. Ted Sullivan is another one of those 7 00 cool kids. You heard that right. There's 7 of them. This time he was 03 red. Mackenzie was 04 green. He improved by 1,000 and moves up one spot. No, that's a 10,000th he improved by, wasn't it? I think. Is that right?
It is such a tightly packed field. Insane. Greg Smith, Moose Monkey Junior Dragster. 003 so far. It's going to be tough to take number away from Daniel Weir, who went 006.
Yeah, a 09 will not help. I mean, it's still very quick, don't get me wrong, when you've already been 003. So, Super Pro ET, qualifying session number 5. Welcome back into town, Mr. Chris Parker. Morning, Chris.
Good morning.
Feeling fresh, feeling good? Feeling ready?
Yeah,
hopefully. Yeah,
definitely fresh.
Good, good. Good to know. And smell.
Yeah.
Both.
Yeah.
Very good morning, Beck, wherever you are on the banking. How far up is she?
Usual 335-ish.
I was going to say, she's now got a TV to watch as well.
Yeah.
Which is quite handy. How cool is that to be able to watch the live stream at the track as well? Now, we may have mentioned this before, and we're going to mention it a lot today. We are trialling working out with the big screen. So it's definitely, for those people at 3:30, definitely at half track and beyond. You've got the screen to watch now as well, so you can see much more close up what's going on the start line. You don't have to be all the way down here. So Dave Russell, Colin Miller. Colin's doing a really good job actually of dialing in a car that is a 6-second race car to run 760 all the time.
Yeah, he was very pleased this morning when I talked to him that it was going exactly to plan, and the car was doing very repeatable things. As he said, it's still a pop, but
Indeed.
it's an incredibly consistent pop now.
That was only a 112 to 60 foot and a puff of smoke out the headers as well. That probably won't be a 760. It's not. It's 820 at 160.
No, that had been going 110 to 60.
16 to 6 for Dave Russell. 1/100th of a second off. Comp eliminator in 60 minutes, please. We're not far away from getting going. Do we start with comp? We don't actually. We start with Fuel Funny Car, I think, about, well, very shortly.
So now in the Slick Tricks line, Joe Kellett in the House of Racing Dragster, and Christian Schneebly in the 57. No improvement for either there. Joe Kellett stays number 5. Christian Schneebly still at number 3.
Okay, John Tebenham. I do apologise, Johnny. I missed my cue. He said to me last night, get the crowd to cheer if you want a bigger burnout, so we'll do that one later today. He's really, really loving life. He's running double classes this weekend in Pro Modified and the Pop.
Do you think he really needs the encouragement? No.
It's like he spotted a couple of people standing there. It was really funny. I think they were official types that had never been drag racing before, and they were busy taking photographs of themselves on the start line, so he thought, I know what I would do. Absolutely pelted them. Anyway, JT is 26 at the moment. Tom Atkinson, number 11.
Yeah, I spoke to Tom this morning. Tom was pretty happy how things were going. The crowd slowed up a little bit yesterday, but he was more about concentrating on his reaction times, he told me this morning.
400 too quick. JT goes 9:13 on 8:99. A little more speed needed. Next time we'll be seeing John Tebenham is in about 90 minutes in Pro Modified.
And Tom working on his lights definitely this morning. That 027's right where he wants to be for racing. So now in the Kestrel Beer lane, Jens Konecki in the Olds 88. And in the Slick Tricks lane, Ashley Bell in the Dart. Ashley dials 899. Jens Konecki dials 805. Oh, and the Dart hooks left there, and it's still pushing left. Jens 802 there, breakout, stays at 26. Ashley Bell moves up. to 27, I think. Now from Germany, in the left-hand lane, we've got Franz Aschenbrenner in the Mustang. Had a great weekend last weekend at the Door Slammers, taking the big prize on the Sunday. So already having a good trip here. And
yeah, they've been going around the pits on the golf cart, like really, really happy bunch of guys.
Yeah,
really, really good. Well, 804, 004 red, but that doesn't matter at the moment. 807, 169, moves up from 17 to 14. Just looking into lanes, you can see Andy Thetford there, Mark Bailey, Alan Didwell. You've got the Dubois family down there with the Dragster, the Corvettes down there. Rob Brown. All still to come round in Super Pro.
So talking about Alan Didwell, I went for a chat this morning, and he tells me that as from the next meeting, Bradley will be driving the car.
Really?
Yep.
Wow, okay.
So that's the plan, that between now and then, Bradley will do his observed runs.
For those who for those who don't know, Bradley
is Alan's son. Yeah.
Okay. Well, no pressure then. Getting in the championship winning car halfway through a season.
Yeah. And I said to Alan this morning, so are we on for another championship still? And he said, well, I don't know. He might be really good, you know. Chip off the old block and that. I said I wouldn't put it past him.
No, definitely not. And I mean, the great thing is about this sport as well, funny enough, we did the same thing pretty much, was we just sort of like went FIFA straight into a competitive class.
Yeah.
And because, I mean, I think probably yours was the same, but I remember being told when I started, it's actually good to have no prior experience in that sort of car because you don't have any bad habits.
No, the best thing to do is turn up and do as you're told and do what it needs.
Exactly.
And
that.
don't think about anything else other than the things you need to do. As soon as you start thinking about things not to do,
absolutely,
that's when it goes wrong.
The other thing I do think about as well is that if you come from a background where you've watched it for a while, yes, okay, you don't have the racecraft, you don't have the experience, I totally get that, and that is worth an awful lot. But you do actually study it and think, right, should I do this like this or should I do it like that?
Yeah.
And, well, you won a I didn't, I got nowhere near, but you won a championship, so it obviously works.
Well, I'm a big believer in the Frank Hawley thing. Go to Frank Hawley's, learn your trade, do what Frank says, you'll do pretty well. I can't get over that. I always think it's a worthwhile trip. But you're right. Yeah.
Oh dear. That either jumped out of gear or something broke, unfortunately. That was not a good noise rolling past 60 foot. Unfortunately for Colin Morris. He's already qualified. Morning, Tony. Great to see you. So, your defending champion in Super Pro ET, Alan Dibwell.
And Bradley running after him.
For now. That'll be the other way around shortly then.
I don't think Alan will run as quickly.
When's he going to take his licence?
I presume, sometime between now and the Summer Nationals, I guess. Or at the Summer Nationals test day, if there is one.
So, obviously, he gets his licence in the end. However, he's got an incredibly good teacher, i.e. his dad.
Yeah.
Although kids are famous for listening to their parents, aren't
they?
Yeah,
well, yes, we had that conversation this morning, and I did say to him, listen to the right people. You might have one of the right people here. You know?
I will do. Yeah, absolutely that. And it's a lot of the... anyway, it's good luck to him. It's going to be fun, whatever way it works. So, Mark Bailey and Alan Didwell. Mark Bailey still on a high here from a week ago at the Door Slammers. Won the big money bracket race. 7 days ago today, exactly a week ago.
Mark Bailey pointing at the blocks at the top end at the moment. Yeah.
Maybe that's how we help judge it.
A little bit left. And he pulls it straight. There you go.
60 with a 0, with a 2, I beg your pardon, for Alan Didwell breaks out. Mark Bailey also breaks out by just over 100th of a second. Once again, they're running for times, folks. They're predicted times you see on the scoreboards. It's a very exact and difficult thing to do. Imagine racing a Formula 1 car and you've got to predict your lap time within 1,000 seconds. I think that's Andy Thetford, yeah, it is. And Rob Brown with the Rebel. It's also a great way of evening out different cars, combinations, everything else as well. So Rob Brown this morning looking for 8:53. Andy Thetford, 7:62. He was due to be racing in 7:60 heads up a week ago at the Door Slammers.
Wondering this morning if Andy Thetford's put a little bit more delay in that trans brake interrupt to just take him a little bit deeper into stage.
So he was actually trying to bump the car in, but it wasn't moving, or it did.
It bumped in, but just not quite deep enough yesterday, and he had to bump it again, hoping that it didn't roll through.
Well, this time he's actually all the way in before he brings the revs up. Lovely straight run for the Door Slammer and the Dragster. 8:44, too quick for Rob Brown. Andy with a lot of smoke in the shutdown area again. 7:65, he moves up to 18. Rob Brown does not improve because he broke out. That's he did that yesterday. Do you remember? It smoked and got worse and worse and worse as he went down the shutdown area. So this will be the first pair of proper blown cars that our guests in VIP actually get to hear or experience.
I had a chat to Nick this morning. It was quite interesting. He's had the blower rebuilt. He's rebuilt the motor since last time we saw the car. But he's had the blower restrips, and it's making a bit more pressure. The only problem was he thought, well, I'll put a bit more fuel in to stay safe, and then check the data and see where we are. And he got back and checked the data, and the data didn't show anything. So he's at the moment, the data logger is showing exhaust gas temperatures that just run at tick over and stay there.
Oh, really?
So yeah, not very helpful.
Jack going for a bit of a wander in the Kestrel lane. 6.83. Jack goes 7:58. Goodness me, that car's dialed. Nick moves up to number 9 with that one, only 100th of a second off his dialing.
Can we please have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Sorry.
Sorry. It always works, I'm only joking. So, Fabien Dubois and Sylvian Novak. Sylvian had 4 runs yesterday, and 4 of them were all over the place. The car was just not happy at all. Now, we know this track's got a very wide groove. However, there can be any number of things on the car to make it wander. It's not necessarily, more than likely, it's not the racetrack, actually.
And even though the groove's wide, once you're out of the centre of it, the car will always start to push.
What I noticed as well was his crew guy giving him the G up to say, come on, keep your foot down, because there was a lot of on and off the throttle yesterday, which really does unsettle the car. So Fabien Dubois yesterday ran his first ever, as far as we know anyway, 6-second run with a Milwaukee Tools dragster from the Rhône Alps in France. What a beautiful place to live and a great place to race. The track in northern France in Castres, all the way up, not far from Calais actually. Beautiful looking wheel stand. You can see the torque of the engine because the wing's laying over, can't you?
Yep.
Fabien goes 6.98, 190 miles an hour, pretty much dead on. He's up to the number 8 spot. Sylvain Novak with another wayward 9.5. Yeah, 9.52, 129 miles an hour. So we still had a few from Super Pro who were missing in action yesterday. I don't think we're going to see any more of them today. Anyway, we were definitely oversubscribed, but come qualifying yesterday, there's a few missing. A few from yesterday's action that are going to be missing today, unfortunately, due to breakage.
Yeah. So
a couple of small block powered cars, the way they used to be. Slingshot Dragster in the Kestrel lane for Mark Coulsell. And Callum Swinchat with the altered. Callum had a bit of a difficult start in life with this car because it was everywhere. However, it's now one hell of a bracket car, isn't it?
Well, for an altered, it goes straight. Does very unaltered-like things.
You do know we aren't allowed to say that out loud,
yeah,
don't you?
yeah, we shouldn't really say that.
Okay, that's all right.
But it does, yeah. It's a great little bracket car, then.
And easily fits in a single garage, which is what a lot of it's about, frankly.
That's what matters in the house.
Yeah, yeah. And it's fun.
Yeah.
So Mark Coulsell, 8.12. Mark got to the final at Hockenheim last summer. That's your fault.
That was my fault. I'll take that on the chin.
006 light though. See what Mark can do. 8.12 goes, 8.19. Actually, that takes him up to the number 14 spot. Nicely done. Accidentally, Callum goes to number 1. Well, maybe the wayward launches were the plan. Yeah, 8.92 with a 0.
Perfect.
That's why it's always worth keeping going, folks.
And a 006 light.
That's not bad, that.
That is possibly the money in Super Pro.
Is that right, yeah?
Yeah, because they have their own
Have anyone got perfect TT in Super Pro?
Yeah, number 1 off the trailer we know was Mark Bailey, but number 1 overall is extra 150 quid, part of the Super Pro sponsorship scheme.
Fantastic stuff.
That's going to be tough to beat.
But it's at the end of qualifying, is it?
It is, yeah.
He'd have been happy if it had been best package as well, wouldn't he? I mean, you're not going to beat 006.
True,
That's
yeah.
pretty damn difficult to beat. So 2 dragsters of various different combinations. We have Bailey Ashdown, the young. Go on.
There is also a best reaction time in qualifying award.
Oh well, he might have bagged both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So dear, he might be cashing in today.
So what's the reaction time money, Carl?
300.
So that run might have been worth over 500 quid.
Yeah, 450 quid that run was worth so far. If he has got the best reaction time in qualifying, obviously it needs to be crunched, but yeah, well done.
So Bailey Ashdown in her first.
News from Bailey Ashdown. She loves that new car, but she just wants to go faster. Oh dear.
Don't we all?
What have you done, Steve?
Oh dear.
So anyway, Bailey in the dragster, 8.095. No, that should be a 5 on the dial-in board. It should be a 5.
Kieran's got it.
Pete Walters dials 752. So Pete's staying on the right side of the 750 because they haven't got a blowback.
I presume that's a chassis tag thing, is it?
No, it's not a chassis tag thing. Chassis is tagged, but they haven't got a blowerback.
Oh, that'll be what. Oh, yeah. Look at that. 7.52 with a 4. He gets the number 4 spot. 8.01 for Bailey. Quicker still. Yeah, that is the only slight problem with going quick. You just want to go quicker. Unless your name's Colin, you just buy a street car.
Yeah. FIA top methanol, 60-minute warning. Say that one again. FIA top methanol, 60-minute warning. So Bob Doyle and Barry Giles.
We need a little bit of help. That screen up here doesn't appear when we get notifications. Enable those, we really need the screen to screen. How it's working. You can't see the big screens. When the replays up with anything like that, we need to go to. And it is the screen provided, but also what we get questions nice and done.
So dialing then 8.60 for Bob Doyle, 7.43 for Barry Giles. Look. Well, they're both wide awake off the line. 0.9 for Bob, 0.4 for Barry, but it's all about the ETs, 8.60 and 7.43. Barry goes too quick. 500's too quick for Barry, 600's too quick for Bob. So, but Barry's already number 2, and Bob stays 25.
So in the left-hand lane now, Matt Peters. I don't know if you remember the rescheduled Festival of Power. Matt lost a wheel on the start line. Everybody
Yes, that's right.
Everybody presumed that the centre had come out of the wheel with tyre shake. He actually broke the half shaft.
Yeah.
And the reason Matt actually went quite a long way before he stopped was, in breaking the half shaft, the wheel and everything ripped the brake line off the TIG, and therefore as soon as he stood on the brakes, there was nothing
He
there.
didn't have anything there.
Yeah, so he was sort of limping down the track with 3 wheels, and Nick showed me the half shaft this morning, and it had turned the spline section a long way. But halfway down the shaft, it had just twisted it like it was a Coke can.
That's the power these cars have got. So Matt Peters in the Lucas Oil's Dragster. Andy Pontiac in the Slick Tricks lane. He wants 681. Matt 759. Just reset the tree.
So Matt Peters and Patrick Dubois. Patrick yesterday ran in the 6.8 the number as well.
Well, Matt's going to get there. Sorry, Patrick's there first with a 686. Stays 21.
Yeah,
Matt Peters 896.
Matt rolled the lights there.
Yeah.
So why would that happen? Would it be the trans brake just not holding the car, or is it, did it get warm? Would that be it?
He could have been in second.
Okay.
I don't know if he was. I think more than anything, he just, because of backing up from the tree.
Yep.
Once your routine's gone, you need to be able to restart your routine from the right place at the right, and it's not that easy. You know.
And in fact, you've been waiting in the car for a little while before you get around there as well.
Once you think you're going into stage, your head does that thing of this is the next thing that happens, and this is the next, and sometimes it can just get all a bit too much too quickly. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think everybody has brain fade moments, don't they, where you think, oh, how did that happen? Why did I do that?
Yeah. But as I say, he could have also been in second, because he reversed and then went back into fourth. Yeah, going into reverse to pull the car back.
Oh, 730 for the one.
Only good enough. Only for number 2 at the moment. I say at the moment because there's a small, teeny, weeny, itsy bitsy amount of wriggle room.
Well, that's Super Pro done.
On to the two-seater. Chris, thank you very, very much for your time and your help.
Thank you very
As
much.
Always, old chap. Much appreciated.
I'll see you all later in the day.
You certainly will, sir. Thank you.
Right, so this is Paul Brown with the two-seater dragster, the Thrill Ride. Passenger in the back is a chap called Mark Reevely. He's from Peterborough. It's a surprise present, actually, for Mark. He found out when he came through the gate this morning.
Oh,
so he didn't know he was going in the two-seater until he got here.
Awesome. I'll
How
tell you
about
what,
that?
though, it'll certainly be a surprise to see his breakfast again
Yes.
at some point, which he may well do. Anyway, morning, fellas. We are back with Dave Gibbons. See what I did there? I introduced you first for a change. And Tony Morris.
Good morning, guys.
So, enjoying your weekend at the racetrack back in the UK? You've obviously raced here a lot before, but not for, well, actually saying that a few years ago, wasn't it? Before
17.
Masters? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, having a blast.
Good. I hope so. I know it's obviously different to what you normally. What are the main differences between what you normally do and this, really?
Super Pro, we don't qualify. We just have time runs. Usually we have 8-round races, sometimes 9 at local bracket races, and we don't have as many classes when we go to like Orlando.
You just have bigger classes, basically.
Right. And it's a one-day deal, or they have a race on Saturday and a race on Sunday.
Basically, in plain English or American, it's very tough. Very tough, isn't it? Yeah, it's super competitive and it's super tough.
I was fortunate enough to win here in 1990 at the World Finals with Dave, and then I moved to the States at the end of '91. It took me 5 years from my win here to win in America. That's how tough it is.
That's a proper bit of jet lag, that is.
Yeah.
That's good, that. Okay, so Jasmine Tunstall and Andy Dibley down there. Just checking out the tree, making sure everything's A-OK. Just want to say a very big thank you to Andy Dibley for being there this morning on our weekly pod run, as it is at the moment. Raising money for Macmillan and supporting those people who are out there still racing and enjoying it. So Jasmine way up front. Wrong stop. Andy Dibley though goes to number 3. Superb effort, so well done. 991 with a 5. Yeah, I think Jasmine probably got in the car and thought, you'll know this obviously. Is it just literally a switch to change the stop from 890 to 990? How did they change the car?
Well, we can't run one car in Supergas and Supercomp.
Really?
We have to run different cars.
Okay.
So if you're at a divisional or a national event, you're going to have probably a door car for Supergas, obviously, and a dragster for Supercomp. There are a few that have 2 cars, but no, it's all set up.
You don't do it? Yeah?
No.
Okay.
You might run Supergas and then bracket if it's a race that's set up that way, but it's not that common.
Andy Harrison and Stu Doining. Is it because for Supercomp a dragster is really the way forward?
Say that again.
Is it because in Supercomp the dragster is really the way forward? That pair both broke out, unfortunately.
Basically, it's easier to see out of a dragster, whatever lane you're in a door car typically. You're going to choose the left lane because you can see a little better, depending on what type of body it is.
You need to drive the finish line.
You got to drive the finish line. You got to take the finish line by the least amount, or at least know where your opponent is.
That's why every single car has been turned into a roadster, pretty much in Supercomp.
Exactly. Yeah.
So Ronald House and Wayne, he's got Wayne doing it the hard way though. He nails it to about 1,000 foot and then just try another 990. Look at that. I mean, 91, 92, Wayne number 5, Ronald number 3. How difficult is it to do it that way?
To do what way?
The way that Wayne does it. He doesn't have a stop or anything. He just lifts off at a certain point and coasts.
Very difficult.
The problem is really if you have a point at the track, your 60 foots cannot vary.
Right.
If they vary more than 200s, then your spot changes. So you have to be aware of that. So it is very difficult. There's a couple of guys in the States that run in Supercomp that run a top-end stop, and they've been a little successful, but it's very challenging.
It just seems like a really hard way to do it. Tim Moore with another 9.91. He's already number 1 qualified. John Dalrymple stays 2 because he broke out. Okay, Steffel Raffertrath and Paul Moss, and we still have a few more cars to go.
I mean, pretty much the reason they're trying to do that, if they're doing the top end stop, however you're doing it, they're trying to make it harder for the faster car.
Okay.
The faster car, if he's got a better light, he's got the advantage, but if they're even in reaction time, he's got to run his own race and try and dial the car honest.
That makes perfect sense. Talking of that, Paul Marston having a little bit of a rough weekend, I think, Dave,
Yeah.
isn't he? Yeah. Any ideas what it might be that's causing?
A lot of it's been chassis setup, isn't it?
Chassis setup first. They found an issue with a Heim joint. Paul fixed that when he got here, and then they had to tune the chassis in. I think he got with Jed, and Jed helped him get it straightened out.
Well, it does tend to hook right like that almost every single time now. So you can do to run the 990 number. These are 14 and 16 on the order at the moment. Backs off way early and still goes 930. I'm guessing that was more of a test run for everything than
Paul told me he was going to be doing the top end dump deal this weekend. He didn't have time to put the throttle stop back on the car.
So basically, when you say top end dump, that's not a euphemism. That does actually mean mean taking your foot off the gas and just coasting.
Or hitting the brake.
Or trying. I mean, the thing is, if you're going to do it that way, you can almost shadow the other car in the other lane, and then when you get there, is that real difficult to do? You decide whether you want to take it or not.
It's got to be more instinct. You can't think about it.
Okay.
It's got to happen naturally. There's one of the things that Kurt Dameron, 1990 world champion in Supercomp, told me when I got there. He said, Tony, make 500 runs, then I'll sit down with you and tell you how to race the finish line.
991 for Pete Creswell. He's up to number 3. Dave Sherrin waits out by a month with a 967. A couple more cars before we go into Top Speed Automotive Street and Emanator, and then the lens. So, this is going to be Dave Fulton in the Slip Tricks lane in the Roadster, and Bob Mould. And Bob's another one of those that does the coasting thing at the finish line in the Kestrel lane. That car's been around a long while. Dead even over the stripe. Both of them way too quick.
Yeah.
Also, I could never help thinking, like when you watch Supergas, any class racing, any index racing on an HRA TV, there's a huge amount of racing luck on the day that goes into going rounds, isn't there?
Oh, absolutely. It's a given that you've got to have 1 or 2 lucky rounds to get to the final.
You've got to be good, and if you're good all the time, then more than likely your luck's going to work out. Not the luck, but you're gonna go rounds and you're going to do well.
Right.
But it doesn't always work like that, does it?
Exactly.
So we are watching Don Scott and Stu Morris. Stu's actually back round in the car, which is a good thing after what looked like a breakage before. 991 with the 2 for Don Scott. Nicely judged. He's number 5. Fuel Funny Car into the pairing lanes now, please. Fuel Funny Car, please. As we move on with Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Gentlemen, thank you very much once again for all your help and knowledge.
We will see you later this afternoon.
Certainly will. Enjoy your day. Thank you, fellas, very much indeed.
Okay, here we go then. It is Street Eliminator. Right, news from Street Eliminator. Tony Higgs, he actually made the bonnet during the week. It's a new bonnet. It's not the old one refabricated or the one he had on previously. That is a new fiberglass bonnet. He is having a carbon fiber one made, but that'll take about 4 weeks to actually get it through. So good bit of work in your week off, Tony, to get that one sorted out. Ash Cooper going really well this weekend, a 965 with the transit van. So straight and true for Tony. And that is a 790, 197 miles an hour. It's not launching quite as hard as it was earlier, but the speed is still there, 197. He may well and truly get that 200 this weekend. Ash goes through there, 978, 144. Next up, James Murray with the Cortina. A proper sleeper, this one, but it is LS powered. And just coming underneath us is Rob Carter with Percy the Passat. One of the quickest street eliminator cars to 60 foot. It really does launch hard. Currently on a 7.47. And bearing in mind, tomorrow they will put a qualifier in the morning, then they will go out on their cruise into the Northamptonshire countryside. 26-mile cruise, which includes a hot start where they park up. Oh, problems for James Murray. So it's going to be a solo then for Rob. 121 to 60 foot, not bad, but it is a good straight through. Is it a 7.4? No, not quite. 7.6 on that one. Still 184 miles an hour.
It's just the 60 foots I cannot get my head around from Rob Carter. I think it really shifts off the line.
It just hooks. And bearing in mind, they're on street legal treaded tyres as well. Outstanding. Just let everybody know, after Street Eliminator, it will be the first of our jet cars today. That'll be Fire Force 3 with Martin Hill. And then after that, we will look forward to the Nitro Funny Car.
So Vicky Smith missing in action yesterday, coming out for her first run of the weekend.
Yeah, a little bit of an electrical gremlin, but Pete, I saw Pete this morning. I think they've got round it, so fingers crossed for Vix. She is desperate to get 200 mile an hour pass this weekend, and would also love to see 7.50 as well. Going alongside Paul Morton. Big thanks to Paul. Helped me out with the relay of all things for Camaro last night, so big thanks to Paul. Pretty much knew everything. He's going to be on a solo here, and then Vix will take her run. So 9.46 for Paul Morton at the moment. Let's see what he can do here. Blows the tyres off completely. Got some power.
Well, he hasn't got all that weight pushing the tyres down anymore, is he?
No. Still goes 9.69, 155. With a severe lack of traction.
So now Vicky Smith's going to make a first run of the weekend up against Michael D'Souza.
Michael's having nitrous issues. It works beautifully in the pits every time, no problem at all. As soon as he comes down onto the track, puts underload, the nitrous doesn't kick in. And it has been a real head scratcher for him. There's just hope. Because when it kicks in, he's going to feel the difference. He really is. He's on 10.65 at the moment. Hopefully it will fire this time. Well, Vic's going to get a number on the board, which is the main thing. 8.05, 185. And Michael stuck in the 10s.
So Elliot Day having traction issues yesterday. He sent me a picture of some damage that he did, looked like a gasket of some description. I assume it was an exhaust gasket, but I'm not too sure. Down into the 8.3s last weekend at the Northlanders. Only been able to run an 8.46 this weekend, looking for a little bit more than that. I spied him speaking to Luke Robinson earlier, so having a bit of advice on how to set up the chassis. Because unbelievably, Elliot does all the tuning on this car himself.
Dave still has a huge amount of input though.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that's much more like it. Car making a bit of a
wiggle,
wonder. Yeah.
He's got it under control. Whoa!
820. 8.20, new personal best for Elliot.
Oh, yeah.
And I tell you what, I can tell you now it's got more in it. It was popping and banging at the top end.
That was outstanding. 167 miles an hour as well. Awesome run. All right, Nick Hale going alongside Andy Bond. Andy, number 1 qualifier, 7.12 at the moment. Nick Hale is on a 10.55. Oh, and Andy just lights the tyres up, trying something a little bit different on that one, and didn't quite work out. So Nick Hale, what's he got? It's a 10.62 on 128 miles an hour. Right, the 403 Mafia had a great chat actually last night with Phil Druitt. Why is it called the 403 Mafia? Right, well, quite simply, the road that is very near them is the A403.
Okay.
All right, so that's the name of the road. It's a bit of a play on the 405, which we all know is Street Outlaws. And the reason it's the Mafia is there's only 3 of them. You have to be invited to join. So, yeah, a good laugh with the boys last night. They're very, very good racers on any surface, basically.
Yeah.
Got a lot of time for Phil. Doing street weekend as well. Going alongside Nigel Hell with the big Chevy twin cab.
Well, it's a much better launch from both of them there.
Well, Phil's already done a 928.
893! Oh, and a 10.16 for Nigel in the truck.
That's one of his quickest ever. But Phil drew it into the 8. Oh, what a pair of runs that was. Absolutely outstanding.
How brave are you feeling about Street Weekend now, Colin?
Oh, immensely.
Oh, you'll be all right. You'll do the same thing, no problem.
I won't be doing that.
So Graham
Can't
Smith.
wait.
Graham Smith with the amazing 57. Overjoyed yesterday because everything worked. What was it? He ran 8.50.
Yeah, PB 855.
You do get the feeling there's still quite a bit more in there, though.
Yeah. So Stuart just bringing Graham up to the line. FIA top fuel into the pairing lanes, please. FIA top fuel into the pairing lanes.
Wow, listen to that. 129, 60 foot.
Oh, clicked it early. That's a shame.
That was on one.
Yeah. I've just spotted somebody down there. Owen Forrest. I don't know if you're going to hear me down there, but a very good morning to him. He's another guy that's doing street weekend. We want him out racing the street eliminator, actually. Right, and a good chat with Al and the team last night. Discussing various things of how to get that 7. Let's see what happens, because you may see a slight change in the staging process here.
Well,
Okay.
I told him this morning, he was walking around having his coffee, I said, right, don't have a bacon roll with that.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do. Just, yeah, maybe skipping breakfast will help save weight a little bit. You never know. So good luck, Al. Fingers crossed. What did he run yesterday, Cole? Was it 8:02?
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Well, it was the shallowest I've ever seen him stage.
And that's exactly what we were discussing last night. Trying to find that little bit. Good staging, brilliant staging. Now the run needs to come.
Sorry, not staging.
Oh, right, okay. Top fuel, 90-minute warning, not into the lanes. Yeah, change the messages on that one. Apologies. Probably just spat their coffees out top fuel then.
Well done, Colin. That's,
Well,
you do that again.
I was just reading out the messages I get. You know that. All right, Almac with Evolvolution.
Yeah, cracking 7.46 yesterday. I've not seen him go much quicker than that before. His PB is definitely the 7.4.
Oh, that launch was so sweet.
Well, that was a 121.60 foot, already doing 150 mile an hour at the 8th. 7:44, 191 mile an hour.
That's one of his fastest, I think. Yeah, very, very nicely done. 191 miles an hour, outstanding pass. What a Class 3 eliminator has been this weekend.
Yeah,
Phenomenal.
Was
Already.
rather superb, to say the least. Wasn't it? So, Colin, just give
Daryl's
us.
in the right place to get nice warm legs, especially if he warms.
Oh, I need to warm my cars up this morning after running. Anyway, thankfully the big screen's showing adverts, so you won't see me, which is a good thing. So can you
Not
just
anymore, not anymore.
Not for the moment. Anyway, can you just give us a quick rundown of what's coming up, Cole?
Yeah,
please?
you've got Fire Force coming around the corner. 543 Martin Hill with the Jet Funny Car. So that will be your first. That would be your introduction, if you like, to our big show. To follow that will be Nitro Funny Car. After Nitro Funny Car, it will be Comp Eliminator, but there will be some track prep between Nitro Funny Car and Comp Eliminator, and all eyes on the big screens. We'll do some replays and stuff like that. The thing we need to advise everybody with the big screens, obviously we've got 2 of them here this weekend. First, the big one you can see from the banking is in the pits, and then the second one is sort of behind Bankside VIP. It's an experiment for us this weekend. It's one of the reasons that we didn't publicise this on a build-up to the event. We wanted it as a surprise for everybody that came along because it is an experiment. We want to see how it goes. We want to make sure it's all good. We hope that you guys and girls get some good experience from it. It's all about positioning as well. Some people say, oh, I can't quite see it, or this is in the way, or whatever. But as I say, it's an experiment. It's an addition to what we normally provide for you. And we are immensely proud to have them here. Let's see how it goes. Let's work with it. And you guys and girls, let us know. Let us know what you think. But that is probably one of the biggest screens that we could get, especially if you look in the one in the pits. It comes out the back of an articulated lorry. It comes up on the mast and then rotates to face the crowd. So it's new for us. We've also got roving cameras this weekend as well. If you look on the big screen now, you can see one of the cameras approaching Martin Hill with Fire Force. Now, Martin is strapped in the car. Obviously, we can't have a chat with him, but the view of this is eventually to have, well, I say eventually, it will be today, have a chat with racers in the pairing lanes, get some feedback from them, see how they're doing. Yesterday, we had a load of sportsman racers in the pairing lanes and the cameras having a good old look round, and we were sort of commentating on who was in the lanes, telling a bit of a story, etc., etc. So it was a good bit of fun, that. So today is our first day with the big screens. It's basically the same as the live feed that goes out on the airwaves. So that's where we are. And those of you that are looking at the big screen now, you can see, give yourselves a wave because you're live. Those of you on the banking, big wave because you're going to be, there we are. Well, that's a little wave.
This is the way to run an event. What you do is you get people to pay to come in, and then they entertain themselves by entertaining themselves. There we go, just by watching themselves. There we go. Look, Mum, I'm on TV. There we go. Actually, that's really quite good. Isn't that everybody on the banking and on the grandstands? Isn't that pretty awesome? Don't you think? That's going to be good. It's going to be very, very good. But we're going to be able to see all the drivers getting ready in the staging lanes, which you can't normally see. Later on today, when I go up the top end and do some interviews up there, you're going to be able to see all the drivers. So you're going to be seeing the people and the bikes and the riders as well. You're going to be seeing all of their faces for the first time. You're going to be seeing their reactions when they get out of the cars. Now, I know that the people on the live stream at home can see that, but you guys can't normally see that watching here. So we genuinely hope that it enhances your experience. It makes for a really, really good and fun day as well, and hope that you can see a screen from just about everywhere you are, obviously. We do understand, like Colin said, it's a complete work in progress. Now, I don't know whether Colin explained as well, sorry, but with this one here, we can move it so it's a bit further that way, but the trouble is the truck has to turn around the other way, and then it has to be completely flat on. So it's, yeah, work in progress is probably the best way.
It's all about positioning, but as I say,
like
it's a great addition. I know probably halfway along the banking, directly opposite the screen, Andy Park, one of our supercharged outlaw racers with that beautiful little Model Y. He is literally sat plumb opposite the screen. He's got himself a lovely little spot up there. And he goes, I can watch the racing, I can just have a really good time. So, yeah. Quick call out, actually, Nostalgia Funny Car, 90-minute warning for you. 90-minute warning for Nostalgia Funny Car.
Is anyone else starting to get really excited?
No. I'm already excited, so I haven't started. That was last week.
The trouble is calming down to go back to work on Monday last week.
Yeah.
Because we knew we were coming back to do this anyway. But we got a lovely day today. We got a really, really nice tailwind. It's a very, very nice temperature out here too. So Martin is nearly ready to go. You can see the guys on the screen up there with the two-seater there, going to be strapping in some poor unsuspecting soul.
Yeah, I don't know if I've got a name yet, actually. Paul's normally very good. Yeah, Luke Donovan is the chap getting in the back of the two-seater dragster. And makes you wonder if you'd rather jump in the front, but no, that's Paul Brown's seat.
I want to be in the front.
Yeah.
One thing I want to point out as well to everyone who's on the banking on the grandstands who's watching this on the big screens, that is live. Like, some of you at the top of the back of the grandstands are looking over into the pairing lanes. They can see the camera walking around. That's happening now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the good thing is as well, we can hopefully, all being well, we can show you replays of runs and stuff like that as well. So we can show you what we say happens. We can kind of prove it, and we can look at it. We can look at it ourselves. But
yeah, just had another message for one of our spectators on the banking. Yeah, Simon Hobson, he sat opposite the big screen as well, probably not far from Andy Park, maybe a little bit further up. But yeah, he says best seat in the house. He said, it's really good to have that screen there. It's going to add a little bit more to his day as well. So nice one. Thanks ever so much indeed there to Simon. So the tractor's still doing its thing out there, and Mr. Donovan just climbing in the back of the two-seater dragster. As I say, you've got Martin Hill with Fire Force. They're just doing a little bit of track prep out there. We're actually a little bit ahead of schedule, bizarrely. Now, the other things to let you know of, at 11 o'clock, which is literally just moments away, the first Circus show is about to start. 11:30, just half an hour's time, is the first live action arena show today. Two shows planned for today. The first one is at 11:30. Second one is at 2:30 this afternoon. Also got historic aero engine fire-ups. There's one probably just taking place now. Next one of those is at midday. And also, if I wait, and that's why I don't need to wait because it's bang on 11 o'clock, Fueler's Bar is now open. So if you need some liquid refreshment, pop down to Fueler's Bar.
You just said that to wind me up because I'm standing there working on it.
Well, I don't know if you
exactly
can sort of have a mobile beer.
No, I can't have. No, I can't do that, can I? Anyway, what I'm going to do, we've got some of the comp eliminator guys coming down and getting ready to run, so I'm going to try and grab a couple of words with them, which is, Nick, you thought you were safe, didn't you? You really thought you were safe. We come and find you around here in the pairing lanes now anyway. So I'm down here with Nick Williams. I'm going to try and make the reception as good as possible by not moving. So what's the thoughts behind the Camaro this weekend instead of the Copo?
Well, we've just got a fresh engine, transmission, and wanting to set it up and get it ready to go back to the US. It's kind of not where it needs to be just yet, but we'll get there. It's just taking time.
So this car is actually going back to the US as soon as you can, maybe?
Yeah, hopefully. I wanted to send it maybe next month, but I think we're going to have to do some more testing with it and work some things out. So
but the Copo is, well, sweet as, isn't it? I bet that's so much fun to drive.
Yeah, that's... Yeah. It was tough not to just get out of the trailer and run that after this, but we'll get there. We kind of hopefully this time pick up some more and go from there.
So are you going to go back to the Copo once you've actually sorted this out and it's running as you want it to?
Yeah, we'll get that one out for the next meeting. There's some upgrades we're going to do to that, so hopefully we can pick that a little bit and see if we can go in the 780s with it next.
That would be super. I mean, it takes a lot of money and a lot of effort and talent as well, may I say, to run that sort of car, doesn't it? I mean, and you're a long way from where all the parts are, where all the knowledge is and everything else as well. Not to say you can't, you know, it's makes it rather difficult, that's all.
Yeah, it does. We're fortunate. Obviously, it's our business, so we're F8 every week anyway. Parts availability can be challenging, but we just work through it, make a plan and work through the year that way.
Well, we certainly hope it works out, mate. And it's great to see all you guys. I don't know what they're smiling for because I'm coming after them next. So it's great to see all you guys out this weekend, and good luck, mate.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
No problem. I'll catch him at the top end later as well. He'll be thrilled with that too, won't he? That's Nick Williams, everybody. A man whose face definitely needs to be on TV. Definitely needs to be on TV. Spence, radio. Well, unfortunately, if you check out the screen over there, and there's a huge one over there and a huge one over there. Anyway, Spencer Tram, sir, after last week's unfortunate incident, you're back in record time.
Yeah, we've had a heck of a week. Last weekend, we damaged the rear axle, transmission. I thought we were done. But in fairness to both Nick and Dan, they were like, we're not quitting. They came back up here on the Monday. They took the rear axle out of the car, rebuilt the rear axle. That was back in Wednesday. They had members of their staff come up here on Thursday, put a new transmission and converter in it. And they were just like, we are going to make this happen. And so I can't thank them enough for doing that. I thought that was me done for the year.
In record time as well. It's not like 3 weeks, a month, 2 months between points races. That's like 4 days.
Yeah. I mean, so in the interim, I mean, I had to go to work. And every day I was just getting text messages with pictures going, it's coming, it's going to happen. And I'm just like, man, I can't believe it. So
on that very subject as well, these boys have done so much for British drag racing, haven't they? With the way that they've structured everything, the fact that so many of them, and like they race themselves, but they help so many people. They're there for so many people, aren't they? Like you just said.
Well, I don't know one end of a spanner from another. And after we ran the Pro Mod car, that's it, I was done. And then I did a dangerous thing and went to their workshop, and they went, you really like stock eliminator, didn't you? Because I ran that. I was the first British guy to ever drive in stock back in 2009 in the States. And I was like, yeah, you know, that's what they're into too. And they're like, you need to get one. And I was like, yeah, but I've got nowhere to put it. I've got nowhere to look after it. I can't run it. And they went, do it, come with us and do it. So it's the best decision I've ever made.
Well, it's been a very successful one as well. Not that you weren't before you were with them, but my goodness me, it's been good.
Yeah, I mean, it was 2009 when I last drove, and then 5 years building the Pro Mod and 5 years where I didn't get to drive it because of medical things. So I spent 10 years not driving anything. And then to come back in here, we've been comp runner-up twice now in the last. We won Nostalgia Superstock last year. So car's great, but without all these guys, it just wouldn't happen.
And this weekend as well, you're in Comp Eliminator, obviously. Comp Eliminator, you did put a Facebook post the other day that kind of went a bit nuts. Against Carl Cox this weekend. Everybody is thrilled to have him here, I'm sure, but my goodness me, it's going to be fun.
Well, I'm one of the slower ones in the class because obviously it's such a small engine. So I'm doing 116 going through the finish line. Cox is going to probably come past me at like 240, 250. So it's coming past me, it's just when. It's either before or after the finish line. I'm really hoping it's after.
You never know, his shoots might drag you on a bit quicker.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you could just in qualifying, if you could just do that, just let me go along a bit and come past us at the end, that might work.
Well, in qualifying, it's probably not, it's just going to be, well, it's going to be fun anyway. It's going to be great to watch. And that's presuming you're matched up with him as well, because there's no one in the class that's, I think Chris is in the class this weekend, isn't he? But he's not made it out yet, and he's pretty close as well with the Pro Mod. Yeah,
I mean, I've seen that from the other side. We ran the Plymouth Duster in Pro Mod once, or in Comp Eliminator once, and we ended up running this little dragster from Germany with a 4-cylinder in it. And he ran it to 1,000 foot and shut it off. He went 97 mile an hour, and we went past him at 226.
So that's going to be a decent speed difference, I think.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the thing is, when I put it in a third gear, I've got a rear-view mirror in the car, so I tend to have a look and see where they are. But actually, when I look round, he probably won't even left yet.
That's always good to know. Anyway, Spence, very best of luck for today. Glad it's all back together again. We're about to go with the Fire Force Jet funny car, but Comp Eliminator, it was great to see it growing in the UK as well. So many diverse cars. Once again, we've always been good with diversity, but my goodness me, Comp's really where it's at.
Oh, man, there's more coming too. You talk to all the different guys, there's more front-wheel drive cars coming, we've got more stock guys coming, there's more Volkswagen guys coming. It's only getting better.
Fantastic, sir. Thank you again.
Thanks very much.
Spencer Tram, everybody, with the absolutely beautiful blue Camaro. I hope you guys caught all that and saw all that on the screen as well. So we're about to go with Martin Hill with Fire Force just behind the tower coming round now, so I'll leave you to do the introduction, Cole.
Thank you very much indeed. Just a couple of announcements to make. FIA Pro Stock, 60-minute warning in the pits, and I know some of Comp Eliminator are already in the lanes, but just in case, can we have the rest of Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes? Right, look on the big screen, folks. You can see the Fire Force Transit van towing Fire Force 3, the jet funny car, into position. Loads of people here for the first time this weekend. Including somebody that I bumped into earlier on the banking. And I said I'd give them a shout out, and I've lost their names now. Oh, yeah, it was Dad Max, Brock, and I can't remember the other guy's name, but a very warm welcome to Santa Pod, your first-time visitors. I hope you're having a wonderful time today.
One thing I sort of love about this time of day is because the sportsman races are also race fans, they tend to fill the banking at this time.
Yeah.
So I know for a fact there'll be hundreds of the sportsman races and crew and teams on the banking at the minute.
Well, especially Pro ET Junior Dragster Super Pro and Super Gas, because they've run
Yeah.
and they're not running again till this evening.
No, exactly.
So they're having a complete day off, which is rather good for them. The ones that we're interested in is obviously our Bankside VIP guests. On the Bankside VIP up on the balcony there, who's here for the first time? Just put your hands up. Ah, have fun. We've got a tame little jet car underneath that.
It's all right.
Might be a little bit loud.
It's fine.
Too bad.
Do you have any kids or anything around there? Please put
Big
ear defenders on them.
Let's have a look on the spectator banking. Come on, give us a wave if it's your first time here at Santa Pod today. First timers. Oh, we got quite a few. Excellent. Enjoy this. And likewise, first timers on the grandstand, give us a wave. Wow. We have got so many first-time visitors this
That's
time.
amazing, isn't it?
You are in for an absolute treat. Fire Force 3, Martin Hill, the jet funny car. Martin, well, he's been driving these jets for 35 years plus now, actually. What he has done for this sport is just legendary. He has probably more runs than most people up this track because he's here at so many meetings, not just championship rounds, he's here at lifestyle events as well. He's still, well, Fire Force 1 obviously no longer with us, but Fire Force 2, the jet funny car, that's still in the locker. This is Fire Force 3, he's got Fire Force 4, and then Fire Force 5, which is the jet dragster. You'll see that later on today. But this is Fire Force number 3. As we say, folks, protect your ears and enjoy the show with Richie coming out front. Once the starting procedure is all done, the body prop will come away. We'll go into the support vehicle and then that will move out of the way. Richie will walk forward in front of Martin and get ready for the show. So the prop comes out, and now the body is lowered. So Richie coming forward there, getting into position, ready for Martin Hill. Loads of people in the quarter mile club downstairs, actually. Nice to see them here as well. And of course, brilliant coverage from Box Lane. See both cameras down there. Well, you weren't expecting that.
No.
So huge sheets of flame coming out the back of Fire Force number 3.
So Richie giving him the signal to turn it up even louder.
This is where the tower starts to rock.
So when Richie stands up, give him a wave. The more you wave, the faster Martin will go.
Oh, you can see Richie on the big screens. You can see Martin on the big screens. Martin brings it all in now. Straight to the 5, surely. Yeah, 5.96 at 251 miles an hour. Absolutely outstanding pass to open up our pro sessions here today.
And suddenly I'm slightly warmer than I was before.
Yeah, I think everybody is actually.
Yeah, there's a few people down here that's never seen anything like that has just had their insides rearranged. But yeah, the funny thing is, all you folks up there, give them a round of applause, even if it is Richard driving. Come on.
Yeah.
As we kick off the show here and qualifying on our first Pro Day at the main event in 2024. That's Richie hanging out the door. Come on. There we go.
What made me snigger? You've got Owen Forrest down there. Owen, I don't know if you can hear me. But he's seen this jet plenty of time. I don't think he's ever been on the start line to watch that before. Signed on as media today. That woke him up, I think.
I think they're slightly wobbly. All you lovely people on the VIP balcony up there, that's not the loudest thing you're going to see today. No.
We can
not really close.
We can crank it up a bit more, you know.
Yeah, we can. We've still got more to come. Anyway, be sure to go when you go back to work on Monday. Be sure, or Tuesday because it's bank holiday. Be sure to tell your friends what you saw today, and they won't believe you, which is the best bit. Yeah. So we're on with. How many cameras do I need, chaps? Seriously, honestly, that's like nearly 3 of you with Josie there as well. Anyway, we're going to run with a 2-seater, and then we'll be on with Comp Eliminator. Qualifying session number 5, I think we're up to, aren't we, Cole? So yeah, the 2-seater, folks. If you've haven't seen this car before, it is. So we can give passenger rides at unreasonably rapid rates.
So passenger is Luke Donovan. He's from Peterborough, and it's a 21st birthday present.
And for all you FIM bike fans out there, can we please have Pro Stock Bike 90-minute warning, please? Pro Stock Bike 90-minute warning.
Well, already the 2-seater dragster has been in the 7s today. 168 miles an hour plus.
See, the only annoying thing about the 2-seater is the fact that my mum has done it and I haven't, which means she's got a quicker timer ticket than I've got.
Yeah, so far, mate. Come on. You know, I'm not sure as a passenger really counts without being rude about it. You know,
it does in her mind and mine.
Yeah, and probably for wind-up purposes, it's probably very, very handy. So 0 to 100 in about 1 and a bit seconds, actually, or thereabouts. Definitely 0 to 60 in about a second. Doesn't sound that bad until you do it. It really, really doesn't. Funny enough, my dad's done this as well.
Well, not only that, he did a wheelie that time. 160 foot is really not hanging around. 791, 170 mile an hour that time. As we move into Comp Eliminator.
Yeah, we are. So what's the current qualified order, Colin, and how many have qualified?
Yeah, Reuben Dawson is your number 1 at the moment. Sorry, a quick shout-out, please. Shout out to Dave White. Can you make your way over to the 2-seater trailer, please? Dave White, make your way over to 2-seater trailer. So just waiting for the timing system to update, and I can let you know who is where. Here we go then. Spencer Tram, currently number 6 on 11.13. His index is 11.68. Dan Williams, currently number 4.
So the good thing about these big screens is usually when we have an interview, I have to point out which one we were just talking to. But you've seen it. So Spencer Tram in the Kestrel beer lane, index 11.68. Aim of the game is to go as far under that as possible. Can we have FIA top methanol into the pairing lanes, please? FIA top methanol. Dan Williams, index 11.23, so he's going to be out in front. Well, I say he is going to be. Not at the minute. Oh, wow. Spencer Tram breaks his index by over half a second.
Nearly into the tens as well.
No.
Spectacularly good.
So Nick Williams currently in the number 4 spot with the Camaro. Ran a 9.78 yesterday. In fact, I've not seen Phil Norman out this weekend yet. So Phil Norman in the Kestrel beer lane with the Beetle, putting his first run in today. Index of 10.65. Much better launch from Nick there.
Yeah, that hooked up and flew.
So it's going to be a mid-9, but of what variety? 974, good improvement. Well, Phil goes into the number 17 spot with that one.
Yeah, well, Phil 1303 at 106. Nick 974. It's still not where that car needs to be. There's a lot of work still to be done.
And this is where we start to see some of the variety in the class. So the AA altered of John Webster. How about a supercharged small block powered Ford Pop? One that any of you watching could buy. It is for sale.
I know somebody who's interested in it as well. Yeah, I know. And it won't be going any slower is the polite version.
And in the other lane, Jordan Payne with the Sumo Corvette. That is super modified.
Yeah, Jordan's had a real good weekend. I think he's the quickest of the Sumo cars, isn't he, chaps, on the list?
He is. 7:43 at the moment.
I'm right where you want to be for comp eliminator, actually, that is, because you know, in eliminations, any more than 0.5 under, and you have your index adjusted. So yeah, that's about right.
FIM Super Twin 90-minute warning. Super Twin 90-minute warning. Well, John not hanging around for anyone. Bit of a wobble at 330 foot. I'm not too sure what happened to John there. I didn't quite see that. I was focused more on...
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. You're right, actually, because I was looking at John because he left
he
the line
left
like
first.
a scalded cat, 104 to 60 foot. We just got out of shape. But no cruiser 3 though, basically.
So as we said before, this is an index class, but you've got to beat your index. So currently, Belinda Bull in the Kestrel beer lane, the same index as Jordan, who you've just seen go down the same lane. She has been a 7.45, and from what I've been told, there's a lot more left in the truck. Simon Crowley running under the front-wheel drive index of 9.20. He's currently only qualified with an 11.08. Sits in the number 16 spot. Would like to see him dip into the 9s this weekend as well. Well, a 112 60 foot is going to help Belinda.
7:45 best at the moment. 7:51 on that one.
Simon going through with an 11.07, chipping away at it slowly. That is his best run of the weekend so far. And Kev Jenkins, Reuven Dawson. Kev with the turbo 4-cylinder index of 7.80. And then the, I assume that he's an factory stock B is the index for Reuven Dawson in the Kestrel beer lane of 9.70. He's already ran an 8.99 yesterday. He's run an 8.99 again this morning. He does sit in the number 1 spot with over 0.7 of a second under his index. He's only number 1, by the slimmest of margins in front of Gary Carr, who I can see around the corner. But let's just see what both of these drivers can do on this one. Kev Jenkins with the Escort can go down to the low 7s. He's been there before.
Lovely launch for Reuben Dawson. He is your #1 qualifier. Good looking run for Kev. 7:56. Reuben 8:97. Just pushes that gap a little bit further.
Yeah, that gives him a little bit of breathing room as well. He was only in #1 spot by 1,000ths of a second. He's now in the lead by 200ths of a second.
Well, the big loud shouty car coming around now is a car we haven't seen for, I think, nearly 2 years actually. The Apocalypse Viper of Chris Orthodoxou. He was entered last weekend at the Door Slammers. He was here but didn't make it out.
Yeah, he's having issues getting it into first, unfortunately. It looks like it's stuck in reverse. Will be a solo for Terry Newton. Can we have top of your bike 60-minute warning, please? Top of your bike 60-minute warning. Yeah, real shame for Chris. He can only bring the car out a couple of times a year due to simply just scheduling.
Yeah, very busy man is our Chris. Works abroad.
So Terry Newton with the Escort van. He's the quickest of the front-wheel drive cars at the minute. Of course, Armour Jamshed can destroy that at any minute. And in fact, so can Terry ran into the 8.7s last weekend. Quickest I've ever seen the van go.
Well, as I say, it is an Escort van, but it is running on methanol.
Yeah, billet Z-Tech engine under the bonnet as well. One of the most powerful in the world for the engine combination.
Turbo, of course, as well. And that's not what Terry wanted. Just took a lurch forward. Hopefully try and restage him, actually.
I think he may have broken something.
Ah, yeah.
That looked to me like the half shaft just went.
Well, happily, we do get to see the Dodge Viper of Chris Orthodoxou. I think he ran at the European Finals in about, I think the last time I saw him was about 2022 at the European Finals. Unfortunately, absolutely, the car's called the Apocalypse Viper, and I think that was named after the engine that weekend. It was a big old mess, unfortunately, for Chris. But Chris, like you said, works away, as in a long way away, like a big flight away. So scheduling events around work is a little bit of a tricky thing to do. Now, we couldn't get the car out of reverse in the staging lanes, and out there, he couldn't get it in reverse, unfortunately. But he's coming back now.
He's got a good index as well, 7.16 for the AA Pro Mod.
He's running the 7.2s before. However,
he's running to the 6.2s.
Yeah, 6.2, sorry, not 7.2.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. Yeah, he's the engine, everything on there is really, really good. It's a proper Mike Janis blown engine in there, full-on Pro Mod. It is Pro Mod legal, hence the fact it's running as a AA PM. And it's great to see him back out again.
Going alongside Gary Carr, who is your #2 qualifier in comp at the moment, the Boiling Point Nova. He's got a best so far of 11.11. Gary needs to find 200ths of a second. So, and the car is capable of it. If Gary can go 11.08 or better, he will take #1.
Well, if Chris can run on form, he can take #1. Obviously, he hasn't run for a couple of years, so. But I tell you what, that is a beautiful looking run. 663 at 211. What does he get?
Gary Carr, look at that. 11 flat. Wow. That's #1. Chris Orthodoxou goes into #8 with that 663. But Gary Carr almost in the 10s.
That's both him and Spence nearly in the 10s in this session.
Outstanding for that combination. Wow.
So that's where you start to see the beauty that is Comp Eliminator, because the car that went over the finish line first actually didn't do the best.
He's got nearly a 10th on the field. That's a 0.81 under.
And we've just seen a Pro Mod run, so can we please have FIA Pro Modified to the pairing lanes? That is FIA Pro Modified to the pairing lanes.
Yeah, we like the look of that, so can we do it again, I think was what you meant, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. Anyway, well done to Chris Orthodoxu as well. A full pass on his first run back after nearly 2 years. Matty Davidson and the one and only Luke Stevenson looking for an 11-second run with the Golf.
Well, two very good-looking launches. This is where we start to see, and you can really tell, it's not about the car, it's about the combination. Matty would like to get into the 9s, goes 10.43 and a 12.26, chipping away at it for Luke Stevenson.
That's his best. He went 12.34 yesterday, 12.26 today. It's coming.
Well, Ahmed just went to do the burnout. I think it jumped out of gear. No, it didn't jump out of gear. It's got no gears at all, unfortunately. This is a low 8-second front-wheel drive car. Gordon's just, that's his tuner, leaning in the car, just making sure everything looks okay. He's going to try one more time. No.
We found the gear, but the engine died then.
As soon as he lets off the clutch after building a reserve, Gordon thinks it's okay, so he's going to try one more time. No, he's not even going to do that. The tyres are still soggy, fellas, I think is probably the polite way of putting it. But I'm sure they'll dry out with a couple of revolutions off the start line. He's taking on Kev Perkins with the Cutlass, the car that is still famously Europe's first 6-second door slammer from 31 years ago now, that is.
Oh, wow. One thing I'm loving as well, this weekend we've got 4 of the Supermod cars and 2 of each combination you're allowed to run with the Supermod Index. One with nitrous and a bit more weight, one naturally aspirated with a little bit less weight. Kev chooses to run with the nitrous. I'm intrigued to see what Armin's going to do here. Obviously no burnout for the front-wheel drive car in the Kestrel beer lane. Yeah, nice and gently off the line. That cannot be said for Kev Perkins. All the way through to an 801, 175 mile an hour. No improvement for him, unfortunately.
Ahmed trickles through the 1562. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if everyone's ever heard of Rob Smallworth, put your hands up. If anyone's ever heard of Carl Cox, do the same thing. Rob, you're now famous. Well done, mate. So the last pair, I think, in comp, coming at you. Yeah, that is the world-famous DJ, Mr. Carl Cox, in the Kestrel lane in his Pro-Charged Barracuda. He was here testing last year. He lives between Australia and the UK. He actually runs race cars in Australia, and this is his first one based over here in the UK. If anyone asks, the car is not legal for Pro Modified because it has a centrifugal supercharger on the front of it. And well capable of going into the 5s at over 250 miles an hour. But yesterday, the car seemed to not really have any gears, didn't it, chaps?
Well, it wasn't the fact it had no gears, it wasn't shifting. You could hear it bounce off the limiter down the track. He is more than capable of taking the #1 spot here this weekend. It's going to be tough because he's got to run, I believe, something around a 595 now.
He's got to get into the 5s. It's as simple as that.
Just to beat the stocker of Gary Carr.
But I just want to, while he's on the stage out here, I just want to say, literally, he said this is the most fun stage of his life. I said to him, what's it like releasing the trans brake or playing in front of thousands of people? He said, you know what, the trans brake every time. Every single time.
Drag racing.
Yeah, you bet. He's a proper car-loving nut, is Carl. As is Rob Smallworth with the beautifully rat-looking Dirty Dog 55 in the Slick Tricks lane. Rob's been around racing a long time. very successfully. Got to the final of 760 heads up last weekend. However, you may be seeing the back of that Cuda all the way down.
Well, that's much more like it for Carl Cox. A bit of a feather goes through with a 617, 224 mile an hour and a 759. Good run from Rob Smallworth.
That's a great run for Rob as well, actually. I think that's his quickest of the weekend. Where's that put Carl in the qualified order? It's getting there.
4.
59, yeah? Sorry, they had a 54 yesterday. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah.
Nice to see someone listens. Anyway, go on, sorry.
Yeah, Carl Cox, number 4 with that one.
Well, he's certainly in there. He's put in every round of qualifying, isn't he? Also, we got an exhibition run at the end of comp qualifying. Supported by Visit Malta. This is Klink Fennec with the Escort. Now, if you think that looks a lot like the Fraudster you've just seen, that's because it's built by the same guy. This car is unbelievably rapid. It only runs a turbocharged 4-cylinder engine in there. Now, bear in mind, most things here that run quick run V8s. Watch this little thing go with 4 cylinders only. He was here for the Door Slammers last weekend, got eliminated in the class, and we invited him to stay over.
104 to 60 foot. Outstanding pass. 703, 195 miles an hour. Wow.
Yeah, let's hear it for all of them, everybody. It's really nice to see everybody putting their hands together for the team from Malta. Well done, guys. That was a superb run. Great show. And they're knocking on the door of the 60s. This is kind of the perfect day to do it, though, to set PBs, because there's a nice bit of sun on the racetrack to warm it up. And you've got a little bit of a tailwind as well to go with it, which always helps, doesn't it?
Track's got a little bit of heat in it as well. So, yeah, as you say, Dal, it's absolutely spot on. Can I please have Top Fuel Bike 90-minute warning announced? Yep, I've just done it. There we go.
Right, we're about ready to go with our first fuel car session of the day, and it's the Big Show Nitro Funny Cars. Around about 10 to 11,000 brake horsepower, 0 to a few hundred miles an hour, and, well, quicker than it takes me to say that, frankly. And the first pair coming out is going to be the Gladiator with Jason Phelps at the wheel, taking on the Speed Ghost all the way from Sweden. That's Patrick Pears. If you Google, if you're sat at home watching, and you Google Nitro Funny Car Street Burnout, that's all I'm going to say.
I need to read something out, actually.
Go on, then.
Kevin Monday got in touch with me earlier on, gave me a bit of a heads up. This is quite funny, actually, because you'll understand where this is going to go. I know you're busy, but there's someone with a Just Stop Oil sign and a T-shirt behind a cameraman bankside. Don't know if he's having a joke, but he could climb the fence and disrupt the racing. So we pass this on to security. And as per usual, it's a stag do. Panic over. But yeah, that is cruel to get somebody to come to a drag strip with a Just Stop Oil.
Yeah, I can see him down there. Look, I can see him.
Can we see them?
Yeah, they're waving. Just about 330
I'm just getting the binoculars out. Yeah, there he is. You poor soul. I tell you what, you'd have had about 300 people behind you lynch you if you got anywhere near getting over that fence. Oh, my word. But, yeah, it goes to show your mates are, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
But, no, good fun, that one. Right, Nostalgia Funny Cars, 60-minute warning. Sorry about that one, Darryl. Just had to get that out. Just to calm everybody's nerves over
It's
there.
all good. Well, the poor guy's walking around probably hooing himself, walking around in that T-shirt, isn't it, really?
Oh, dear. But we had security and everything going up to go check it out. Oh, brilliant.
One thing I would like to say very quickly, it is about to get really loud. So if you've got any small children with you, please cover their ears because, yeah, you thought the jet car was loud.
Colin, make sure Thomas's ears are covered, please.
Yes, I will.
I think that's
do,
what
yes.
that's what he was alluding to. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't heard Nitro Cars before, what have you been doing with your lives, frankly? Over 20,000 horsepower comes to life in the Slick Tricks lane. It is the Gladiator car from the UK. Jason Phelps at the wheel, taking on the Eskimos, as Jason likes to call them, in the Kestrel lane. It is Patrick Pears. Patrick's Pears car is absolutely evil. It's 60 foot like nothing else on this side of the world. In a funny car anyway. And this is his first full season racing for the championship. Right, I want to bet on how quickly those Swedish flags are going to get shredded. There's 2 of them on the back of Patrick's car. The reason I know that is because I used to put them on the back of my cars as well, and they used to last half a pass in an alcohol car, so I can't imagine they're going to last very long flapping off the back of a Fuel Bunny car. But anyway, these are their first runs of the weekend. They did make a couple of demo passes a few weeks ago at the Festival of Power. It was very, very cold then. Much different conditions to this. So because this is their first runs on the track, it may be a case of try and get down as far as they can, but maybe not a full run. If you've never seen these cars run before, if you look towards the finish line, you can see the giant orange markers. That denotes the finish line for Nitro cars in Europe. And that's where they're going to be running to.
Well, every single Nitro funny car that we've got on the premises today in the big show cars is a 4-second car. Jason Bowes for the Camry has been quickest 4.63. Patrick has been 4.40, but as Darryl says, it is their first run. Sweden taking on Rushton just up the road.
Well, Patrick Purr's getting very close to the wall. Goes through with a 474, 177 mile an hour. Sorry, what was that, Darryl?
No, I was just going to say, he dropped a cylinder on the left-hand side. I can't see the replays, but I'm sure if they run the replay, you can clearly see it. And what happens is there's the idea of the headers, the exhausts pointing upwards. It means that there's equal downforce on either side of the car. If they drop a cylinder on one side, what that means is they don't have as much, probably between about 800 pounds less downforce on one side than the other, and it drives the car over towards the wall in that case. Very quickly, I just want to have a quick talk with a man who's been here many times, Mr. Peter Lance. This is your first time, is this your first time ever tuning a funny?
Yeah, that was my personal best.
Well, that's a great start with a 4-second run, isn't it? So how much different is it? How much different is it between a dragster and a funny car?
Well, it's a big difference, but setup-wise from the engine, it's not that far away from what we actually run on Stefan's car. I'm surprised a little bit how hard it's set up, but it seems to work. We just need a guy with a steering wheel behind it so we keep it in the groove.
Yeah. I think that might have been quite tough because it dropped a cylinder on one side, and that's why he was going for the wall, I think.
Yeah, we probably dropped a cylinder or something, so make him made a turn or something. But at least now we have some data from the car, so we can look back and see and hit it again later afternoon.
You keep trying to retire, don't you? What brings you back every time?
It's not me. That's the other one. My son and the team. And I mean, if I'm back here, then I think the sports have a problem. I mean, there should be other ones out there coming back or learn.
Well, there were young guys running Patrick's car. They've quit now. But anyway, it's so great to have you back. We've got so many memories. You're previous European Top Fuel champion, and you've been doing this a long, long time. What's your best memory from coming here over the years? I mean, there's been so many.
Oh, it's so many memories, especially in '97 when we ran the first 4 in Hockenheim. We won the event after here. And Santa Paula always treating me and my team so well. I just love coming back here. So I love the fans over here. I love you all. Thank you.
We love you too. Peter Lance, everybody. Give him a big round of applause, please. Crew Chief for Patrick Pears. Thank you very much indeed, sir. It's always great to have Peter back. Hopefully. Who have you got stuck on the top end up there?
Jason obviously had a bit of a boom as he approached the 330 foot out there. Our track crew having a good look at it. Obviously the tractors, well actually, just getting back on station, I think.
Yeah,
manoeuvring, seeing which way it goes.
Something like that as well. Well, what we're going to do as well, what I'm going to do while we've got a couple of moments and we've got bodies up as well, although we've got lots of bodies standing in front of the car, I'm going to see if I can commandeer a cameraman and show you lovely folks out there on the banking and everywhere else, a Nitro funny car. So if you wouldn't mind walking with me, I'm sure we can show. Right, now we've definitely picked the best looking crew out of any of them to film, haven't we? I mean, yeah, it's got to be them, isn't it? The Undertaker team, Steve Ashdown sitting there, tapping his fingers, waiting to go. Crew Chief Dave Bryant standing there on the starter box, but I'm sure there he is. That's Steve Ashdown. That's what a Nitro funny car driver looks like when he's strapped in and ready to go. He's very, very tight in there. The other thing as well that you'll notice is that big supercharged Hemi is sat literally right in his face. So if anything does go pop or bang, there is a firewall in between him and the engine, but my goodness me, if you look where his toes are and you measure the distance between that and the clutch can and the supercharger as well, there really is hardly anything in it. And if you look closely at that motor, those two MSD, the magnetos that fire the car, they actually produce around 44 amps each. You can actually weld with them as well, if you could ever do that. But it's to keep the spark lit in the cylinders and make sure these things make all that noise, all that power, and go down the racetrack as quickly as they possibly can. So the bodies on these cars flip up. The reason they're called funny cars, believe it or not, is because when they were first, the first inception of them way back when, they looked funny, and the name stuck. That's it. It's like it's the simplest thing in the world, isn't it? But yeah, there was many incarnations of them, and if we wander around the back as well, you can see some of the aerodynamics on them too. So they are one-piece bodies. They are very aerodynamic. Now this is a slightly older version of a Dodge Stratus body. And you can see the very big wing on the back, and the whole idea is to keep the rear tyres planted so they stay stuck to the racetrack. All that horsepower does the right thing and keeps the car going in a straight line. Obviously didn't quite work for Patrick, but keeps the car stuck to the ground, and then when they go through the finish line, twin parachutes, the driver actually pulls those with a lever in the cockpit, and it actually slows them from a few 100 miles an hour.
And they are the most amazing
when they work
to go down a quarter mile racetrack. Obviously Top Fuel Dragster share the same power plants, but as I say, having that engine right in front of you in a short wheelbase carbon fibre cloaked funny car is just absolutely immense.
And another little aero trick as well, if you can see that from over here too. If you see, look, the lights, the rear lights are actually cut out. Now I've closed it, it won't do it. But there we go. That's to actually let some of the air out from under the body to keep the race car stuck to the racetrack. It sucks it down, if you like. And this Charger body was run in the US many times, and it's been really quick and fast. Also with Kevin Kent over there, that's a slightly older version too. That is a Chevy Monte Carlo, and that car's been around for a while, but it works so well. That was the car that Kevin lost the wheel off, of all things. The axle broke in the middle, the shaft came out the side, and unbelievably, he kept it in his lane and qualified on 3 wheels. It was just one of the more amazing things you'd ever see.
Yeah, and then the wheel eventually caught up with the car, tried to get itself back on, and ended up whacking the back of it. It was a very strange moment, that.
I think Jason copped a little bit of it as well,
didn't
he, in the other lane.
Yeah.
Absolutely that. But Kevin wears FC1 on there, which is denotes his denotes his finish in the championship last year, because he was undefeated, wasn't he? And even when he appeared that he might be defeated, he still managed to rebuild, to get another car, and to come out. He actually borrowed the Santa Pod Raceway funny car, one of the show funny cars. So I've just been given the nod that we're going to be down for a few minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my little legs off, even though they don't really work that well anymore, and take them off over here and try and grab a few drivers, because all the pro mods are lining up around here too. So if you wouldn't mind, thank you very much indeed. Follow me. Go on, sorry, chaps.
No, I was just going to say, ladies and gentlemen on the back here on the grandstand, who enjoyed that? That was your first taste of Nitro this weekend. It's going to get a lot quicker, hopefully, fingers crossed, than that. How was it? Yeah, I can hear you cheers and everything from here. Love it.
I was to say, Darryl is getting ready to walk around the lanes. I can see Top Methanol Dragster down there. One thing just to add to what Darryl was saying about the Fuel Funny cars, Steve Ashdown has been 4.28 at 264 miles an hour. That's his best. But Kevin Kent at Bug Jam last year came out for his first run. Luke and I were in the tower commentating on it, and Kevin proceeded to rip out a personal best of 4.18, 291 miles an hour. And that was set July last year on his first run. It was absolutely outstanding.
It came out of nowhere, didn't it?
Yeah. Right, okay, Darryl is down on the start line.
Thank you very much indeed, fellas. So, down here on the start line, and I'm not sure. Do you know something? I'm not sure I've ever been that big. If we end up on the... Yeah, we're on the screen. Anyway, so we'll give you... Give you very much. In the camera work, the big screens and everything. I'm down here with CEO of Trackback Racing, the boss here at Santa Pod, Keith Bartlett. And this is something I know you've been trying to implement for a long while, is having the big screens here, but it's not as straightforward as it might seem, is it?
No, it is a bit of an experiment this weekend. The positioning, where we do, what looks right for everybody. We decided we're going to do the big screens, but the first event we're going to play around with it, see what works, see what doesn't work, and then hopefully by the European finals have it really set up. But we need to have big screens now. Ironically, that screen there was really set up more for the grandstands, and that ends up being quite good for the bank, apart from some of the guys here. So we got to give it some little tweaks tonight and over the weekend, see how it goes.
The fact that they're actually here anyway, because obviously it's something we've been talking about. I know a lot of people have been asking for a long time, but it's not just a case of like, it really is. There's not a huge amount of space around this place because it's been, it's evolved, hasn't it, this place? It's not like TEP that was someone sat in an office and designed it. It's evolved, which means that things won't necessarily be exactly as you want them to.
Absolutely right, and it's going to involve a lot more over the next 4 or 5 years. You know, we've got some big plans. If it stops raining all the time, I might even be able to go through with them.
Well, you never know. I mean, you guys did a tremendous amount of work on the fields and everything this winter, and it still ends up being... It's the same everywhere, though. So many events got moved, so many got cancelled. At least it's a credit to you guys that you still managed to get these events run.
I mean, we've actually run some events this year with no spectators because the fields were so poor. And we put drainage all in the main field. The B field down here has got new drainage in. It's been flooded. So it's difficult, but we're not alone. There's other businesses and entertainment businesses suffer the same thing. Probably for me, I can't believe I cancelled Easter 2 years running. I've not done that in 30 years. And we cancelled Easter. Unheard of. Next year, it's April the 20th. Please God, it might be like this.
You never know, because it's at the end of April as opposed to the end of March, isn't it? This weekend as well, we've got Nitro Funny Cars. We've got the Top Fuel cars back as well. We have your wife in a Top Fuel car again. Will you just tell us, is she looking forward to the season?
I think we're all a bit apprehensive. As I wrote in the programme notes, some of the teams are really suffering with parts. I know it's going to be hard for the public to believe this, so they're thinking, hang on, they're sort of must be ordering parts on time. Well, they are. They're ordering cranks last September. For example, Runa got 2 cranks arrive 2 days ago. He ordered them in October. What's happening, the American teams are making so many runs and they're going through so many cranks, they're doing a crank on every 4 runs. So you think that out. They've got 2 cars, they're making 21 events, they're testing. The orders for the cranks are just going all out to the American teams, and we are suffering. Hence, you know, I've got a few pro mods missing here this weekend. Freddie Fagerstrom couldn't get his crank in time. Old 51 with Jimmy Orland driving, they haven't got parts. You know, it's difficult, and it'll be great in the European finals. They've all got their parts, but it is difficult. So the part shortage and the shipping, you know, we all know the problems there is with that around the world. It's difficult. It's tough. And then it rains.
Just to top it off, and then it rains as well. But it's the same all over the world. So I know the Aussie guys, they run like Top Fuel Funny Car races as well. They actually sort of a lot of the time to try and get to the events and get through them. It's the only way to do it.
Yeah, it is. And in actual fact, we've got to try and develop relationships with some of the American teams now to do exactly that, pool resources.
It's definitely one of those things. But yeah, this summer, well, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a challenge as always. I think the message from all of that really is celebrate the people that have taken the time, the effort, the money, mainly the effort, because it's just so much effort to get here, isn't it?
It is bigger, and you know, our wonderful Brexit, or not, depending what side you're on, it's ended up with, we've had customs problems for 2 years, and they keep changing. So you might bring all the Scandinavian teams in, they're coming at one port, and they've got one set of rules, and you go to another port and these people have got another set of rules. Or you might find the border force totally understand it and the customs guy on at 1 o'clock in the morning doesn't know about it. So it's difficult, but it's sent there to try us.
I was just going to say, who on earth would choose to do this for a living?
Do you know what? Obviously, I'm not quite there, actually. I know things are missing in my brain, but sometimes I think there's even more missing.
Well, I think the thing is, as well, is that we've always seen improvements at this place, which is thanks to you, thanks to the team, thanks to everybody. The big screens are a part of the, the next wave of improvements. I know you've got even more things planned, but it all comes down to all the people out there coming in, all the racers turning up. So it's a very tight balancing act, I'm sure.
It is a complete balancing act, and without trying to not sound like a long-playing record, again, I've got to thank all the fans, including all those people who are here for the first time today. It's with you all standing there, it's why we all do it. So thank you very much, every single one of you.
Thank you very much indeed to Keith and the team, everybody. Yeah, very much appreciated. And a ripple of applause as well. The track crew, the wonderful Stantapod track crew, are doing their thing up the top end. They're just taking care of some form of spillage. I'm not quite sure what it was in the slick tricks lane. It may well be oil from Jason's car up there. But we can't run with any sort of fluid on the track, whether it's rain, whether it's transmission fluid, whether it's oil or whatever it is. These cars run like incredible containment devices, but even so, sometimes that's not nearly enough. So I'm going to hand it back to you guys for a couple of moments, and I'm going to try and find some other people to annoy.
Nice one, thank you. We reckon about 10 to 15 minutes more for the clear up at the top end. Many thanks indeed for the information coming through from race control, if you like. So yeah, nice to get a bit of an update. So you have about 10 or 15 minutes. Also, just to advise, there's loads of other things going on site. It's not just restricted to the drag strip. The time is approaching 12 o'clock. And if you are sort of anywhere near the grandstand, behind the grandstand, we've got the historic Aero engine fire-up taking place at 12 o'clock. Live Action Arena is running at the moment. Don't worry if you've missed it. The second show for Live Action Arena is at 2:30 this afternoon. Now, Live Action Arena is where, as you came in, you saw monster trucks and things like that parked over there. That is Live Action Arena. The next Circus show is at 1:30, obviously in the Circus tent, again on the entrance road as you came in on the left-hand side, so that's where you'll find that. Don't forget, if you are a first-time visitor here to Stantapod Raceway, you may have found your way onto the banking. Don't forget, you can walk around the back of the start line behind the barn at the back and go into the pits, have a look round. Totally free of charge. Just go and have a look, go into the pits, go and have a word with the teams, find the drivers, get some autographs, have a chat with them. They'd be more than happy to show you their race car or race bike. They love talking about them. And if you've got kids with you, they'll post photographs. They'll let you have a real close look at the machinery that you've got here this weekend. So they will welcome you to pop round. And whilst you're around there, loads of traders here as well, selling things from T-shirts, hoodies. You've got traditional food outlets around the corner there as well. You can get headsets if you need them. We've also got Pop Bang Colour. They are here, I think. Our sponsors, yeah, they're represented, of course, this weekend. Draper Tools are here. They've got a stand here. Also, Kestrel Beer, our lane sponsor, the left lane sponsor, Kestrel Beer. They are opposite the pot shop, and they've got the Flying Kestrel car here this weekend. They've also got beer samples, yes, and so make sure you stop by and have a taste. And they've also got a loyalty card scheme running this weekend. Each time you buy a beer in the pod, in Fueler's Bar, so it's basically buy 9 and you get your 10th one free. Also need to remind everybody that the new FIA merchandise is here. The 2024 range is in the pod shop. The only thing not to arrive, bizarrely, is the new championship jacket. It's got stuck at Heathrow Customs, so they'll be here next week. You can still order them online, but as I say, that's the only thing that we are missing. The feedback so far, really, really positive on the new merch. I like it. I think it's excellent. Really, really good design this year. So, yeah, certainly worth checking that one out.
And if you're going into the pod shop, you can go in, have a look around. There's loads of Stantapod merchandise.
This out. Now, you can't see it, folks, but I've got one in my hands here. And you need to go to the pod shop, limited edition. But we've got a Stantapod Raceway Top Fuel jigsaw puzzle. 1,000 piece. Those that you do know me, that I am a little bit of a jigsaw fan when it comes to Christmas and New Year. You know, that little bit of period of time off. We sit on the dining room table and do jigsaws.
Is that your one now, then?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get this one back.
I was going to nick that.
No,
horrible
well,
bunch.
I'll tell you what, I'll make it and then you can do it afterwards.
Not bad.
So,
Well,
no, but yeah, the Santa Pod Jigsaw, Top Fuel, it's available in the pod shop. Go and check it out. But as I say, it's limited edition. Very, very nice indeed. And you never know if this works. If this is a success, then you never know. They may make more of them, and they're great British jigsaws.
They really are very, very nice.
And actually, I just opened the box, and it's top quality.
Yeah,
really
that will
like
give you something to do for the next 5
no,
minutes.
we're not going to make it whilst we're up here.
While I talk to Wayne. I'm down here, thank you fellas, down here behind the start line with, unfortunately not suited for race duties, Wayne Nicholson. Continuing on the sort of parts theme, I guess, quite a rotten start to 2024 for you.
Yeah, the first event we managed to hurt our A motor, as we call it, or the #1 motor, which is something we've never done before. So a little bit of a surprise, but I guess it was our turn. Fortunately, we've got a second motor, which we've put in for this weekend, and I'm not happy with it. So the sensible thing to do is just sit back and probably save a lot more expense, to be honest.
The last thing you want to do, it takes milliseconds for it to all fall apart and like months and God knows how much money to put it together, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was listening to what Keith said earlier, getting all the parts at the minute. 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. You've been saying 2 weeks for 3 months now. You know, so I've got a few things on order. I've got a few parts already for the A motor. As soon as they get here, we'll be putting that back in the car and just figuring out what's wrong with this one. But the safe thing to do is just, as a true Yorkshireman, save a couple of quid.
Save a couple of quid and you go drag racing. That's a, what's the word I'm looking for? Contradiction in terms, if I ever heard one. But it's such a shame after last year, like all those 5-second runs, and it looked like it was going to start well again this year, really.
Yeah, the one and only sort of launch that we did at the first event, we went over the 60-foot beams on the rear wheels and still went 9.97, I think it was, on the rear wheels. The data showed that getting to the 330 was as quick as we'd ever been before, but the car was a little bit to the left. So you go back for the second run, crack the throttle open in the burnout, feel something vibrating, switch it off and find out you've kicked a rod.
That's just, it's a bizarre, there's a few people that have done it. I know, I think David Vector did it as well a few years ago. It's just a really weird thing to have happen, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd like to think that we keep on top of things maintenance-wise. We've got quite I think, a good routine. And as I say, we've never done it before. The rods that were in that motor had got quite a few runs left on them. You know, you get the cynics saying, well, you should have done this, you should have done that. It wasn't the rod that actually failed. It was a lifter that failed, which shut #4 exhaust valve, filled the cylinder with fuel, hydraulicked it, and the rod bent and then broke.
At least you found it when, or felt it when you did, because obviously if you'd have kept going.
Yeah, you've got to look at things with a little bit of a positive outcome. You know, if it had happened on the run, I dare say that motor would be completely junk.
At least it's fixable as it is, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it is. We left the last event a day early, got home, unloaded the car the day after. By the end of that day, it was down to a bare block. Just made a list of what we thought was wrong with it. I've sent it to ICE Engineering for them to do the machine work, and it's on the face of it, it's nothing more than what we thought anyway. A lot of the parts I've got, and the rest are on the way, so fingers crossed it won't be that long before we're back.
The only thing for you is, I just really feel for you, because I always remember when I was racing and I couldn't race. Now this is the worst possible scenario for you, because you've actually got your trailer, you've got everybody here, and you can't race. The only way I can possibly describe it to anyone that's done it and not doing it is like, if you really like a drink and you're sitting in a pub and everybody else is having a whale of a time, and you're sitting there drinking water.
I must admit, I had a couple of beers last night, and I don't drink a great deal. Yeah, I don't drink a great deal. I'm kind of hoping somebody needs a driver this weekend. Is that what it is? Yeah.
So if I see someone walking around limping, other than me, of course, that'll be you.
Yeah, if I can fit in the car, I've got all my kit with me, my licence.
I bet knowing your luck so far this year, you will be the unlucky devil, and you'll fit in the car without your crash helmet on, but with your crash helmet on, you won't fit. Probably.
I'm like 6'4", so there's not many cars I can get in, to be honest.
I was going to say, you managed to squeeze into a tiny little Corvette as well, but it's always good to see you, Wayne, and I do hope you, please hurry back. It's not quite the same without you.
Yeah, thanks again, appreciate it.
No problem at all. That's Wayne Nicholson, everybody. Thank you very much, sir. And if you wouldn't mind following me We've still got a little bit of clean-up left to do, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to wander up this way and see who I can annoy round here. First in line, actually, we've got John Tebbenham from the UK with the beautiful Corvette and another vintage Corvette. That'll be a 1979 Corvette owned by Jürgen Berg. I did tell him I was going to do this. However, he didn't know it was going to be now. Hi. Very good morning. Andreas Sedin, I'm down here behind the tower with Andreas. This is your second trip to Sandsport Raceway. Last time was 5 years ago. That was 5 very long years to wait to come back, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, Brexit did it. And after Brexit, of course, a lot of sponsors left because of money. And, well, that's the reason. But like it is right now, when me and Jürgen teamed up, we are doing this together. Makes it a little bit easier for both of us. And we want to see Jürgen's car out.
So this isn't your car. When you were here before, you were here with your own car, which is the Chevelle that you run in Top Doorslammer. This is Jürgen's car, Jürgen Berg's car. He's just over there watching. It was purpose-built for Pro Modified, and it really is a beautiful car, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's a legal Pro Mod car, not like mine with a screw blower. So I have nothing to do in Pro Mod with my own car. That's the reason why we are here with this car this weekend. And of course, we was here for door slammers and the test just to make rounds in the car. We have nine rounds on the car this year. Last year we had 7 bad hits in 3 events. So we are really lucky with the performance on the car so far, but it's still slow.
It's not lucky, it's hard work, it really is. But so what do you think you can do today? So you've had 7 good runs last week at the Door Slammers, couple in testing as well. You think you've got it, hopefully, as we say, fingers crossed, or you say hold your thumbs, figured out?
I'm satisfied with this round if we go below 4 seconds in the 8 mile.
You're not worried about a quarter mile, are you?
Well, I'm an 8 mile guy, but still, if I get there, I know I will get there in the quarter. 6:0 would be something that I'm happy for during this pass, and then into the 5.90s in the next round.
Yeah, later on today, that will be good. So this car is owned by Jürgen Berg, your very, very good friend who's standing over there watching. Now, just give us a little bit of background about how you came, if it's okay, how you came to drive the car.
The reason is he got diagnosed with Parkinson during the build of the car, and then he and Bengt, one of his crew members back home, went to Sundsvall with us in 2022, and during Saturday, while I was sitting there in the rain looking at the data from the Chevelle, and Jürgen got in and like, we need to talk, and I know what it is, and then he asked me.
Fantastic. Well, I think he's probably happy with what you're doing with his car so far.
So far I have hurt a lot of parts on it, like the front end, all the tires shaking, some stuff got loose, but I get my deal of it also. I promise, because I hurt in the body.
That's probably a fair trade, to be honest with you. So, well, I do hope you can get into the 5s this weekend. It's, I mean, just give people an example of how long it takes you to get here and how much effort you make, because I know it's a mammoth effort to get here, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And the hardest thing for me is I never tuned a legal Pro Mod car with a Hemi and a Roots. The power management is like, I don't know, let's say a Lamborghini and brown Volvo. I mean, we have the power in the car, but I need to learn where to put it.
Well, I'm sure you will. You're getting there anyway. The 60-foots are good. I'm sure you'll pick up down the racetrack as well. Is it much different to drive than your car?
The first rounds last year, people many times ask if you are afraid of driving a car like this, but I'm not afraid. You need to be treat the car with respect, but it's not mine. It's easier to put it in the wall if I paid for it.
I remember you said that actually. So it's not if it goes in the wall, you've got to fix it then. Yeah, but it's as always like the effort to come here. It's a team effort as well. So if you wouldn't mind panning around to show all of those people, they all think they're safe standing over there, don't they? They all think they're out of the way. So that's Andreas's whole team. That's Jürgen standing there in the middle. I see Sophie's. Hang on, no. Sophie and Andreas's dad out the back there. We can't miss those two as well because they're very, very parts of the whole team. But honestly, from all of us here, thank you so much for coming back. Thank you for bringing us the car. And I just hope. Go on.
But what I was supposed to say from this year, I kind of drive it like it's my own car. And Jürgen noticed it early during door slammers that you are more comfortable in the car right now. And I say, well, yes, maybe.
It's like yours, definitely. Best of luck to all of you. Thank you very, very much indeed. Without guys like you making all that effort, we wouldn't have much of a show.
Thank you.
No problem at all. That's Andreas Sedin and a beautiful Corvette and the beautiful team as well. Definitely very, very good looking team. Very good looking team. So we're going to continue wandering down here. How long we got, fellas?
Probably 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not as many vehicles at the top end at the moment, but yeah,
we
still working away.
Okay, so we've got Fabulous Lightning McQueen, John. John's actually gone round the other side, so he's nipped round over there, so I can't have a word with John. I just want to make sure that the microphone makes it as far as we're going to go anyway. Right behind Tebenham, we have Jari Rantaniemi all the way from Finland. I think I can get Jari. Jari, would you mind coming this way, just in case my microphone doesn't quite make it? I've never spoken to you before. I do apologise. Everybody, you're on the big screen. That one, you're on that one as well. And home. So Jari Rantaniemi all the way from Finland. How was the door slammers last week?
Super. It was good. Yeah. I love this place. I love the track. I love the track crew. All the people here. He said that he got off.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. We got so many problems on the trip here, and special thanks to Luke. Look, without you, we won't be here.
Well, we all need to thank Luke as well, because we don't realise how much Luke pesters people. You know, he's always going, come on. Yeah.
Yeah, everything. We got the ferry from Finland straight to the Hull harbor. There's supposed to be 3.5 hour trip to track. Yeah, Luke take it 14 hours. 14.
Are you sure he just didn't take your car out and go for some fun with it?
I was still asking that because there was also beer.
Well, last weekend at the Door Slammers, you ran personal bests. There was something a little strange going on with staging the car, because your 60-foots were sometimes really good, sometimes, not so good.
Yeah, we have a new transmission, and we have different gear ratios, and the pump system in the turbo car, it's real sensitive, and that's why I was a little bit lost.
But
now it's supposed to be.
No, it should be good. So a 592, well over 250 miles an hour. Yeah, that's. Is that where you want to be, or you still want to go into the 580s maybe?
Yeah, 5.8. 5.8. That's the target.
And tell.
That was national record.
It was a Finnish national record in Pro Modified. He's a flying Finn, as you can tell by everything on the car. So, what was the bet? Tell everybody, what was the bet you had with the team on the car last week?
Okay, crew chief decided that the car has a 587 tune, and we got a 6-pack of beers, but we'll do it again.
We'll do it. Thank you very much indeed, Jari. Much appreciated. And we're back to racing, happily, folks. Back to you, fellas.
Okay, thanks very much indeed. One other thing just to add, pop round and see these teams in the pits. They've all got their own T-shirts. Just buy one of their shirts. It all helps to fund their race operation. Come over and see us.
So, back with the Nitro Funny cars. And it's two Brits, Kevin Kent, Steve Ashdown.
Somebody's hiding a little bit high out there.
That's Steve.
Okay.
He's got it stopped though.
That's what Lee's doing.
That's what Lee's going to do. There we go. Just close the butterflies a bit more so that the revs come down. and that'll enable Steve to engage reverse. Well, actually, the two quickest funny cars on the premises this weekend. Obviously, the record holder is Kevin Kent, that 4.19 that he set at Bug Jam last year. Absolutely outstanding. Steve Ashdown's being the quickest 4.28.
Thing is, there's still that big issue of getting down the racetrack right here, right now. I don't believe these two have made a pass this year. They were entered.
No, these are their first runs of the year. Steve Ashdown is way over towards the centre line, actually. He's nowhere near the middle of the lane, but I think that must be where his burnout tracks are, or where the crew want to put him.
Yeah, you can see Kevin in the other lane has done exactly the same thing. Done a burnout on one part of the track and then moved just slightly over onto the fresh bit of track. These cars struggle very heavily with tyre shake, so they actually want the slip off the line. Just helps them get to that 60 foot.
So the body is locked down now on the Undertaker, which allows Steve Ashdown to join Kevin Kent coming up to the line. So your second pair in Fuel Funny Car is the Undertaker, of course, of Steve Ashdown, the West End Motorsport Chevy of Kevin Kent, their first runs of the year.
Arrow straight for Kevin Kent, moves over towards the wall of the finish line, goes 4 miles an hour. He was arrow straight for the first 200 feet, and then he was driving the wheels off that thing.
No, he then got bored. That's what happened. That is a real good looking run. John Smith, if you don't mind, very quickly. Yeah, he was chasing. He's getting old. He needed the wall to see where to go, I think.
Yeah, he was over there to the right a little bit. I put a pipe out probably about 400 foot out there, and then he just drove it down through there. I should have probably sped the clutch up a little more. This racetrack is always so good, you know, since they've made all the changes here. So, hey, we love it for West End, Kevin Kent, and the whole group, Shelly, and hey, the kids, Lola. And I mean, just watching these guys race, it's fun. My family's been racing over in the States. Come over here with family. That's what it's all about.
Well, you were down here watching Loader and Frankie and Junior Dragster as well yesterday, which was cool to see. You've driven these cars for many years. What does it feel like in the car when it puts a hole out? Can you feel it that well?
Well, yeah, you're compared to the top fuel car, it's a baby. These things, you're cross-handed, and I guarantee you had right hand over left that time, and he was trying to keep it in the groove. He did a heck of a job, and Kevin's not going to get off unless he really has to. So that is the first run back with this new. With the new car from last year. So he rebuilt the body, they rebuilt the car, and that's the car that the axle came off of last year. So it did pretty good. We'll make some adjustments, try to come back and run that teen we need to run.
I was just going to say, he's nearly there already, but always good to see you, sir. When's your next outing as well in the US?
I'll be in Bristol with my dad's funny car, and then we're going to do Richmond, and then we go right back to Norwalk with Megan's A fuel car. So she's keeping me busy too.
Megan looks like she's having a lot of fun, and you guys as well.
Yeah, she's teaching me how to drive now.
The only bad thing about driving an A fuel funny car is I saw Kevin on the start line at Indy last year wearing shorts. Please don't do that again.
Yeah, I'll make sure he does it.
Thank you very much indeed. That's John Smith, crew chief for Kevin Kent. That was a great looking run, actually. That was sweet. I'm not sure what happened for Steve. It almost looked like the throttle stop was still on or something like that, actually.
Well, I think he went for the loud pedal and it just didn't happen. But fortunately, both cars now cleared the top end, which is really, really good.
What I liked about that was he said Kevin's not going to have to get off it until it absolutely have to. Well, there's 3 or 4 times through that where I would have got off it, so I think his definition's different to mine.
Well, they are brave souls because I wouldn't get in it in the first place, but there we go.
So we're on with Top Methanol, their first qualifying session, all of them, every single car here, is going to be their first runs of the season as well. So it's not just going to be... yeah, it's very much going to be a suck it and see kind of thing. However, they do have a lot of experience on this racetrack. And talking of experience, none of them have got more than the 2 guys, one in the car and one on the squirt bottle at the front. That's Christy Johansson in the car. It's Johnny Lag. Johnny's been racing a long while. I was watching a video from Pittier in the mid-1980s with Johnny in a Pro Comp car as they were back then. that version of a top methanol dragster, if you like. So the cars that you're going to see now will be a mix of dragsters and funny cars, long, skinny cars with an injected nitro engine in, like Johnny Lags. They're still very quick, very fast. They run over the full quarter mile, and this is Q1. What? I got a proper gulp of nitro there. That was lovely.
So very similar combination to the funny cars you've just seen in the back of this dragster, only difference being no supercharger. Still runs on nitro, still got the twin mags, just runs in a different class with a slightly different combination.
Yep, Johnny Lag, personal best of 5.277, 267 miles an hour.
Well, Johnny was champ a few years back now. The dragsters and the funny cars are evened out by a stagger on the start line. You won't see that when a dragster runs on its own, but if we get a dragster against funny car matchup, it's so that they don't have to make many rule changes to keep them in line, if you like.
Yeah, it makes it for very, very entertaining racing as well, because you basically have the quickest and fastest comp eliminator in the world. You do get a stagger on the tree. It also makes qualifying very interesting, because you'll see a funny car run into the mid-5s and out-qualify a dragster that's run a 5.3.
Well, let's see what Johnny Lag's got for us on the first round. Key with these cars is keeping all the cylinders lit all the way down. Or not smoking the tyres.
Yeah, say trying to get traction off the line. That's the other thing. That just, as soon as you hit the pedal, the tyres broke loose and it went into a second burnout.
Absolutely annihilated the rear tyres almost instantly. Absolutely instantly. So the next pair coming around behind the tower will be the Engine Ghost team from Germany. Really, really good to see Silvio Strauch back again. He was in the championship chase right until the last day of the year, or day of the season, sorry, back in September here last year. This is a supercharged combination. He will be going against the Bill Sport NGK A Fuel Dragster of the one, the only, Mr. Tony Brinterson. Tony's in the Slick Tricks lane. They do have pensioner warning signs out in their pits, which is very nice of them. I'm not sure they're needed though. Do you know what the thing that scares me about that is Tony was in Top Fuel racing very competitively with Top Fuel Dragsters over 30 years ago. Now, if they're now pensioners, that means they had their own Top Fuel car when they were in their early 30s. Now, how many people around the world can say that? I mean, that's a serious life goal right there.
But not only that, it just goes to show the longevity of a drag racer's career compared to like a circuit racer's.
Or how difficult it is to quit, I think, is what you were trying to say.
You just beat me to it on that one, yeah. Because once it's in the blood, that's it. It pretty much stays forever.
Well, the funny thing is that Johnny Lag has, not single-handedly, but very much been responsible for a lot of the resurgence in A-fuel cars in that part of the world. So he bought this car, and he phoned Tony, and he kept phoning him and saying, I've got a car for you. I've got a car for you. You can come back. And Tony went, no. And then in the end, I've got a car. Oh, all right, go on then. And then there you go. Pester power works. It really does, even with pensioners, apparently.
Well, the two very different combinations in the backs of these cars. So, Tony Brinson running the same combination you've just seen by Johnny Lag. Silvio running the screw-blown Hemi in the back of the Engine Ghost Dragster, which you'll see in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Two very different staging procedures as well that you'll see. I love the sound of the Hemis going up on the two-step.
A-fuel car will start first. That's always the process, but can give it another go.
Yeah, it started initially on just a squirt of gasoline, and that's why the noise changes to a cackle when they turn the fuel pumps on. The engine has to be running first. They're just going to spin the motor over and make sure that all the nitro's cleared out of the cylinders. Although I don't think any nitro got that far, so they should be okay. Anyway, they've done this numerous times before, so. There we go, the cackle of the injected nitro car coming to life. Let's see if Tony can get a little bit further than his teammate just did a moment ago. They are teams. A-Fuel Team Sweden. Also a member of that, Daniel Jedborn and Tina Nedregard, who hopefully will be joining us at some point during this season to run. One of the quickest, if not the quickest, I think, A-Fuel car in Europe. So Tony Kai running, they give the thumbs up to the supercharged car to spin it over and fire it up. Yeah, the very different engine note of the blown supercharged combination in the Kestrel lane. Tony Brinton's stated goal is to run quicker in this car than he did 30 years ago. I can't remember exactly how many, probably 31 years ago, with the top fuel car.
Where's Silvio gone?
He's not coming back by the look of it.
He's coming back. That was a great burnout, but he's pulled over to the left-hand side.
Well, we may have to shut Tony off because we can't run Tony through with his car. Yeah, Ian's shutting him off.
Yeah.
Silvio's stranded out there just before the finish line. Now, Silvio can get out of the car and hop the wall, but the trouble is if Tony gets out of shape and goes over, the last thing you want to do is come in to do contact with an immovable object. So he will get another go. They might just have to cool it down a little bit, but we can't send anybody down the racetrack with a car stuck at the top end. That's not the way, unfortunately, the Ending Goes team wanted to start 2024. They've still got another go later today. They've got 2 scheduled runs tomorrow as well, but yeah, a little bit disappointing to say the least. So Tony will be pushed back. He will get an opportunity to refire and come around for his qualifying run shortly. We also have 2 funny cars here as well. One guy that hasn't been here for a long while from Germany, Jürgen Nagel, and Sandro Pellier.
Sandro, yeah.
Well, Sandro made some good runs yesterday. Day before yesterday, sorry, on Thursday with the testing.
Yeah, they never tend to miss much of a beat, do they, really?
No, definitely not.
Well, those of you looking at the big screens can see that Silvio Stroud's just been hooked up and getting ready to be towed off the track by the quad. But yeah, very, very frustrating for both teams, actually. Silvio was, in effect, I think he sort of knew that after the burnout it wasn't going to happen, so he just kept rolling and in a funny sort of way almost trying to get off the track at the top. Yep. But just stopped shy of the finish line. And as Darryl correctly said, you cannot run the other car with one car stranded on the track at all. So a definite no-no. Those of you that think drag racing is easy, it's just a straight line. It is anything but. From our viewpoint in the tower, we can see when a car deviates off the straight and narrow. It's a little bit more difficult when you're on the banking and the grandstands. You just see a car going from left or right to left, depending on which way you're looking at it. But trying to see these guys and girls keeping things in a straight line is quite immense sometimes. You'll especially see that when Pro Modified come around the corner, because they do have a habit of taking a little wander.
Well, I'm not entirely sure what the plan is with Tony in the
well, he'll be allowed to. He's got to.
He is, but they've pushed him well out of the way.
Yeah, they're pushing it. I think they're getting him into them, or changing lanes, maybe something like that. But they're trying to get him out the way around the corner. And the team will be allowed to take their qualifying run. It's just whether it's right this second, or they may be allowed to take it back to the pits, cool it down, refuel, redo the clutch and bring it back again. So it's just one of those really unfortunate things. It's not, it's nobody's fault, and Silvio definitely didn't want to do that or impede Tony, but we cannot send Tony down the track with that car stranded out there. And the thing is, as well, with an A fuel car, I remember this from a few years ago in Hockenheim, because something similar to this happened in eliminations, and you can't just refuel an A fuel, put fuel in it and start again. You do actually have to do quite a bit of maintenance on them to be able to bring them down to the start line again. So their team are going to be taken back to the pitch. They're going to be rushing round. They will be slotted in, I presume. We'll just wait to hear from the race director, but they will be slotted in at the earliest available opportunity. They will keep their session, and they will be able to run a little bit later on. So there is something quickly to clear up from Silvio's car, but hopefully it won't take us too long.
In the meantime, can I please have FIA Pro Stock into pairing lanes, please? FIA Pro Stock, can you make your way down, please?
Well, the thing is, with as you're saying, Daryl, with the A-Fuel cars, because they do run on nitromethane, it's such a volatile thing. Like big mistakes can happen. But the best way to describe what nitromethane is, it's the liquid form of nitroglycerin, which, in other words, is TNT. That's what we run the cars on. So you try and essentially start a car that's running on nitroglycerin, it's not going to go very well.
Yeah, you start a car with explosives inside it, and it is going to explode. It's as simple as that. You do not have anything in the engine. That's why they start them on gasoline, and then they wean them over to the nitro. Sylvia's car actually, well, the quad isn't towing it. They're actually manually pushing it.
Well, put your hands together, please, for Tony Brinton and the team. Like I said, they will be down again, hopefully soon, to put in that qualifying run and another one later on today. They come a long, long way from Sweden. They don't want to be getting towed back to the pits. They want to be out there racing, obviously. So it shouldn't take too long. The tractor's doing the last bit of touch-up, and we've got the cars ready to go round the back of the tower. Can you give us a quick rundown on the order as well? So what comes next?
We'll be pro-modified after Top Methanol, and Dick Costa has joined us in the tower ready for that. Then it will be FIA Pro Stock, and then, of course, it will be FIA Top Fuel Dragster. To follow that, it will be Nostalgia Funny Car, and then, of course, all of our bike classes as well. And then the pro session will be wrapped up with Fire Force 5 and Spider-Man.
One thing I'd like to say now, I've got Dick in the tower, because you can speak many languages, can't you?
No. I speak Dutch pretty okay.
Well, what I did last time was I said to everyone on the live stream, messaging where you're from.
Where I'm from?
Well, no, not where you're. Where they're watching from.
Oh.
On the live stream, and you said good morning to them all last time, if you remember.
Yeah.
I can see where Thomas is going. He says, "Right, can you speak this language?"
Yeah. Can you speak? So, anyone watching in from Holland?
Oh yeah, I know a lot of them.
Dick can say hello back to you.
Ja, goedemorgen allemaal. Dus middag is het alweer. Ik weet dat mijn hele familie luistert en meekijkt. Zo, ik hoop dat jullie heel veel plezier hebben.
Right, I can do this one. Okay, someone's messaged in, and I can speak this language. They're messaging in from Sydney, Australia. So, good day.
Good day, mate.
Always when we say anything about Australia, always have a shout out to John Willard. A very evening to John. Of course, he came over to see us last year at Dragstalgia and Summer Nationals, actually, with his outrageous Outlaw Anglia. So a big shout out to him.
Good morning from Sweden as well. Someone's in from Sweden.
Hey.
Of course. Just a quick rundown. I don't know if you said it, chaps, but Dave just said in my ear he had no brakes.
No, that's what I was about to say.
Oh,
they can pull the car. With the tow car, if it has no brakes, it will just easy run into the tow car.
Okay.
So I saw them taking away stuff from the track, so it had to be brake oil.
Yeah. The brake fluid has just been cleared up. Good morning, Dick. Hope you're well.
Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning. Good morning.
How are you?
I am all the better for being here. I definitely think it's a gorgeous day and a tailwind. It's always going to be good, isn't it?
So good to be back again.
Yeah. So he couldn't stop the car, so he couldn't even stop to back up. Of all the silly things to happen, but yeah. And what Dave just said to me was they just cleared up the brake fluid, but as clearing up the brake fluid, they've slightly changed the track, so they're going to go and re-glue it, which won't take a moment, and then we're back on with qualifying.
Yeah, it looks like we're going straight into Pro Modified. I don't
do we not have the funny cars?
Yeah, I don't see Danny here. Well, Jürgen Nagel is here, but is out for the rest of the weekend. At the first warm-up here, they checked the bearings, like a routine, and then they took off a main cap from main bearing, and they saw a huge crack in it. So
oh no!
That's their weekend done.
After all the effort to get here, my goodness me!
Oh. Yeah, so sad. But now they're going to help out Wally Strobel in Pro Modified, so that's very kind.
It's very kind. Yeah, that's oh my goodness me! That's one of the saddest things I've heard for a long while. That's really bad. If you blow it up at the finish line because you're running well, that's one thing.
Yeah,
but not to even make it down here. Unreal. Okay. So, yeah, they're going to be gluing out on the racetrack. I don't know whether you chaps heard anything about when Tony will get his run. I'm sure he will. It'll just be rescheduled, I think, and slotted in somewhere. And then we're going with Pro Modified. So, Dick, first Pro Mod qualifying session of the year. I think Andre Arnover has done 2 seasons worth of racing already this year.
He did millions of runs.
Been using Santa Pod as his own personal test track, I think, for the last 2 years.
I think it's a good choice.
Oh, it's great. Why not?
Yeah.
You know, he's got so far ahead of where he would have been if he just showed up for this race, wouldn't he?
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, he was on absolute form until the test day on Thursday. He seemed to be, maybe he was trying things, maybe he was just seeing if he could push more, push less, just see what was happening.
It won't be less, Tom. It won't be less.
Oh, no, it's never less, is it?
It's never less, is it?
But yeah.
Well, at the door slammers, there are no, let's say, no rules.
Yeah.
And Pro Modified, you have boost rules for the turbo cars. So
Yeah.
with the door slammers, they probably had the boost controller off or set differently, so they could have more boost, more power, so better ETs. Of course, the end speed that he did there, 259. In a Pro Mod car,
that was a bit
ridiculous.
Fast. Yeah, you thought that as well, because I said that because he did it time and time. He did like 4 times, 5 times, I think, something like that, which is almost unheard of. And yeah, that's very, very fast.
Yeah, but I just hope I'm wrong that he was in Pro Mod trim.
He said he was in Pro Mod trim.
Yeah, okay,
he did say.
If he was in Pro Mod trim, there are going to be the odd few tuners from the US calling him to see what he's been doing, I think.
Come here. Well, I know that Anders is being supported by Andreas Artersen from Sweden.
Yeah.
He is the fuel tech guy, the guru. He tunes, Jera's car, Jera Rantanimi. And also Anders' car, and of course his own car. It's a real shame that Andreas is not here.
Yeah.
With his beautiful Chevelle. Got a new color on it. Really looking forward.
Right, the Bluebird coming back at a fairer rate of knots, actually.
Yeah, that's because we need to get on with it. That's what it is. So the first pair round.
Josie was actually live on the back of that, so he had a good view of the Bluebird. Going up and down the quarter mile there with Josie hanging on for dear life with one hand on the rail and the other one holding on to the camera. Very good. A different viewpoint. Again, loads of surprises. But yeah, it is all about Pro Mod now in the lanes.
And why not, anyway. So yeah, so obviously, Dick, you've been tuned in to the last couple of months here with the door slammers and the Festival of Power and everything that's been going on. They have been fairly quick already.
Yeah, and David was really good, really good. We had some bad luck with some parts that were destroyed, just broke. But he was really consistent, like Andreas, 570, 576, 5.8. So it was, he's really happy with the performance.
But he was really, that's what he said. He was really consistent, but they still had trouble. It wasn't like it was consistent because it was behaving itself. It was consistent because they were doing the right thing with it, I think.
Yeah, but the engine didn't really like it. There's some parts, a rocker arm failed, so that meant that the intake valve or the exhaust valve didn't completely open, and that burned the piston, burned the sleeve, and he had no spare rocker arm, so he could land one from Michel Toren from Holland, who sadly is not here. He has another car coming, but will only arrive at the end of May in Rotterdam. So then he has to put his whole engine in and stuff like that. So. But it was very nice that David could lend some stuff from him. But for the rest, the engine looks to be okay now from David. So hopefully he can make some consistent low 570s, 580s.
Well, you can see the pro stock teams flooding the start lines now at the minute. Lots of testing done by a couple of the teams. I know Stefan Enrid and Michael Malgren made a good few test hits at the door slammers and on Thursday. Sort of off form for the pro stockers, struggling to get down the track, struggling quite a lot with tyre shake, unbelievably.
Yeah, slightly different track though. When I say slightly different, the way, all the cars that were running it on it for a start, not all there were some of them on different types of rubber, and the track map would have been slightly different, not hugely different, but slightly different.
Well, the telltale will be in a few minutes' time when they come around the corner.
Also going on, just having a look at the live feed, you've got the monster trucks in the live action arena at the moment. Swamp Thing is just about to flatten those cars even more. Russ working the crowd over there. Russ Harmon the live action arena commentator, top bloke, and making sure that everybody knows what's going on over there. And as we get ready for Pro Modified, engines fired up round the corner. Let's see how this show goes. Coming around the corner, the Lightning McQueen of John Tevenham.
So, first run, Johnny's looking for 5-second runs this weekend. He went 6-0 a number of times last week, and he's very, very happy with the car.
Wow.
Well, he was rocking the tower with that burnout.
Just getting a little bit of a drift on there. He doesn't mind it in the Ford Pop, but
he thinks
Pro Mod's a different version.
It identifies as a Ford Pop, mate.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what's going on there. No, he has been in the fives before, only just. I think he went 5.97 a few years ago. Luke did say that they had, Luke Robinson, who tunes the car, did say they had a lot of help from the weather that day because it was just absolutely perfect. It gave them the air to run quickly. Also, unbelievably, one of the things I found out is that this car, even though it looks really swoopy and aerodynamic, is really hard to push through the air. So it runs like a bandit to the 8th mile, but then from then on, kind of like a blue version of Freddie's truck, basically.
Well, you saw it when he raced Andy Robinson at the Dorshammers. They both left together, and by the 8th mile, Andy just started to pull away. Very, very similar combinations in the two cars. Just simply the aerodynamics. John Tevenham then, our first FIA Pro Modified at the main event. Well, a 103.60 foot is a little off pace, but go through the quarter with a 6.25, 238 mile an hour to open our account with Pro Modified.
That's not a bad opener at all.
Not at all. It really wrung its neck in first gear. Like it was it was on the limiter before before it plugged into second gear. Not a bad opening run. Something to tune from being the most important thing.
Very good start, I would say.
Yeah. Well, it was
a little bit of shake off the line. Well, quite a long while actually.
I still can't imagine. We've got standing down here on the start line watching. We've got Wayne Nicholson and Bert Englefield, and they're probably both thinking, "I feel really sick right now. I really, really feel sick."
And I met Kev Flyfield in the pitch walking around.
There you go.
As a tourist.
Like, well, I know a lot of racers that when they're not racing, they won't come anywhere near the place because it's just like, they just want to be here. So this is Jari Rantanemi, who you saw on the big screen earlier, all the way from Finland. To say he was happy was a bit of an understatement, and apparently that is a new land speed record for a door car in Finland, what he ran last week. He went 5.92 over 250, I think it was 52 miles an hour, wasn't it?
Well, the bizarre thing, because the combination in the Camaro and Andrzanova's Mustangs are very, very similar, both twin-turbo Proline Hemis. The difference was, Jari 60 foot just wasn't really there.
No.
The top end was there. He was doing over 250 mile an hour, which is just super impressive. It was just getting off the line.
Yeah, well, that tells me that maybe the boost controller of Anders was set different, but I'm not sure about that. but maybe
we're going to find out, Dick.
We're
going to find out.
Private message.
Yeah. I must admit, I was sat on the grandstand last weekend going, right, I cannot wait for the main event to see if this thing's legal or not.
No. Well,
he's probably just going to come out here and now and run a 5.6 and 260 miles an hour just to shut everyone up. But there we go. Anyway, so Jari Rantanemi had a really good time at the Door Slammers. It was lovely talking to him earlier. Very, very nice to hear him say a huge thank you to Luke Stevenson, who picked up the truck and trailer from the docks at Immingham. Like he said, it was supposed to be like 3 or 4 hour trip down here to Santa Pod. Took him 14 hours because he had two, not one, but two blowouts on the trailer on the way here. So the car is officially called the Flying Finn. Let's see what he can do.
It's a bit pointed to the right.
What a one flat 60 foot. 394 to the 8th mile. What's he got? 591, wow. 251 mile an hour.
Super happy with that. That's kind of where they left off. And that is another new personal best. Just very quickly. Was that the run you were looking for last weekend?
Yeah. It's just wait. We need to wait that far to having this pumping and all those small tools we made. Now it's working. So that was safe, clear run. So it's easy to get forward now.
That makes perfect. You can say it in Finnish if you want to. It's no problem because there's lots of Finnish people watching. If you want to say hi to anyone in Finland, who would you like to say hi to?
Kaikille faneille terveisiä sinne. Nyt me ruvetaan ajamaan.
Which means he's going to come round and shoot you two when we finish. Thank you very much indeed.
I like that.
He drove through quite a bit of tire shake, Jere. But he kept his foot down, and well, that was a good decision.
Well, it's a bit worrying that he just said that was the safe run.
Yeah. Well,
and it was a new personal best.
It's not worrying, it's cool. It's like, that's what they come all the way here for, isn't
exactly.
it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And the guy coming around now, I've just had a long chat with, Andreas Hedin with that beautiful gel coat, 79 Corvette. Here he comes in the Kestrel lane. He said to me, the money that we spend coming here, they went to 3 events last year and hardly got any runs in. He said value for money for coming here is way up because they get to do what they need to do.
The wait is for Norbert Kuno. There he is.
So our first side-by-side pairing in Pro Modified then, Andreas Hedin and Norbert Kuno.
That'll be... Can you guess that Andreas had a new set of tyres to scrub in? Sticks out like a mile, doesn't it? He's going alongside Norbert Kuno. There we go. Quick wrap of the throttle brings the RPM down so he can get it into reverse. He's out there in the slick tricks lane. Hopefully he can get it to come back. There we go. He's rolling backwards. So Andreas last weekend was down into the 6.1s. He was in the 6.2s, I think it was, in testing. They had a couple of little issues in testing, but this car is brand spanking new. Absolutely beautiful. Built by Mats Bragg in Sweden, who builds Europe's quickest door cars, isn't he?
Yeah. And Mats Bragg is now tuning Stian Ruzanes from Norway with the beautiful wheelies. He made some modifications to that. So hopefully they can go in the 5 this year.
Love it. During the interview earlier with Daryl, Andreas said, we're getting there with a car, but it's slow.
Yeah. Yeah.
And by slow, he means it's not run a 5 yet.
No. Yeah, well, yeah. It's, you have to these days. You want to be competitive, you must run a 5. I
think the bump spot at the European final was a 6.0, and everyone else had run a 5.
Yeah. But then from 5.70 even.
Yeah, exactly. So Andreas Hedin, Norbert Kuno, the Corvette in the Kestrel beer lane from Sweden, and the Dodge Avenger in the Slick Tricks lane. One grey, one white and blue. Both looking to run deep into the 6s, if not dipping their toes in the 5s. Well, lots of tyre shake for both, unfortunately. I could actually see daylight underneath Andreas's tyres.
That was one of those where he said, Jorgen, do you mind if I do what I want to your car? And Jorgen says, yeah, fine, have backache. Well,
just
that
a
was
quickie
a real
for me,
shame.
actually. Can I have Top Fuel Dragster, FIA Top Fuel Dragster, into the pairing lanes, please?
Yes, please.
Know that Andreas on that one was looking for more wheel speed off the start line to get the car up and running and hauling. They do get ETs. Andreas goes 12.58.71. 14.28 for Norbert was absolutely not what they were looking for. But they do have 4 scheduled runs over the 2 days. They were just hoping that would be a little bit better than that, unfortunately. Anyway, it's all an incredibly hard learning curve, isn't it? Dick, you've tuned these cars.
Yeah.
How much fun is it? Actually, you wouldn't call it fun, would you?
No, not at all. No, they're a pain in the backside.
Give the team a cheer, please, Goff, to get them up the top end. That's Andreas' team. That's Jorgen Berg on there.
So next up round the corner will be the Punisher Corvette of Marcus Hill.
On a solo, it looks.
Indeed it does.
Can I have Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please? FIM Top Fuel Bike. Can we have you into the pairing lane?
Possibly the record for the lowest wheel speed burnout I've ever seen. But most importantly, they spun. So it doesn't really matter, does it? To be honest with you.
Yeah, Marcus Hilt's first run of the year. It's not going to be a solo because Peter Wacker's fired his car up now.
Oh. Great to see Peter back here. He's going to have to really hustle, though.
Yeah, car not sounding happy at all. So, I believe it will be a solo for Marcus Hill.
There was, I was going to say, there was a nice little bonfire going on in the scoop when he went to do the burnout. That's a real shame because these two have been some of the standard bearers for drag racing in Switzerland for years. And it's very rare you get a side-by-side Swiss race, let's put it that way. So Marcus Hill with Cap Stanley on board this weekend helping out. The one and only Cap Stanley.
Well, Marcus was a bit weird. Yeah, he's facing the centre line. I can just notice Marcus, yeah, he's straightening up now, but still facing way left. And he goes left.
Not a real surprise.
Well, he's still trying all the way down the track, moving all over the lane to an 824, 174 mile an hour. Safe to say, not what they were looking for at all.
Well, he's number 3 qualifier at the moment.
So far, we do have a whole bunch of people that may have something to say about that. Real shame for Peter Wacker as well, because that would have been, yeah, unfortunately, a great matchup. Peter's been coming here for many, many years, and it's so nice to see him back here once again.
Well, it's definitely one of the most best-looking pro mods I've seen.
Absolutely.
It's been around for so long.
It's been that's an Andy Robinson car from about 20 and a bit years ago, I think, something like that. So we've got, I think, going to be Peter Kunk.
Your ears are really good, they are, Darren, aren't they?
No, it's because I saw his crew walk around the corner. I cheat,
The
mate.
clues are always
They're
there.
always there, yeah, there we go. So this is Peter Kunk with one of those gel coat Camaros. This car is another one, stop me if you heard it before, built by Max Bragg.
Yep.
Now, I think that's the same body that's on Andy Robinson's car. It's exactly the same shape, pretty much.
It is, yep.
He went 5.99 in a round 1 exit, unfortunately, at the European finals last year. Come back this year to try and get some more runs in and hopefully chase the championship. Just tell us a little bit about these engines, because there's different combinations in Pro Mod. You've got nitrous assisted, you've got blower, or you've got turbo. We've had a turbo car run quick. The blower cars, unfortunately, didn't quite make it. But this is a nitrous car. So what's the difference between them, Dick, basically, for everyone out there?
Well,
a lot.
Yeah, well, you can see on the outside that it has a big air inlet on the hood. The hood scoop is how they call it, because it needs a lot of air. And the blower cars, of course, have their giant superchargers sticking out of the hood. Turbo cars, all the turbos are hidden under the hood. So they are a lot, well, slicker, if you would say.
They make power in a completely different way, don't they, as well?
Yeah. But these engines are really big, up to 930 cubic inch, with loads of nitrous in separate stages coming in. And these cars are allowed to have a lockup converter, and they are lighter. They have an extra gear, so it's really different than the other two combinations.
But they're all very close together, aren't they? At the top,
and that's
of the
why
tree.
they have those weight limit difference.
So Peter Kunk, our first nitrous Pro Mod.
He really didn't have a great weekend last weekend. Burnt 2 clutches. Hopefully this goes to plan.
Well, a 1 flat 60-foot drifting over towards the centre line, arrow straight following it down, a puff of smoke at 1,000 foot. Unfortunately, that was looking like a good pass. Still goes 6:14 at 211.
It looked like it was hurting itself at the top end, though. It was trailing smoke through the finish line. 211 is not... Okay, it's fast, but it ain't nearly as fast as that car should be going.
No, not set one.
No, good 30 miles an hour down. What are the numbers up until that point, fellas?
Sorry, 1 second to 60 foot, 4:02 to the 8th at 189. But as you say, plenty more to come from Peter there.
And a big pop at the end.
Yeah.
Obviously, nothing of any concern on the track. So, firing up the next pair. Stian Rasanes with the Willis. Am I right in saying he's got all of Yanni Eriksson's spares?
Well, he's got these blocks.
Apart from
the superchargers.
2 engines.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he does have a secret weapon. The one and only Matt Bragg, who's coming round again right now.
Yep.
He will be taking on Andy Robinson, coming around the underlane.
Stian had some troubles with the car always headed to the left when he leaves the line. So he decided now that he will let Andy go first, wait for a while, and then leave. Just to see what the car does now after some changes.
However, when it ran, it was on some seriously good numbers.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Just has to go straight now.
If you ever wonder why hot rodders are into drag racing and drag racing are into hot rodders, check out the Willis in the Kestrel lane. Pro Modified in Europe is just the most diverse on the planet, frankly. It really is,
so
isn't it?
cool.
Yeah,
so
it's
cool.
very, very cool. Everybody picks the kind of car that they want. The coefficient of drag on Andy Robinson's Camaro body, believe it or not, is way, way better than the car in the other lane. But frankly, who cares? Build more horsepower. You know, have fun with what you want to have fun with. So from Norway, the first time we've had a Norwegian in Pro Mod here for a long, long while actually. Stian, his first ever trip to the UK. His PB is down in the 6.1s, but the numbers from last weekend were way better than that already. Way better. Andy Robinson last weekend at the Door Slammers had a pretty good weekend. Went 5.90. He ran 247 miles an hour, which I do think is the fastest he's ever been. You guys have got the sheet there just to make sure.
Yeah, Colin has.
I have yet. Got it in front of me here.
So Stian with the age-old combination of what's winning. Okay, I'm going to buy all of his stuff then. And Andy Robinson, years and years and years of experience. In fact, in both lanes. Andy Robinson, one of the original Pro Mod drivers in the UK, with the anger management Camaro, taking on the Guatemala Express. Lots of tire shake, but no issues at all for Andy Robinson all the way through. 589! Wow. 249 mile an hour.
Oh, so close to 250. That's a personal speed record.
That's a beautiful speed as well. Really, really quickly, Luke, if you don't mind, real quick. We won't talk about twins today, I promise. So, was that what you were looking for? That's a really nice speed as well.
Speed is brilliant. ET is a bit off, if I'm honest. That should have been an 86, 87.
But you're in the ballpark, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, we're in the field, we've done something, so that's good.
I hope the rest of the day goes just as well. Well done. No problem at all. That's Luke Robinson. That was his dad just going down there. Problems in the other lane, unfortunately, for Stian. Shook the tyres almost immediately going past 60 foot. So, Dick.
But the positive thing for Stian is it went straight. And that was his major concern.
So, with it, what's the difference in the... Because they were here for the Door Slammers last weekend, and the track, as we know, is always really good. Give the Robinsons a big cheer, folks. I'm sure they will be delighted to hear from you, especially that's Steph going down to get Dad the fastest he's ever been in a door car. Can you believe that? Awesome stuff. So the difference in the track between last weekend and this weekend. So it's always really, really good.
Yep.
And we had loads of 5.7 second runs last weekend. But what's the difference on a weekend like this with different race cars on it?
Exactly. Well? That's exactly what you say is right. There are so many, let's say, good slicks on the track now with lots of horsepower. We have the funny cars and the alcohol dragsters, so the track is getting better and better and better during the day.
So what does that mean for the combination? What do they have to change from last week to this week?
More power.
More power.
More power.
Even more, yeah?
Yeah, way more power off the line. Yeah.
Okay, well, basically to get it through. So there's two different types of tyre shake. We'll mention this a few times over the course of the weekend, I'm sure. But a lot of them, it's like when I spoke to Andreas Houdin yesterday, and he said that he virtually never has low power shake with his car. And the times that the car shook here, it was low power.
Yeah.
Because you have to get the wheel speed.
Yeah, there's so ridiculously amount of traction on this track, always, with Ian and the rest of the track crew. It's unbelievable. Sunday morning is always a thriller. Everybody, most of the guys think, well, the track is cold, so take out some horsepower. Wrong. And then you hit massive tire shake.
Yeah, well, they do. I mean, the first round is always a bit of a, what's the word I'm looking forward to?
Nerve-wracking.
A bum-clinching affair. There we go. That's probably the best one. But anyway, it's very nervous, isn't it? Because it's really conditions that they haven't run in all weekend.
Yeah.
So, great to see Walter Strobel here from Germany in the Kestrel Lane. An all-family team, his wife and his daughter and him. I think that's about it, really. With some extra help this weekend from Jürgen Nagel.
We're waiting for Jean Dulamont in the other lane, trying to fire the engine.
Yeah, now actually been told don't fire it because
no, we have to be.
We won't get around in time.
Pushed out of sight.
Yeah. Nostalgia Funny Cars into the pairing lanes, please. Nostalgia Funny Car, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
Well, Wally, with one of the most unique combinations in Pro Modified this weekend.
I was just thinking about that, but I'm not really sure if he still is the only one with a Chevy engine.
Has he changed?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, looking.
I can't see, so I'll have a look.
Take the hood off.
Inspector Darrell having a quick check.
That's a Chevy.
Cool.
Thank you.
Also, if you look at the car in the pits, the way the front end is set up is all very bizarre. A bit like more like a circuit track race car. The way the suspension is set up in the front.
Right. Quick disclaimer: it looked like a Chevy.
Yeah, because I know it has 8 coils, so coil unplug. It doesn't run with the magneto, so well that normally tells it. It's a Chevy, but well, I'll tell you next round. I will go to Wally and have a look.
So he's been down into the 6.4s. He's a little bit outgunned this weekend. However, if there's ever a track to go quick on, it's this one. Lots of tyre shake.
Yeah, tried to drive through it, but
well, he
keep bouncing him around.
He didn't leave the line correct. Normally, you have to, well, this is a converter car, hit the trans brake, give full throttle, and then release the button. But he did it at the same time, and then you have no load in the car, no weight transfer to the wheel, to the rear tires, and then, well, this stuff like this happens.
So no wheel speed, basically.
Yeah, or too much in
too
this
much,
case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So at the moment, I think Andy's number 1. Is that right?
He is. Yep.
Yari Rantaniemi is number 2.
Yeah. The only 2 5-second runners so far.
However, that may change in about a minute.
About now, because
About
Bobby
now.
Wallace is coming around the corner.
Yep. 8 cars in so far.
And Bruno Bader.
And Bruno. So Bobby is the quickest UK Pro Mod driver.
I love this car. This body type, really cool.
Is there a reason you're saying that?
No.
And just to make the sickness complete, John Webster's down here as well watching.
Oh,
yeah,
forgot
exactly.
that. Yeah.
Well,
just a bizarre footnote to Andy Robinson's run, just checking the data here. Bobby Wallace was the fastest UK Pro Mod at 248.08. Andy Robinson is now the fastest UK Pro Mod at 249.07.
So far.
So far. Yeah.
It's just Q1.
It is.
Saying that though, that's why the Door Slammers the week before this event really helps a lot of people out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because it gives them a track time, it gives them runs down the racetrack, and a lot of our friends from up there in Scandinavia and all around Europe actually, some of them don't show up till now. Like Norbert has shown up now, so everyone else is that much further ahead. or has broke that much more stuff. I don't know which one it is really. So, the winner of the Door Slammers last week, Bruno Bala, got into the 5s in the final round. Bobby was in the 5s in testing. His personal best is a 583. I can pretty much almost guarantee this will be a get it down the racetrack run. It may well be a 5, but it won't be a record run for Bobby Wallace. That's just kind of the playbook that they use. They step it up over the weekend when they need to.
Yeah, you can never count out Bruno though. Bruno's been down into the 580s as well. He ran last weekend at the Door Slammers and won it. What have they got for us here then? Little bit of tyre shake, but nothing major at all. Both running all the way through to a 595 and a 6 flat.
What did I just say about Bobby would do? That was beautiful. 6 flat at 241, 595 at 237. Once again, Bruno's car runs like an absolute bandit to the 8th mile. His 8th mile time will be, he'll run more than a 2-second back off, won't he, Colin?
Yeah.
There you go.
And how about this? I know it's just early days, but Bruno was 0-3 off the line as well.
Yeah.
That's the racer coming out in him as well. Wow.
I love the fact that that's a safe run for Bobby and it's a 6 flat.
Yeah.
I mean, what days do we live in, eh? So the man who was absolutely wrecking the record books and his own personal record books as well over the last couple of weeks, last couple of months actually. Andre Arnover from Estonia taking on your very good buddy, David Vector.
Yes, he is, yeah. Yeah, it's a special weekend for David. He has quite a few new partners for the whole season.
Well, not the perfect burnout at all for Andre. It was wagging its tail as soon as he went up.
Yeah, and the other way. But David has 2 new partners. It's race-winning brands Europe. They are the supplier for all the big brands, pistons, everything you need for your race car. And also Redline Oil. They are on board with David. And well, he had a very good year last year. So I understand that these companies are interested in teaming up with him.
He had a really good year last year as well because you didn't go home at 4 o'clock on race day.
And he won the event.
That's the one, there you go. So he has banned you from going home early.
Was his first ever FIA win.
So the matchup everyone has been waiting for essentially since last weekend. David Vector had issues into eliminations.
Yeah.
I'm sure Dick can tell us after this run exactly what was going on. But everyone wants to see him do another clean, straight arrow straight run. Andres Arnover, we want to see, was the car legal last weekend? Can he match the numbers he was doing?
If it doesn't go over 250, we'll soon find out, won't we?
Well, both all over the shot. David Vector got arrow straight 581, 246 mile an hour, takes the #1 spot. Andres Arnover using all of his lane down the track.
Yeah.
Only goes 682.
What are the short numbers, guys? Just out of blind curiosity.
96 for David, and it was 1 flat. And I mean 1 flat completely for Andre. 401 at the 8 for Andre, but 381 for David, and that is a 2-second back half, exactly, 581 at the stripe.
I think he ran a 370, high 370 last weekend.
Yeah.
That's crazy, but also 60 foot, I think it was a 94, in a 250 and a 330. It was ridiculously quick.
Well, the good thing for a lot of people, actually, is that the defending European champion is not in racing this season.
Well,
that's the team from Estonia, everybody. Give them a cheer. They have got more lanes down this racetrack than the Bluebird this year, I think. If not, they're not far behind, actually. And that is... Is that Matt going up to get everybody? It is, isn't it? So all the golf carts. Why don't you just guys pair up and have a race? I mean, what's the point in going down one by one?
We did that once with the Adam, come on, help me out. From Sweden, the fight.
Adam Flammo.
Flammo. Yeah. And David's golf cart, we did it at Drachten a million years ago.
We did that here too, a match race at the Door Slammers. But yeah, anyway, it's happened a few times. But anyway, we move on to FIA Price Stock. Dick, thank you as always for your help.
You're welcome.
Some great runs and some runs that could be improved on, as always. Always.
See you later.
And of course, we still have some more Pro Mod cars that haven't put runs in today. Obviously, Jean de Le Mans went back to the pits. And also Dave Smith with the Tri-Chevy. Didn't see him around that time either.
Well, how many people out there are pleased to see the return of FIA Pro Stock? They've come back en masse this weekend. 7 cars entered. Someone's going to have a buy run on race day, but the rest of it, yeah. I'm glad you like it, Jeff. Glad you like it.
FIM Pro Stock bike into the pairing lanes, please. Whilst we've got Pro Stock car on the track, let's have Pro Stock bike into the lanes.
And how good is it to see Richard Sunderland back at Santapod Racing?
I can't remember the last time he was here, actually. I mean, it was definitely pre-COVID, so it's a good 5 years ago, if not more than that. But I can't remember. I mean, maybe even getting on for 10 years, I think, was the last time he was here. Comes all the way from the west coast of Finland, and in case your geography's not that great, it's basically a blooming long way, is what that is. It's at least 2 ferries, or one if you put your car on one ferry and it comes all the way over in one go. But it has to go round Sweden, top of Denmark, all the way. Yeah, it's a long way. Anyway, very, very long way. So Richard Sunderland has been around in Pro Stock for a number of years now. His nickname is Nixon, probably only because his name is Richard, but there we go. It's good to see more of the Finns back in Pro Class racing over here in the UK and in the FIA Championship as well. So let's see what he's got for us on his first run. I don't know whether he put in any test runs on Thursday, Chad.
No, didn't see any.
Okay.
I don't think he'd unloaded on Thursday.
Yeah, that's true.
Could be it then. 500 cubic inches racing gasoline. They're all basically got exactly the same combination. It's how you tune it to get down the track. A buy run to open this session.
Oh, very close to the centre line, but got it back in the groove.
Talk about trusting the track as well. 681, 188 mile an hour, and he never lifted.
They look less than pleased with that. I think somebody... They look like somebody had dropped a mouse dropping in their beer after that. I think that looks a bit... They look a bit... but anyway, they got down the track, most importantly. What was the 60, guys?
0.98.
That's exactly where they want to be. He did have a little bit of a wander around, but he expertly straightened it out. So again, don't forget, that was his first run in a long while. That's still pretty good. So, Lasse Britsmar from Sweden in the GTO. This is his first ever run here at this racetrack, taking on the old man of Pro Stock himself. I called Jimmy the old man of Pro Stock then, didn't I?
You did.
It should actually be Michael Malmgren, but there we go. Anyway, it's so great to see Jimmy Allen back in the Slick Tricks lane. He hasn't been here for a while as well. I don't think we've seen Jim since pre-COVID as well. Still finding the motivation to come out here and beat the life out of everybody in Pro Stock. Go on.
Well, it's good to see Lars over here. He was entered for the European finals last year, but...
yeah, but his car got pinched, didn't
He got nicked, didn't it?
He did, yeah.
Not literally. Robin Naren took his car back, essentially, after the unfortunate incident at Hockenheim.
And I think this might even be Jim's old car as well, actually.
Oh, really?
It might even be Jimmy Allen's old Pontiac GTO. He had this car for a number of years as well. But yeah, Lasse has been in Pro Stock for a few years now, and it's really great that he's made the trip over here to Santapod. He's got a lovely day for his first run anyway.
He's got a tough matchup on this first run, though.
Well, it's all about... He's also got the wheelie bars set what appear to be really high. I know they lowered them down now. So Jimmy and his crew chief standing out there holding the window. Peter Grebhorn, they've been doing this for a long while, and they absolutely know how to read a racetrack, how to tune a race car, and to get it down the track. There's a reason that Summit Racing Equipment, which is one of the major players in US drag racing, is on the side of that car, and it's because they know Jimmy is that good.
Well, that's not something you see very often. Lars got the jump on Jimmy, but Jimmy's going to get to the finish line first to a 663, beats 688. Your number 1 and 3 qualifiers.
Well, great speed for Jim. I'm not sure they'll be that happy with a 63. There's a good tenth or more in that car in this sort of weather. But 210.82 miles an hour is moving on.
Well, Lars was quicker to the 60, actually, 0.98 to Jimmy's 1 flat. They were identical to the 330 at 278. Jimmy started pulling away at the 8th, 427 to a 437.
Well, that's what side-by-side pro stock racing is all about. We have got two guys coming at you now. Simon Ekengren with the Dodge taking on Robin Noren with the GXP. Now, I think this is Robin Noren's first run in this car. So it ended up in the wall in Germany last summer. I think they couldn't fix it quick enough to get back for the European finals, so they borrowed Lasse's car. And this is his first run with the rebuilt machine. He's in the Kestrel lane, taking on Simon Ekengren, who drives Sir Michael Circus. That's him standing on the start line right there. This is his car, his baby, that he's run now for a number of years. Everything on this car, absolutely just about everything that can be, is hand built by Michael. He's a master machinist and really, really knows what to do with these cars and to get them down the racetrack as well. Simon won the most recent round of Pro Stock as well at the European finals last year by beating Michael Malmgren on a family-sized hole shot in the final. In the dark as well, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Fellas? Yeah.
Who will ever forget the European finals last year?
Just
Didn't
the
get going
ending.
till 2 o'clock in the afternoon, or even later actually. Yeah, what a day.
Well, it was going well, and then it, hammered it down, didn't it? But we shall see. So, Michael and the team, they were here last weekend. They were here testing on Thursday, and I think for Robin, this will be his first launch at 24.
So another two drivers who can get deep into the sixes. Well, tyre shake for Simon Ekengren. No issues at all for Robin Noren. 667
Nice.
puts him in the number 2 spot.
Very sweet run as well. You can see the difference. The ET isn't that far off what Jimmy ran, but check the speed out. That is 100% horsepower differential. But, it's a big shame for Simon. Didn't quite get off the start line. I know Michael made a lot of changes to the car to get it to launch better. It's just a never-ending tweaking and fiddling to get everything to go well. So, last year's 1 and 2 in the championship. In the Slick Tricks lane, it is Michael Malmgren and Stefan Enrud with the other Dodge in Pro Stock in the Kestrel lane.
Has he added stickers from that from last weekend?
Say again?
Those VP stickers weren't there last weekend.
Well, maybe he's, I think he's picked up. I can see Bengt Ljungdahl out there, who's VP distributor for Sweden.
Okay.
And a pretty damn good Pro Stock racer himself not that long ago. Now, unbelievably, Bengt Ljungdahl had an incredibly competitive Camaro, very similar to Jimmy's. Won Pro Stock Championships with it, and he sold it, and now it's being street raced with. That's not a joke. You heard that right. Somebody turned it into a street car.
No way.
It was in Street Week. It was competing in Street Week out in Sweden last year. So yeah, one of many things to do with the Pro Stock car.
Can we have Super Twin Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please? FIM Super Twin Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please.
Now, both of these guys faced off in round 1 at the European finals, and pretty much whoever won the race won the championship, and it was Mike Malmgren. Stefan did everything he possibly could. He left almost dead on the tree, but Michael had the power to drive around him. Michael was here last weekend as well, testing, trying to get the clutch ironed out, trying to get the engine ironed out. They have more than one engine, they have more than one clutch. They were trying to figure out what combination they wanted to start the season with last weekend. So your last pair in Pro Stock, I think, yep, we got big long cars rolling around behind the tower after them. Stefan Enrud, Kestrel lane. Mike Malmgren in the Slick Tricks lane.
Either one of these drivers capable of taking the number 1 spot off Jimmy Orland. Well, it's not going to be Michael, but Stefan Enred's off and running. Cracking 0-1 light for him.
Oh, 87, not quite there. 0.99, 60 foot there for Stefan. 439 to the 8th.
That's really odd.
687.
Something must have been off on the engine. Like, it might have even been down a cylinder if it went 687, only 201 miles an hour. That car's got the horsepower to run 50s easily, any time at all. So there we go. Pro Stock all done and dusted. Jimmy is your #1 qualifier.
But what's really good is all 7 of them came down. That was really key, getting that first round in.
Absolutely that. But great opening session. They've got stuff to tune from. They'll go back up, make adjustments, and come back and run a little later on in the day and try and improve. Okay, folks. If you've never seen one of these things before, they are the quickest and fastest accelerating vehicles on the planet. Top Fuel Dragsters. 0 to 100 in less than 1 second. 0 to 300 on a good run in around about 4 seconds or just below. In the slick tricks lane, rolling around underneath the tower, all the way from the beautiful island of Malta, is Duncan Micallef, driving one of Runefeld's 2 competing Top Fuel cars this weekend.
Yeah, Duncan.
How did they get on testing, Colin? That's what I keep meaning to ask you.
Well, this is rather bizarre because Duncan and Suzanne came out at the Retro Show to put passes in because they never got down the track. Well, the Festival of Power was rescheduled to the Reloaded Festival of Power, and the Top Fuel cars weren't available that weekend, so they came out at the Retro Show. And Duncan did what any Maltese racer would do. They said they were coming out for a 60-foot pass, and he did a Maltese one. Basically took it, it was past half track, wasn't it? He really did put one in. And yeah, so a traditional Maltese 60-foot.
So was it a good looking? I'm guessing from everything you're saying, you're not allowed to announce the numbers.
No, it's just I can't honestly remember what he ran, but it was, I think it was a high 4, low 5 second pass. But yeah, it 60-footed really well. So it was just amusing. They said it was just going to be a 60-foot launch, and it wasn't. It just went a lot further than we thought.
60 foot in Malta must be a nightmare. How long's your garden? Only 60 foot.
So Duncan completing the burnout. Duncan actually owns his own car out in Malta, but chooses to run with Runa for the European Championship. A good few years ago, he was the European champion in Top Fuel.
This is the car that actually won the championship a couple of years ago with anti-auto at the wheel, I think, if it is that car. Runa's got 3, so it's kind of hard to keep up.
Well, he's got 3, and I'm sure all of them have won the championship at some point.
Except one.
Except one.
The next run round. Anyway, maybe this year, who knows?
So what's Duncan got for us on this one? All the way from Malta. About to unleash 11,000 horsepower.
Oh, that sounded 0.85 to 60 foot there. That was hauling off the line. You can see tyre shake marks, but he drove through it.
I'm giggling my head off over
bet
it because
you
I
are.
was only because I was watching the VIP balcony. I wasn't watching the car. That was awesome. I did tell you that there was louder stuff on the way. There we go. That's the louder stuff. And this time we got 2 of them side by side. That's a really good opening run for Duncan. As the track rubbers in over the weekend, I mean, it's not as if there's a shortage of traction anyway, but the clutch just came in obviously a slight bit too aggressively out there around about 330, and he smoked the tyres. He got off the throttle, which is exactly what he's supposed to do. Runa will be Happy with him for that one, right, Gal? So, lining up underneath the tail, once again, drag racing is a wonderful sport for so many reasons, and this is one of the best. We don't need any of this diversity stuff to be implemented in drag racing because it's been around for years. Both of these young ladies have been racing for years, and both of them are absolutely at the top of their game. Again, proof positive. Last year's European champion, Ida Zetterström, is now about to debut racing Top Fuel full-time in the US. So, you know, it's all good. Anyway, in the Kestrel Lane, all the way from Switzerland. We love it every time we see this car. We love it every time we see this young lady. Urs Urbacher's little girl now at the wheel of her own Top Fuel car, supported by Monster Energy and just about the whole of Switzerland as well. That's India Urbacher down there. And for Slick Tricks Racing, for the Sweden, stroke the UK, this is Suzanne Kalin.
Rather, just up the road from me, there's a village called Flor, and there's a petrol station there, and emblazoned on the wall is a huge Monster Energy poster of that Top Fuel dragster down there, India Urbacher's Top Fuel dragster, and they've got posters. That, you know, now that must be a nationwide campaign as well, because if it can make it a little petrol station in Flor, it can make it anywhere. So huge marketing effort from Monster Energy, and to feature a Top Fuel dragster that not everybody in the UK knows about, but we're immensely proud that they're doing it and spreading the word for us, if you like.
Absolutely that. So how did Suze get on as well in testing, Colin? Was it about the same as Duncan?
No, didn't go quite as far as Duncan.
Did what she was told,
yeah,
basically.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Anyway, Suzanne's been around in drag racing sometime. She started out in junior dragster. She actually got a Top Fuel licence the same day as me back in 2002. Funny enough, tomorrow in 2022. Sorry, 2002, not 22. So, it's India's first run of the season. Suzanne's already had a couple of launches. However, this one may be a bit further.
It's just immense raw power from these nitro burning 500 cubic inch V8 engines that, as we keep saying, we say 10, 11, 12,000 horsepower. We don't actually know. They put a dyno on Tony Schumacher's car quite a few years ago now, and I think the ultimate numbers they run were something like 13,000. It takes mathematicians to work it out because basically we haven't got anything mechanical that actually do it.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that. There's no measuring equipment strong enough to withstand the power that these engines can make.
They are their own mobile earthquake generators.
Well, it's about 1.2 on the Richter scale when two of these things launch.
And more horsepower than an entire Formula One grid. Indeed.
So they are the fastest engine-driven, or quickest engine-driven vehicles anywhere in the world. 0 to 100 miles an hour in less than 1 second. And if you can just see beyond the tree, there is a square marker. They're doing 100 miles an hour by the time they reach that. 3.77, I believe, is the European record. It's their first runs in anger here this weekend. Let's see what they got for us then. India Urbacher. Eating up parts all the way there. 490 for Suzanne at 157, and that is 523, 136 for India.
Well, they both got around about the same point. I think, again, they are first runs of the season, folks, so even though that was pretty good, there is a lot more to come. So I think Suzanne stayed on it slightly longer. That's why she had the slightly quicker ET. But it looked like they both got past the problem point, which is the shake zone, i.e. about 100 foot out, something like that.
Bizarrely, I mean, it's a cracking 0.85 for India, but it's only a 0.90 for Suzanne. We would normally expect both of those cars to be in the 0.85s. But that is us just being picky. It was their first runs. They've still got 3 more, but what really impressed me personally out of that is all 3 of them went for it in Q1. Normally they will just like feed themselves in. But no messing this weekend.
Of course. Very quickly, folks, anyone leaving the grandstand, Nitro Funny Cars, right there. Seriously. Honestly. You can look me in the eye and say you're going now. Never mind, it's okay. Yeah, we've got Nostalgia Fuel Funny Cars coming up next.
Let's have a look to see who we've got. We've got the Nitro Bug of Andy Raw. And also we've got Venom and Apache.
So, similar combinations to what you've just seen, just a little bit more nostalgic. Boost, fuel, and ignition are all monitored and have to be turned down. Only a single mag.
But already given the thumbs up to fire, though. Those two top fuelers cleared the top end very quickly. FIM top fuel bike into the pairing lanes, please. FIM top fuel bike into the lanes. So the Nitro Bug of Andy Raw rolling forward into his burnout.
Well, Andy's had more than his fair share of directional issues going up the racetrack, whether it be smoking tyres, getting sideways, getting out of the groove, whatever it might be. Let's keep our fingers and everything else crossed that this goes to plan, because this will be one seriously quick race car when it's dialed in.
Yeah, at the last meeting, Andy was having his own issues while the other two funny cars were fighting for the record.
Well, they were swapping it between themselves, weren't
yeah,
they?
exactly. But this car, more than capable of taking it at any moment. It's down into the 580s now.
I'm having a nitro shower, folks. Sorry, I'm going to have to move. Deary me. There is an awful lot of fuel coming out of number 7.
Well, if you look at the crew there, Christian Carlo, he is monitoring what's going on inside the engine remotely. He can't tune it remotely, but he can monitor everything. He can monitor temperatures, settings, everything like that. He just can't change anything. So Andy Raw has a best of 6.31 at 208. Donks the blocks and, yeah, split him in half, actually.
Good effort. That's what bugs do to things, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was actually going really, really well. That's why Andy stuck with it a little bit longer, see if he could wrestle it back from the centre line. But they really do enjoy driving themselves, those guys.
I was just going to say, what a testament to the track prep. What other track in the world can you see a Nostalgia Nitro Funny car drive it on the centre line?
Yeah,
no
still
ties,
get
actually. Yeah, it's just a quick case of replacing the block spikes. They're magnetised these days, aren't they?
Yeah.
Right, let's go and see who's coming around the corner.
It's going to be Tony Betts and Tim Garlick.
We have all the bikes around here as well. So we've got Top Fuel bike, Pro Stock bike, Super Twin. You don't want to miss any of those, as well as the absolute nutcases of Super Street bike.
We've also got Tony Brinterson around the corner again. Very quick job at turning that around. Yeah. I've actually just noticed new front wheels on the Apache Funny car.
Yeah, go faster ones.
Oh,
they're 580 wheels instead of 5.9 wheels, aren't they? That's what it is.
Yes, he used to run the like the solid centerline type wheels. Yes, he's
lightening up in his old age. That's what it is. Yeah, he wants that quickest record back. That's what that's all about.
The Venom team, let's not forget them this weekend. Tony's had to do a fair bit of front bodywork repair on the Camaro on that record-breaking run. He actually went into the field at the end of the track and did some damage to the carbon fibre body, so well done to Craig Monroe to get all that one fixed up. The chassis was also checked out as well, but absolutely fine, no issues with the chassis, so obviously they are good to continue racing pretty much as is.
I don't know whether I'm allowed to share this or not, but I've seen Tony's view from the inside. They might share that at some point. And it gets quite brown at the top end, but that's when he goes in the field. And they did think they were going to have a lot worse to deal with because the field was freshly ploughed and all the ruts and everything else as well. But it knocked the front off the body, but that was about it, really.
If you remember last time out, Tony had a big film crew with him actually doing a lot of work here. And with some new sponsors, they got Seeker Limited, the UK subsidiary of Worldwide Seeker Group. They produce and market a wide range of state-of-the-art building systems and products. Not only do they supply the best products but can also offer on-site technical advice. Check out www.gbr.seacar.com, and also Essex Emergency Services, fault or no-fault accident repair centre based in Northfield in Essex. Again, state-of-the-art machines for all your repair needs. 30,000 square foot workshop, that's huge. Check out www.essexemergency.co.uk. Also sponsored by Autoglim and Hydro Hose Service Limited. We'll give you a bit more information on them a little bit later on. And if you go to Tony's pits, in the Venom pits, the Snake Pit, there is a QR code to scan for the Essex Emergency Services. And the reason I'm mentioning that QR code, go to the Snake Pit after, well, obviously after Tony's run, scan that QR code, and that will enter you into a free draw to win a pair of tickets to Dragsters. Ooh! So definitely worth popping over to the Snake Pit. Oh, Tony's had to go forward. He couldn't engage reverse, unfortunately. So Tony, he's going to clear the top end. What that does do, it allows Tim Garlick to take his run. The electromotion kicking in for Tony. That's why the shoots have blossomed.
Hopefully he makes the second turn off. We're about to find out, though.
Well, he's not turned yet. He is still moving, though.
Yep, he's going to take the second exit. So, Tim Garlick, obviously on a solo. Tony Betts is through the gap. So the track belongs to the Apache.
And Tim Garlick wants his record back.
Yeah, he's been 594. The record is 589.
Arrow straight and a 105 60 foot, 405 at the 8th, all the way through, 619, 223 mile an hour.
A couple of drop cylinders might have hit at the hit. It dropped one but picked it up again, and down the track it did as well. I was going to say, between those two, it's odds on for a side-by-side 5-second run sometime this summer. It's just the when part, isn't it, really?
Yeah, you're right. It could be this weekend, you never know.
It could well be. So Tony Brinterson lined up one more time round the back of the tower in the slick tricks. Dave's having a quick jog in the general direction of the tractor. So I think it's a quick sweep. It won't be long. We've got all the bikes coming after that. Give the teams a round of applause, please. That's the Apache team going up to get Tim Garlick. Really nice run, that. And also the cast of thousands in, or on.
Yeah, the Venom bike up. As I say, the Venom team there, go and find them in the pits. Go and scan that Essex Emergency Services QR code, and you never know, you're going to the draw. You could win a pair of tickets to Dragsters coming up in July.
Did Venom ever race the Gladiator?
Nah.
Because I know a couple of years ago at the European.
Oh, you mean old against you? Yeah, possibly.
I know the Nitro Bug did.
I know the Nitro Bug did. The only reason I'm saying that is because then you'd have two pickup trucks to going down the shutdown area with everyone on site.
Yeah. That's a handsome-looking truck with all those people in there, isn't it? Well done. It's just, I mentioned the other two sponsors for Tony, actually. We did say Autoglim, the premier car care product design and manufactured in the UK. Their website is autoglim.com, and obviously big supporters here at Santa Pod Raceway as well. And then Hydro Hose Services Limited, nationwide supply of hydraulic, pneumatic and fuel transfer products in Chelmsford. Right.
Tony
to get
Brinson.
his first run in, obviously he did his burnout, but with Silvio Strauch stranded at the top end, Tony couldn't take his run, so he was obviously offered a rerun, and here he is going to be putting that run in right now.
Yeah, the car more than capable of dipping down into the 5.3s.
And then top methanol, the only qualified time at the minute is a 15.49. So essentially, get past 60 foot and you'll be the #1 qualifier, which matters for points. There are, in fact, bonus points for the quickest cars of the rounds. And in Q1, that means whoever comes out with the #1 qualifying spot. It'd be more than bizarre if Johnny Lag took that point with a 15.5, but
yeah, so this run will count as a qualifying run for Tony Brinson. At the European Finals last year, unfortunately, he red-lit away his quickest ever run, which is a 5.29. Well, in this car anyway. Previously in a top fuel car, which does have a supercharger, he went quicker, but that don't really count. Instant tyre smoke as well, almost exactly the same carbon copy of Johnny Lag earlier on today.
But if you could just get your foot back on it just a little bit, you might take #1 qualifier.
You never know. That's a very good
And
point.
he does.
I don't think anyone got down. Couple of hellos. I've only just come back up into the tower because I've been wandering around and I don't have my phone with me. Mel Envedod and Jamie Envedod and the whole family, hopefully, are up there in the grandstand. I hope you're having a really, really good day. I might actually bump into Jamie at some point after goodness knows how long anyway. But yeah, I hope you're having a great day in the sunshine. Also, Daryl Deeprose and family, I think, are up on the banking somewhere. Daryl, thank you very much indeed for getting in touch again and for nicking my name, obviously, as always, although your spelling is incorrect, so mine is definitely correct. Lawrence, out in Sweden, they're all at Fuel Dragsters for the first race of the season. Just want to say hi to everybody running out there at the great place that is Fuel Dragsters. They're probably a little bit warmer than our weather at the moment. However, this is perfect racing weather, no matter what.
Beautiful.
And yeah, it's all good.
Quick shout out saying, please can you shout out to Jurgen and Roy from the Netherlands. Hope they're having a fantastic time. That's Love Kerry-Ann.
And from Angie at the top end, please put a call out to any racers or crew that stop at the top end if they've lost their glasses, because Angie and the team have them, basically.
That's a bizarre one to lose at the top end of the track, isn't
Your
it?
glasses, were they like normal...
That's what I mean.
Reading glasses or seeing glasses or eyeglasses if you're American. Yeah. So...
Just having a quick sled of the track. Pro Stock bike and Super Twin Top Fuel bike around the back of the tower. So all of you bike fans out there, don't go anywhere. And if you're not bike fans, after you see these, I think you will be.
You got it. Also, good afternoon out there in Sweden to my very, very good buddy. We haven't seen each other such a long time, mate, which is a real shame. Pippi, thank you very much indeed. The note, looking forward to see Marcus Christensen running in Super Twin. The quickest normally aspirated run in the world would take a 6:09 with the 5. He won't do it on this run. He probably won't do it. They'll step it up. He went 6:10 at the European.
He did do 6:10, didn't he?
It's absolutely incredible for a normally aspirated Super Twin, and it's what, you know. So when I say world class, I mean totally world class. So we've got Pro Stock bikes coming. We've got Super Twins right behind them. Right behind them, we've got Top Fuel bike, and then we've got Super Street bike as well. And then we take a big deep breath and we do it all over again.
Well, I think it's, I can't pronounce his first name, but Salakari from Finland on the Supercharged Super Twin is running in Top Fuel bike at NHRA at the minute.
Supercharged Super Twin.
Supercharged.
That's the one. Because they're not allowed to run in the series unless they're on a blower. So that's why there's no other Harleys in it. That's why that's why he's in, because he's got a blower on it, and that's why the others aren't. But as per the rules, because you're allowed supercharged Super Twins in Europe, you're allowed normally aspirated twins in Europe. The way to even them out is the blower bikes have much less cubic inches. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but it's a lot less anyway. Whereas the normally aspirated V-twins are huge. They're like 2.7 litres, something like that. A lot anyway. So FIM Pro Stock bike underneath the tower. Fuel funny cars are due again, would you believe, in 60 minutes time.
So Jérôme Rougemont from France in the Kestrel beer lane, taking on the Brit Martin Bishop.
The one and only Bish, the flying gecko. I mean that in the nicest way. It's just his leathers. Look at his leathers. Top guy Martin. He's been in Pro Stock Bike for some time now, is all I will say. To stay polite.
So you've seen Pro Stock car. These bikes are very similar. Naturally aspirated, running on pump gas. It's not really pump gas, but for all intents and purposes, they 60-foot like bandits. Do their absolute best to throw the riders off. In fact, Jérôme looked like he was about to.
Well, 60 foot's nothing to write home about, but Jérôme looking like a good run. 8.05 at 162 and an 8.19 for the Bish. 168. Good half a second at least off of where they'd really, really like to be.
So Martin Newbury and Ashwin Lenoble. Ashwin with a bizarre sounding burnout. I've never heard a burnout from a Pro Stock bike sound like that before.
Trying to get it up to temperature, is what he's doing. Not that it really needs it today, but no. So yeah, Martin Newbury, one of the quickest bikes in the class. He's been into the 7.0s on numerous occasions before. Now, I know he bought it, and I think that probably is, but that bike, I think, was Elvira Carlson's one. It was the first in the 6s on 2 wheels on a Pro Stocker. Taking on Ashwin Lenoble. Now, Ashwin, all being well, needs to run in the 7 to be able to qualify for the field. So Martin stage slightly off.
Well, he's facing the wall, isn't he?
Yeah, but a little bit of left hand down to sort that out.
Or a bit of tyre spin.
Martin is not going to get an ET. He left before the tree was activated. Tried to hang with it for as long as he could. He does have another run today. Ashwin goes through with the 10.03 at 122 miles an hour. But yeah, Martin just got on the 2-step rather early. I hope that's dust down there, not smoke right down the top end, but we'll soon find out. Anyway, our last pair. Bertrand Maurice and the only twin in the class. Jörg Lemont from Germany. What a machine this is. I'm sure that I know this was somebody else's bike before. I cannot for the life of me remember whose it was. I know someone listening will text me in like 10 seconds to tell me.
I do love the sound of the Buells in Pro Stock Bike. They just sound immense. Well, Bertrand Maurice wears the number 1 on the bike this season.
He won't get an ET either. He let the clutch out before the lights ran. Bertrand will though. That's more like it. 7.17, 185 miles an hour. That is getting after it for the Pro Stock bike. That's one of his, if not his quickest run ever. That was beautiful. 109 to 60 foot for all you number fans. 456 at the 8th mile. I don't have a mile an hour though for some reason. Jörg Lemont let the clutch out. So bizarrely, even though we've got 6 bikes here, which would make it an 8-bike field, only 4 of them got numbers on the board. And because only 4 of them got numbers on the board, guess what? It's a 4-bike field at the moment. And also, there's a whole bunch of people we haven't seen. We didn't see in the first round of qualifying, like in Top Methanol, we didn't see Mr. Bellio.
No. But moving on now to the Super Twins, one of my favourite classes, and it's brilliant to see a good showing this weekend of all of the twins. All naturally aspirated this weekend as well. All different procedures and burnout techniques.
but these really are the hot rods of the bike world. Thumping V-twins.
I love that description you just said, the hot rods of the drag bike world. They really, you're dead right, they really are.
So what can we open with in Super Twin Top Fuel bike? Naturally aspirated, nitro burning. Well, that's not what he was looking forward to at all. At 145, 60 foot, really slow off the line.
Well, Mark will be obviously back down for Q2 later on. The chute still deploys in the shutdown area. That's a thing that we're getting used to these days, seeing the big bikes with parachutes helping them slow them down in the shutdown area.
I can't imagine that's comfortable pulling the chute on a bike, because everything about these bikes is designed to keep you stable when you're accelerating, not the other way around.
Well, fortunately, the wind direction is favourable, i.e. it's either a headwind or a tailwind. We say that favourable for bikes, but what they don't want is a crosswind.
No, exactly.
And especially if you're dropping a parachute, if you have a crosswind and a parachute on a bike, it can pull you left or right. So definitely something to be aware of.
So up next, Roman Sixter is going to be coming into the Kestrel beer lane.
So to give you an indication, 3,200cc in what everybody understands here. I know we talk about cubic inches a lot, but a 3.2 litre engine bike here. Not only that, serious amount of power.
Taking on Chris van Nimmen on a new bike to him. It was in the 60s last year on his old bike.
Yeah, cracked into the 6-second zone at the European finals last year to Chris. So Roman Sixter from the Czech Republic. His best is a 6.54.
Look at the paint job on the bike as well. Just outstandingly turned out. All of the bikes here this weekend are just works of art. What can these two do for us this weekend? Chris with tyre shake, but it pulls the wheel back up. He's under power through the quarter mile. Lifts slightly early, goes 741, 154 mile an hour. And issues all the way down the track for Roman, unfortunately. Chris sits in the #1 spot at the minute. We do have two more bikes who've just watched that and gone, I think I might take that off you. One of those is Marcus Christiansen, the bike that rides with the Wings of Fire at the night. Just unbelievable to watch. It's just the way that it's set up. It's set up more like a pro stock bike, just with a huge V-twin in it.
Yeah, this is what pro stock bike should be. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I know it's not. However, it is. We discussed this many times before, and I did mention this to Dale Leach and a few other people last year when they're up here. What I never understand is that it is so undramatic. That's not the bit I don't understand. It's so undramatic, which makes it so quick, which is why I cannot believe no one has taken the idea on and gone, you know what, we can do that.
Yeah.
We should do that too.
Well, as Darryl said earlier, it's run down into the 610 range. Really, really is world class. World record for one of these bikes is a 609.
So he's pretty much there already. However, the last little bit takes a lot of taking. He's up against Marco Lanto. The last time we saw Marco here was way back in about 2009, maybe 2010, with the Pro Mod. He used to
I thought I recognised that name. I didn't realise.
He was the one that won that ran the refrigerator white pro modified.
Yeah.
Could we have Supercomp into the lanes, please? Supercomp, please. His first trip here for many, many years, and he comes back with what a machine.
Well, look at that from Marcus. Bits flying off it, but arrow straight.
Well, a 107 to 60 for Marcus at the 8th, 421 at 156. However, he was dead in the water by that point, so to speak. Marco with a really rough-looking ride. I don't know whether he got on or off the throttle, or that was just the way the bike was responding, but it did not behave itself the way he wanted to. That's the one, but that was before he had it.
Oh,
actually, no,
okay.
that was when he had it. I beg your pardon. Yes, sorry. It's a while ago, isn't it? When's that photo from?
2010.
There we go.
I wasn't even racing yet.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that makes it a bit more thinking, yeah, you won't have even started your junior dragster career.
Well, it was good to see him back again after all that time. We've got Top Fuel Bike underneath the tower right now. Mixture of funny bikes and Top Fuel bikes, and then right behind them, we've got Super Street Bike. You don't want to go anywhere or miss any of that at all.
I think there's a little bit of concern in the slick tricks lane, actually, though.
Yeah, whatever came off of Marcus's bike might have caused a little bit of a splash. Oh, beg your pardon. Thank you very much indeed, Mickey Cradge. Really appreciate the mention. He got, or the note, I should say. Jorg Lamont got his Pro Stock Buell from the US. He got it from Matt Guidera. Thank you very much indeed, Mikey. I know there have been a number of those bikes in Europe that look very, very similar to that, and I obviously wrongly presumed that one of those had made the way into his hands. Thank you very much indeed for the message from Brett as well. I'm not going to read that one out. I'll take it up with you.
No, somebody I'm going to give a quick mention to, Benny, just climbing over the wall there. Is it 30 years you've been doing this now? Immense. That's dedication to the cause. It really is, yeah. Well done, Benny. Covering the sport for a long, long time now, so congrats to him.
And still has a job at Hockenheim as well.
Yes.
As we well know.
Yeah.
Benny's part of the experience, I think that's the politest way I can put it, really.
Also, Team Flossie, they're on the banking somewhere. Lorraine and Trev. It's nice that they bring first-timers to the pod as well. So, Roy, who's here for the first time today, I hope you're enjoying your day. It's been pretty immense so far. And, Roy, I'm sure that you'll be coming back again and again and again, especially if Lorraine has anything to do with it. A good friend of ours, Vaughan Watkins, he's here, bringing the family up as well. So, good to see that you are here, Vaughan. And Russ Weir just messaged literally just from the banking saying a very good afternoon. Watching from the banking, great coverage as usual. Hope you like the screens as well, Russ, and everybody out there. The screens are a big addition. As we say, we didn't advertise them because in effect it's a test for us to see how we get on with them, to see if the positioning is right, to see if everything works how we want it to. It's just an experiment. But it's a welcome addition, and fingers crossed they will be here to stay at the big FIA events. And it just adds to everybody's viewing experience. I had a little wander around just to go to the spectator banking. I didn't actually quite realise, but the spectators on the banking can actually see the screen that's behind them, as well as the one sort of half track, if you like. So that's actually really, really good.
I'm going to give a quick shout out. I can see Phil Pratt and Suze Morris down there on the banking. I just spotted you as I was looking around then. How are you doing? Why are you not out in Super Street Bike?
Liz is down there as well. She's just messaged me to say that she is on the banking too. And actually, most of the sportsman races, apart from those that we've just called, I think most of the sportsman races will be on the banking watching what's going on out there at the moment. Which reminds me, if you want to know what's going on, if you want a timetable, if you want to find out what's going on site, make sure you get hold of the race weekend programme. It's £5 and you can get that from the Pod Shop. The first one, the main one if you like, is in the pits, literally just past half track. Those of you on the banking, if you look over the other side, it is to the right of the big screen. The secondary one is in the catering area. It's well, you can't miss it. It's what they call the pop-up shop there. And then you have the third one just past Live Action Arena towards the medical centre. You have a full-blown pod shop over there as well. And whilst you're there, check out the new 2024 FIA merchandise. I do understand that it has sold very, very well, very quickly. There may be some of the sizes that could be selling out today. But it's a really good design this year, very, very effective, and there's still more of the range to come in. Some of it's got stuck at customs, unbelievably. But yeah, check that out. And also there's loads of other Santa Pod merchandise available in the Pod Shop, definitely worth checking out. Also, plenty of other things going on site as well. Let's just do a time check. It's coming up to 2 o'clock. 2:30. Will be the second of the live action arena shows today. So half an hour's time, the second of the 2 live action arena shows. Podzilla and Swamp Thing, the 2 monster trucks, have been there with a whole host of supporting cast over there as well. Definitely worth checking that one out. Also visit our traders. Also, sorry, they are, most of them are the other side of the racetrack to the spectator banking. You are not stuck on the banking. You can go around the back of the track past the barn and then get into the pits, go and have a look at all the teams and the drivers and the cars and the bikes, go and see what they're up to.
Well, the thing is when this procession finishes, you've got about 10 minutes before we start again.
And we're off with Top Fuel Bike.
So good to see Mickey Ollie competing in Top Fuel Bike. We've got 8 riders entered this weekend. These are the quickest and fastest wheel-driven 2-wheel machines on the planet.
Well, each one of them as well is world class. Some of the quickest and fastest funny bikes in the world, and one of the fastest Top Fuel bikes in the world as well. I think one of 2 members of the 260 mile an hour club round the corner. But Mickey Ollie up first on the funny bike. What's he got for us here? Well, it's arrow straight, I can tell you that much. Just drifting over towards the centre line.
Looking good. Looking like a 684 at 198 miles an hour. That's the way to open your account.
Yeah, I think you said, Thomas, you said there, arrow straight, drifting towards the centre line. But he stuck with it, and it was dead straight. But just, yeah, he didn't deviate at all.
No.
It just was
dead straight sideways.
Yeah, dead straight with a little bit of left.
Yeah, absolutely that.
But no, he wasn't swerving. He wasn't. It was just a lovely looking run.
So 2 more funny bikes up next.
That looks like Mark Smith.
Yeah, new PB there for Mike Ollie. It was a 6.90 before that, so
awesome.
Congratulations to Mike.
It was a sweet-looking run. Thomas Pedersen all the way from the east coast of Sweden. It's so good to have Thomas back over here in the Kestrel Lane. He was delighted to be back here last year, actually, as well, after, well, obviously COVID and everything. Travel restrictions kept a lot of people away for a long time, and this is definitely one of the fun things to do in the summer, is load up your bus and come race your bike over here. Taking on Mark Smith, who is well into the 60s now with the Warp Speed machine.
Yeah, best of 6:48 actually for Mark. It's been sub 6.5.
Thomas with a great launch, going for the centre line, but pulls it back in. Mark Smith's going to get there first with a 661.
Wow.
204 miles an hour. Thomas was going for the centre line all the way down. He finally went over it in the shutdown area, but that doesn't matter. 7:13 at 175. Nice strong start to the weekend for everybody so far, actually. I think, is that his race number or a sticker?
It looks like a sticker floating around, doesn't it?
It does. It doesn't look like anything that's... At least it gives the master a bit more exercise than usual. So we've got some of the loud versions coming up just very shortly. I know that Phil Crossley was entered on the Imperial Wizard. I can't see Phil down here for this qualifying
He's in the pits.
session.
Yeah, he's definitely there. Oh, you say he was in the pits.
So Rene van der Berg, first taste of nitro supercharged bikes this weekend.
With 4 cylinders?
Indeed. He is taking on Eric Rashad. And I don't know about you, but has Eric redone his bodywork? Because it's looking like a really myth rubber ducky,
It's a
doesn't
new
it?
bike, actually, from what
Is
it
it
was.
a new bike?
Yeah. The one that he dropped, and he had been into the 60s, but he wanted to obviously go quicker.
Oh, I've never seen a bike go sideways before and burn out.
It's drifting, mate. That's what it's all about.
You're not supposed to drift on 2 wheels. I know you can.
You can, yeah, obviously you can. Tell any speedway rider that, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
Top fuel bike might be a little bit different. Anyway, these bikes as well, they run on nitromethane, the same fuel as the top fuel cars. They run a supercharger and they run 4 cylinders, so it's an engine that's based on a motorcycle, or a motorbike, if you will. However, around about 1,500 brake horsepower. Now, the way this normally works out, we'll see if it happens here, is when you have a top fuel bike versus a funny bike, which I don't think you're going to have, because I think Eric's going to be side by side with Rickard, so I'll save that one for just a moment. Rene has had more than his fair share of lively runs over the years.
Well, I think it's when he stood up on the seat, because where his legs should be was on fire.
Yeah.
Well, he's allowed to go into stage, whatever it was that was causing
important.
concern.
He's facing left.
It's all right, front wheel a bit in the air, he can steer with it. It's also Rene's first run of the year. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's a whole load of nope from Rene that time round. 60 foot wasn't too good, 1.12. They don't move that quick, top fuel bikes. Absolutely obliterates the block and had smoke coming out the engine by the time he got there. He was still going when he mowed him down at the 8th mile. So if nothing else, we do have a sweep to clear the obliterated blocks. Hopefully we have nothing else on the racetrack. We're about to find out.
Yeah, he was pointing left and then he went left and sort of kept going left. It was really bizarre, that one, because I couldn't, from my perspective anyway, tell if it was smoke in the tyre or whether it was out of the engine. But then
that wasn't tyre smoke.
No, not at all.
So a little bit of debris to clear up there. For those of you looking at the big screens, you can see our truck crew out there just picking up the remnants of one of our timing blocks there. They're made out of compressed foam, and they have a little plastic reflector embedded in them, and that allows the photo cells to activate when a car or bike go through them, and that's what gives us the data. Those particular blocks there giving us the 8th mile numbers, and allows the computer to give us speed and ET at the 8th mile, and also the finish line for Junior Dragster and Junior Drag Bike. So we'll just get some new blocks out, and it's a very simple process because they have magnets in the base, and when they relayed the track here, there's obviously metal pads that were installed, and that just allows us to put the blocks in very, very quickly indeed. Good forward thinking when the new concrete racetrack went down. So a little bit of sweep. I'll tell you what, just as we have a very, very short break, this will not take any time at all. Let's go over to Nitro FM 96.2 and we'll take it back.
And the guys in the truck as well, I'm sure they can run some. That's done this as well.
Well, not only that, he did a wheelie that time. 160 foot is really not hanging around. 791, 170 mile an hour that time. As we move into comp eliminator.
Yeah, we are. So what's the current...
Much better launch from Nick there.
Yeah, that hooked up and flew.
So it's going to be a mid-9. But of what variety? 974. Good. Well, John not hanging around for anyone. Bit of a wobble at 330 foot. Not too sure what happened to John there. I didn't quite see that. I was focused more on...
Yeah. Yeah, I don't...
Well, a 112 60 foot is going to help Belinda.
745 best at the moment. 751 on that one.
Simon goes...
Lovely launch for Reuben Dawson. He is your #1 qualifier. Good looking run for Kev. 756. Reuben 897.
A couple of years. So. But I tell you what, that is a beautiful looking run. 663 at 211. What does
oh, Gary Carr!
Run with the goal.
Well, two very good looking launches. This is where we start to see, and you can really tell, it's not about the car, it's about the combination. Matty would like to get into the 9s, goes 10.43 and a 12.26, chipping away at it for Luke. Yeah, nice and gently off the line. That cannot be said for Kev Perkins. All the way through to an 801, 175 mile an hour. No improvement for him, unfortunately.
Ahmed trickles through the 1562.
Well, that's much more like it for Carl Cox. A bit of a feather goes through with a 617, 224 mile an hour and a 759. Good run from Rob Smallwood.
In the class, and we invited him to stay over.
104 to 60 foot. Outstanding pass. 703, 195 miles.
Well, Patrick Purr's getting very close to the wall. Goes through with a 474, 177 mile an hour. Sorry, what was that, Daryl?
No, I was just going to say he dropped a cylinder on the left-hand side. I can't see the replays, but I'm sure if they run the replay, you can clearly see it. And what happens is there's...
Arrow straight for Kevin Kent. Moves over towards the wall of the finish line.
All the way down. Or not smoking the tyres.
Yeah, say trying to get traction off the line. That's the other thing. That just, as soon as you hit the pedal, the tyres broke loose and it went into a second burnout.
Absolutely annihilated the rear tyres almost instantly. Absolutely instantly. So the next pair coming round behind the tower will be the Engine Ghost team.
Well, a 103.60 foot is a little off pace, but go through the quarter with a 625, 238 mile an hour to open our account with Pro.
Pro ET into the pairing lanes. Chloe would leg it round the corner. Oh, God, it's me. I need to get racing. But she does wish everybody the best of luck in Pro ET this weekend. So that was pretty much perfectly timed. Also had a message from Rob Slater. After a long week sort with the car, yeah, we saw the post on the social media. They're gutted. They are not here racing this weekend, but they are here on Bankside as spectators. So Rob and Trudy, a very, very good afternoon to you. Look forward to running with you at Street Weekend in 3 weeks' time. We're basically just getting ourselves ready to go once again. Just a little bit of a sweep, if you like, in the Kestrel beer lane, and we'll be good to go very shortly. But the call out is for Pro ET into the pairing lanes. Come on down for, I think, your second qualifier today, your last qualifier of the day. So back over to Nitro FM. We'll take it back very shortly when we're ready to fire up.
And he goes left.
Not a real surprise.
Well, he's still trying all the way down the track, moving all over the lane to an 824, 174 mile an hour. Safe to say not what they were looking for at all.
Well,
a one flat 60-foot drifting over towards the centre line. Arrow straight following it down, a puff of smoke at 1,000 foot. Unfortunately, that was looking like a good pass. Still goes 614 at 200. Lots of tyre shake, but no issues at all for Andy Robinson all the way through. 589! Wow. 249. Lots of tyre shake.
Yeah, tried to drive through it, but
yeah, well, he
keep
didn't
bouncing him around.
He didn't leave the line correct. Normally, you have to, well, just convert a car, hit the trans brake, give full throttle, and then release the button.
Here then. Little bit of tyre shake, but nothing major at all. Both running all the way through to a 595 and a 6 flat.
Right, ladies and gentlemen.
What did I just say about Bobby would do?
Well, both all over the shot. David Vectigo, arrow straight 581, 246 mile an hour, takes the number 1 spot. Andres Arnover using all of it.
Oh, very close to the centre line, but got it back in the groove.
Talk about trusting the track as well. 681, 188 mile an hour, and he never lifted. Well, that's not something you see very often. Lars got the jump on Jimmy, but Jimmy's going to get to the finish line first to a 663, beats 688. Well, tyre shake for Simon Eckengren, no issues at all for Rom Naren. 667, nice. Puts him in the number 2 spot. Well, it's not going to be Michael, but Stefan Enred's off and running. Cracking 01 light for him.
Oh, 87, not quite there. 0.99, 60 foot there for Stefan.
About to unleash 11,000 horsepower.
Oh, that sounded 0.85 to 60 foot there. That was hauling off the line. You can see tyre shake marks, but he drove through it.
I'm giggling.
What have we got for us then? Ilya Erbaka. Oh, eating up parts all the way there. 490 for Suzanne at 157. And that is 523, 136 for India. 108. Donks the blocks and, yeah, split him in half, actually.
Good effort. That's what bugs do to things, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was actually going really, really well.
Arrow straight and a 105 60 foot, 405 at the 8th, all the way through, 619, 223 mile an hour.
Instant tyre smoke as well, almost exactly the same carbon copy of Johnny Lag earlier on today.
But if you could just get your foot back on it just a little bit, you might take them on qualifier.
You never know. That's a very good
And
point.
he does.
I don't think anyone got down. Couple of hellos. I've only just come back up into the tower because I've been wandering around and I don't have my phone with me.
In fact, Jerome looked like he was about to.
Well, 60 foot's nothing to write home about, but Jerome looking like a good run. 805 at 162 and an 819 for the Bish.
Or a bit of tyre spin.
Martin is not going to get an ET. He left before the tree was activated. Tried to hang with it for as long as he could. He does have another run today. Aswin goes through with the 10. He won't get an ET either. He let the clutch out before the lights ran. Bertrand will though. That's more like it. 7.17, 180.
Well, that's not what he was looking forward to at all. At 1:45, 60 foot, really slow off the line.
Well, Mark will be obviously back down for Q2 later on. The chute still deploys in the shutdown area. That's
well, Chris with tyre shake, but it pulls the wheel back up. He's under power through the quarter mile. Lifts slightly early, goes 7:41, 154 mile an hour.
Top Fuel bike.
And what a matchup this is. Eric Richard on new to him. It looks like a boosted rubber ducky. It is really, really cool to look at. And the nitro four-cylinder of Rikard Gustafsson. Yeah, Eric, one of, I believe, 2 people in the world to run 260 mile an hour on a top fuel bike.
Can't be Ricard. Yes. Geared very differently, the bike is, so it doesn't leave that hard, but my goodness me, does it come on like a train at the other end. Kind of stunned everybody, possibly even himself last year when he did it.
Well,
now, what will happen is Eric's bike is lighter. It will get out the blocks quicker than the top fuel bike, but then it's all about that nitro power after that. Whoa. Not too much drifting, eh? Great looking run from Eric, 6:57. His quickest run of the year, 213 miles an hour. Ricard went up in smoke a number of times. He actually shook the tyre going past 60 foot, and that was just after that was his first spin.
Right. This is when us up here in the tower are going to try and catch our breaths, because Super Street bike, the action just keeps on coming. And they run so quickly. So first up, Brad Head. And to say he was cutting it tight is, saying the very least, put the engine in on Thursday.
There is big news on Super Street Bike this weekend. With the number of bikes entered, it's a 16-bike field, but unfortunately, the number has dropped to 12. So it will be an 8-bike field. So it's really important that these guys get some good numbers in, so they'll all be going for it in qualifying. Oh, no, not for... commiserations for Brad. He's not going to make this run. So much new stuff. And Brad's worked so hard this season to get himself ready. Got another go later on, Brad.
Yeah, only putting the engine on Thursday.
Yeah.
But better be safe than sorry.
I actually went for a run with Brad this morning. He was part of our little run club this morning. And he said to me how much weight he's drawn and what he's done. The commitment to doing this is
immense.
I mean, seriously impressive, mate. I'm very, very impressed. So we got methanol cars coming back in 60 seconds. That is your 60-minute warning. So Johnny Hines, another one, stepped up from 860 bike. I also got the chance while running around, while we could still breathe and talk to Brad, to say what's the difference between like an 860 and a full-on Super Street bike. And he said, well, he broke the turbo, and he was going to he's sort of faced with the choice of replacing it or updating it. He thought, I might as well, you know what, I might as well just do it. He said because the turbo he had was good for like 760s, 77s. That's not going to cut it these days, unfortunately, in Super Street bike.
Well, I can tell you now, that's definitely not what Johnny was looking for. Yeah, 169 60 foot is not the best.
10:52 at 126. The reason he crouched down and tried to keep going is because, like we've said before, when you're going slowly out there, you just want to get out of the way. Okay, and the good news is Pro Mod will be back in 60 minutes as well. Well, they're on a 60-minute wall. He's come back down again. So, Chris Reed and Eric Gruber. Boyce with the 200 mile an hour 2-2. or the 20222, if I'm going to say it absolutely correctly. Taking on Eric Gruber. Yes, he is allowed to wear that on the bike, folks, and yes, he is very much male. However, he's also very unique.
Well, I can hear one of them spinning, but they are side by side all the way down the track. 740 at 186 and the 758 at 193.
Stacey's doing the... I was going to say, that's now officially a daughter dance instead of a dad dance. When Stace does it. Okay, Ricardo Grauer and Christian Yats. Yats. I've just said it 1,000 times. That's what I've got to say. Christian Yats. The funny thing was, I had a really good conversation with a friend of mine about how to pronounce foreign names before we started this weekend, and I still can't do it. That's all I said. I said, what you do is say it confidently and just get it wrong. And I didn't either. So yeah, Ricardo. Yeah, we got the biplane in. I think it's in the sky.
Well, it's nice to see the Kawasaki's coming back over and having a bit of a resurgence.
Well, it looks like Christian's with engine trouble. So Ricardo, it will be to a 779, 177. Not the numbers we're used to seeing yet. But like Colin said, so who dropped out, Cole? Just out of blind curiosity.
I think it's either Rudy or Christian. It's one of those two. Well, no, it's not Christian because he's here, so I think it was Rudy. But
Rudy's Aussie.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ross Morrison and Margot Schmidt. Two potential 6-second runners. Margot would dearly... Margot. See what I mean? I can't even say her first name right. Margot would dearly love her first 6-second run. It will happen at some point this season. It really, really will. She's been 7-0. She's been well over 200 miles an hour. Will it be now, or will it be later on this afternoon? Will it be tomorrow?
Well, lots of wheel spin for Ross. Still going to get there first with a 721 and a 708 at 206 mile an hour for Margot. One of her best runs for a long, long time.
721 at 208 for Ross tells you just what they've got in the, in reserve if and when they need it. But great opening run for Margot. Come on, Margot, later today. That biplane is very, very low up the top end. Like, really low. Like, is he landing type?
I think there's a landing strip over there, but that's going into
the field.
The field.
Yeah, there is a little airfield over. That's a little biplane, wasn't it?
Okay, Jake Michel, and great to see Morgans Lund all the way from Denmark as well. Morgans is a 6-second runner. Jake is very much a 6-second runner. He's already been 666 a couple of times this year. He was #1 qualifier at the European Finals last year with just that number.
124 to 60 foot for Jake. It's a 6, but what flavour? 680, 214 miles an hour.
And he was actually sat up before the finish line.
Well and truly. Morgans goes through with a 13.48, just 56 mile an hour, trickles across the line. But yeah, #1 spot and the first 6 in Super Street bike goes to Jake Michel.
Okay, Daniel Letts, and your defending European champion, Al Morrison Jr., who will be in the other lane. Actually, we've only had 9 bikes with ET, so not sure who we missed. Well, Daniel is not going forwards, he's going backwards. He's got a problem. I saw the number he ran on Thursday in testing. Was that all right?
I didn't see what he ran, no. What? 118 to 60 foot? Oh.
I think that was a damn and blast at the top end because he sat up and went...
But still run a 693.
693, but 118 60 foot. My goodness me.
Superbly
Outstanding.
done. So we're on with junior drag bike running in the FIM. Thank you very much indeed for Brett for the notes. Give me 2 seconds. Just to say huge thanks as well to Dale Leaks for paying for the juniors' licences again. Ian King for donating his trophies, and many other people to the club that are very, very grateful to. Isn't that lovely? Dial-ins. Jackson King and Leah Morrison. Leah just saw her dad go down there. And she run 10.93.
Do you think Dad's waiting at the top end?
10.98
10.98 for Leah.
That's good, up to number 2. Breakout, though, for Jackson King. And also, while you're there, Brett, Scott, thank you very much indeed for calling me the smaller version of the gnome. Much appreciated, mate. However, I don't have the beard and the hoodie like your dad. But he's had a shave, apparently. He sent me a photograph. A shaved Jerry Collier is not something I ever wanted to see, but I did it anyway. And he said, "Is that better?" And I said, "No." No. Are you expecting me to be impressed or something like that because you've got a beard? No. Anyway, the Colliers have been long-time supporters of Junior Drag Bike.
In fact, Richard Wilcox riding his old bike.
Is that right? Mm-hmm. That's Richard over there in the Kestrel Lane and Anouk Bergering.
Well, Richard broke out by about half an hour yesterday. Looking to run 9.42. Has run 9.47. Stays in the number 3 spot at 12.35 for Anouk breakout. Brad Morrison, and the longest burnout in history for a junior drag bike by Holly King. She's looking for an 8.25. Now, I've run these numbers in a little car. I couldn't imagine doing it on a little bike. I'm good.
Good at what?
Good question.
Yet to find out.
Yeah. 12.15, the dial-in for Brad.
That's one of my favourite phrases, that is. When people say I'm good, I always want to say, at what? What are you bragging about? Are you okay? Yes, okay, that's a different thing.
8.25, the dial-in for Holly. Holly currently in the number 1 spot. Runs 8.39, no improvement. And 12.22, Brad stays number 4 as well. Oh, and that's us done for Junior Drag Bike.
Right, time for the 2-seater dragster to put a run in. Then I do believe it's jet time. Indeed it is. 545 and the Spider-Man jets. They're the ones that will be entertaining you. So passenger this time is David White. He went down the track in the 2-seater 11 years ago. And that was obviously with Steve Warner behind the wheel. Went 7.98 at 163, and he thought, I better have another go. So 11 years later, here he goes again.
Was that the same car?
Yeah.
Or was it the old 2-seater?
No, I think it's the same car.
Okay.
The original updated, I think, is the one. Well, as the jets come into position, the thrill right 2-seater dragster about to go down the quarter mile once again. Big hi to a good friend of ours, Sam Lowell, and also Viva. They're probably watching. Well, I know Sam's watching the live stream. He really wishes he was here. I know that. But yeah, hope you're enjoying the coverage, and of course a big shout out to Viva as well, and the kids.
Double 05 light from Paul. Always away from the tree. 792, 169 mile an hour.
Nicely done.
And I know we've just seen 4-second passes, but 7s is still very, very quick.
Yeah.
So we got side-by-side jets by the look of it.
Oh, yes. We're liking this.
Fire Force and Spider-Man. Now, if anybody remembers, some time ago, there used to be a competition auto called Spider-Man. Well, that was because it was run by a guy called Roy Webb, who is Julian's dad.
And the car still races.
Exactly.
He's back, yeah. Bob Main's got it now.
Hence the reincarnate. Well, not the reincarnation. It's not a reincarnate. Can't reincarnate an Autodus jet, can you? But anyway, the latest version of Spider-Man is this immaculately turned out jet.
Right, so following the jets, we got Pro ET. They are in the lanes, ready to put in their qualifier at number 6. And then I think they get one more qualifier tomorrow and go into eliminations then. Indeed, that's it, yeah. Yeah, eliminations tomorrow night for Pro ET. So they got 2 more qualifiers to go. But it is Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5. He is directly below us in the slick tricks lane. Those of you looking at the live feed can see they're just getting set, ready to go. And on the other side of the racetrack, underneath the tower where the Kestrel beer sign is, that is a Julian Webb.
I made the mistake of asking Richie once how many records they hold, him and Martin, with the jet cars. And it's all of them.
Ah, right, yeah. It's not a case of how many, it's all of them.
Yeah.
Right, so Ian gives the thumbs up then, which is the signal for, obviously, Martin to start up Fire Force number 5. And Julian, obviously, to start up the Spider-Man jet. Well, we had one jet running earlier, now we've got 2 of them that are going to be doing a flame and afterburner show, going to be barking at each other the way only jet cars do. This is where we tend to hold on to everything in the tower because it all gets moved around. And that is just purely from the afterburner blips.
Well, 545 blew the phone out of my hand last weekend. So as we watch the heat haze rise out of the back of these 2 jet dragsters, we look forward to Richie out front, who will conduct the show for Martin Hill.
The only problem that the jet drivers have these days is obtaining parts for these because they're getting a little bit harder to find. You've got a Pratt & Whitney J60 jet engine in these, kicking at about the equivalent of 10,000 horsepower. And trying to find parts and engines is quite difficult these days.
And I know I'm sitting right above it, but you can really feel the heat coming off the back of these cars.
So Richie said, come on, wind that turbine up. The Spider-Man team doing exactly the same.
Absolute best to blow the windows out of the tower.
So Martin's into pre-stage, as is the Spider-Man jet. Here we go then. Give him full throttle. It is a race to 1,000 foot. .456, 250 miles an hour there against a 499, 240 for the Spider-Man jet cars. Side-by-side jet cars. Richie quite happy with the win. Oh dear. Celebrated his birthday last weekend at Dawsnappers. You know, Richie. He's just going to make sure he's going to get a lift back now. No. Oh, the Spider-Man team thought, no, we'll take him out. literally. So there we go. That is, well, that is actually a wrap for the first pro session, but the second one is not too far away at all. They're already lining up. So we're going to continue with Super Comp. That is our next class. Give Richie and the gang a big wave for the Fire Force team as they go and collect the relevant jet cars from the top end. But yeah, next class to come around the corner is Super Comp. 10 of them have put qualifying numbers in at the moment. The aim of the game is to run 8.900.
And in fact, I can see the man who's already done it. Andrew Clifford round there, Stephen Hudson with the altered. Andrew Clifford with the slingshot. Ran 8.900 with a 1 on his first attempt. And since then, has run
what we
an
call a perfect ET. We've had a few perfect ETs this weekend. But if you'd have put money on somebody that wouldn't do it, it would probably be Andrew Clifford. Because it's such a difficult car to get to run a number. But he did it. He ran a perfect ET, and we'll probably frame that timing ticket, and that'll be pride of place on his wall at home. And that, I'm not saying it's impossible, but that's as near as damn it impossible to get in front of, isn't it?
Well, you've got 1/10,000th of a second.
Yeah, yeah, that's it.
To get in there.
Well, 3 cars are on 8.90. Another one is on 8.91. The next one is on 8.92. Then 93. Very, very close field indeed. So it will come down to reaction times and obviously who can run the numbers as well.
Yeah, Andrew has been playing since the 890, ran 860.
Yeah. Now, there has been a bit of sort of digging in the ribs for Richard Tunstall.
Oh, yes.
So much so, and I might as well say it, because, I mean, I wounded him last night with a comment in the pits. But the team have just basically carried it on. Because Richard has been running 9.0s, just can't get it to run 8.9. Jasmine gets in the car in super gas and runs 8.8. So we know the car can do it. But what have the team done? They've put an Outlaw Anglia 9-second sticker on the side of the car. I mean, that is brutal. Absolutely brutal. But there we go. That's the world of super gas and supercom. Crazy fools, they really are. But yeah, so Richard Tunstall, fingers crossed, mate. I hope you can do it. Right, so it looks like, quick message. Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Comp Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Right, so the first pair going to come around the corner. It is going to be your number 1 qualifier. This is Snake Eyes Slingshot, taking on Intravenous, a Ford Model T. Andy Clifford and Steve Hudson.
Nice to see Goz crewing for a slingshot once again. He needs to get his one built though. I'll tell you what. I'd challenge anyone to go to the States and try and find 1, an altered running in Supercomp, and 2, a slingshot running in Supercomp. You just wouldn't see it, would you?
Yeah, and then 3 at the same event.
Yeah, exactly.
Because, yeah, it's so rare. They all run roadsters predominantly or rear-engine dragsters. So, number 1 qualifier is Andy Clifford. We've already mentioned it already, 8.9001. And Steve Hudson, 8.91. Every which way but straight for Andy Clifford. Steve Hudson gets there with an 8.85 breakout, a little bit too quick. Yeah, 9.16 all over the shop for Andy Clifford.
He was just having a read of all of the sponsors on the wall.
Yeah. Well, they support the sport. He wants to check them out.
So, Leah Kellett with the Dolly Daydream. I am repping the merch today.
Yeah, I got my shirt last night as well. Also, Pete Kellett, thank you ever so much indeed for helping me out this morning. Appreciate that, buddy.
And the man himself, Richard Tunstall.
Hasn't got many stickers on the car, but as I say, check out the new ones on the side. So harsh.
So
I hope he runs an 8 and gets an 8-second sticker today.
So what's he got for us on this one? And to be fair, you can't count out Leah for the #1 spot. At any given moment, she can take it.
Well, she's on an 8.92 at the moment. There goes the throttle stop. Dear, the 9-second sticker remains on the car for the time being for Richard Tunstall. He goes 9.04, 8.94 for Leah Kellett.
Look at the difference in speed. You can see the difference between running.
Huge difference, yeah.
You see the difference between running a throttle stop and not. Thing is, 175 mile an hour. That'd be fast even for Supercomp in the States.
Actual fact, to be honest with you, I'm not going to go anywhere near Richard Tunstall in the pits tonight. He's going to probably come and headbutt me, I tell you. Oh, no.
Well, someone who's been doing some of the rib digging has been Warren Watts, who's currently in the Kestrel beer lane. New Slicks, who ran 9.00 in Pro ET earlier on today. He needs to get into the 8s as well. Qualified currently with a 9.01. Paul Hudson in the other lane, qualified with an 8.90 with a 4.
So they can't go quicker. Well, they can go quicker. It's that doesn't count. Because they have all got the right side at the moment. So Warren sprints off into the distance, then the throttle stop will lift Paul Hudson. Well, Warren's into the 8s, 8.98. Moves up 1 spot as well, 8-7. But Paul Hudson, a bit too quick on that one, 8.88. So his 8.90 will stand for the time being. All right, Ronald House with a Chevy Handyman. 8.93 is his marker. And how about Ronnie Mercer with Annie, 8.90 with a 4 and then a 9. That last digit is crucial because the car in front of him is 8.904 with a 5. Purge of the nitrous then for Ronnie. It's just the varied cars you see in the class. I mean, we talk about a slingshot and an altered like that. Now we've got a Chevy Handyman and a Ford Pop. You just wouldn't see this anywhere else in the world. One off the line for Ronald. I'm doing good on race day. And the 891's done him very well in qualifying. It's moved him up from 6 to 4. Ronnie, way too quick there. 878, 153. That is, well, I know he has been quicker, but he didn't want to go that quick.
Was he just playing?
Right, we are on to a Pro ET qualifying session number 6. And now then, they've got 2 more qualifiers. And bearing in mind, we've got 44 cars that put numbers on the board. 12 of them aren't going to be in the show. It is really, really tight in Pro ET. Let's have a quick look at what the bump is. It's 046 off Darling. You've got to be quicker than 046 to be in the show at the moment. These two are in. 10.16, 10.35. Thomas stays 10, Laura stays 21. Right, Kirsty Tram nervous in the number 30 spot. Anthony Mitchell, he's not qualified at the moment. He is 36th. Let's say 43 cars have put numbers on the board. 11 of them will not be racing tomorrow evening.
So Anthony Mitchell looking for 10.75
Well, he's looking for a 10.75, but if he gets a 10.8, no good.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got to be 10.75 to 10.79 just to get in the show. Kirsty wants to go 11.90 or thereabouts to move up. Bit of a confidence button. That may hinder or help. 11.12, it hindered. Oh, Kirsty Tram hits her number. 11.90 with a 4, moves up from 30 to number 6. Wow. So let's have a look. The top 15 are 00. I don't think I've seen that. I've seen it in Gasser Circus, but this is immense from Pro ET. The top 22 are 0-1.
Well, the bumps are 0-4.
Yeah.
That's verging on...
almost record.
Record, yeah.
Right, Don Scott, not in the show at the moment. He's doing very well in Super Gas, but he wants to do well in Pro ET as well. His dial-in is 980. Sean Law is in the show. He's looking for an 861. He's going to get there first. 862, that's nice. Don Scott, well, he gets an 86. He moves up 4 spots, but only to number 36. 600ths off his dial-in, not qualified. Hans van der Spek from the Netherlands, taking on Paul Marston, based in Romford in Essex. Both safely in, i.e. they've been 00. Hans van der Spek is 9th, Paul Marston is 10th. Dial-ins then, 10.31 for the Taz pickup truck, 8.95 for Grumpy's Dodge. I'd say both of them have hit their numbers so far. It's all a case of trying to shave a few thou off, not hundredths. $8.97, 200ths off, 10.35, 400ths off. They had already done better. But the good number there is Paul Marston's reaction time is 0.1 light. Certainly going to be helpful to him. That's Paul. More important when they go actually to racing eliminations, his reaction time to make or break your weekend. Mark Huxley and Alan Medley. Alan Medley not qualified at the moment. He needs to run a 10.72 quickest or 10.76 slowest. That is the tight window of opportunity he has got. Mark Huxley is qualified. He wants a 9.79. A little bit of electrical gremlin creep into the car, but that's now sorted. So Mark going to get there first. With a 980, and Alan Medley gets in the show from 34th up to 26th, a 74 and a 72. He's 200ths off. So who's he pushed out? Amy Watkins has just been pushed out, and this man here with the black pickup truck, Bill Wilson, is now on the bump spot of 0.465. He needs to go, well, 0.2, probably 0.3 at worst, just to move on up. Don't want to be on the bump spot. Mason Griffiths with the Javelin, he's number 27. I don't even think that's safe at the moment. To give you an indication, Mason is only 0.027 off his dial-in. They all know what they're doing in these races, just to have a field that tight. It's incredible. All right, so Bill Wilson bringing the F100 up to the line. 11.02 is his dial-in. Mason with the Sour Grape Javelin, 10.70. Weird situation for Bill. If he breaks out, he's on the verge of running his first ever 10. He said, I don't know what's going to happen here. Let's
well,
have a
he's
look.
net right next to...
Oh, my word.
Whoa.
Bill Wilson's just gone 10.86. Wow. I'll tell you what, he won't care less about that breakout. That is a monster PB for Bill. First time over 120 miles an hour as well. That truck is working. Breakout, and obviously no help either for Mason Griffiths, 10.53. But Bill Wilson, he's going to look at his timing slip and go, what? All right, Top Fuel, 60-minute warning. As the next pair come up to the line, it is Dave Fulton. John Bean. Dave looking for a 9.18. John Bean looking for a 9.02.
Bless you.
Thank you. Well, both of these guys capable of running their numbers, that's for sure. John Bean has been dialing anywhere between 8.99 and 9.02. It's been there or thereabouts every single pass. Oh, 005 off the line for Dave Fulton. So the numbers are 9 flat breakout and for the Mustang, but Dave Fulton broke out by a 10th. Well, that shows he didn't lift. Broke out by a 10th.
Marie Mills been very, very busy today. She's the clutch woman for Steve Ashdown.
Yeah, these two are a little bit nervous, actually. Marie is number 31. Johnny McClure, number 29. Marie dialing in 10.31. Johnny, 10.20. So Johnny in the Thunderstruck Willis, and Marie in the 23 Ford Model T altered. Breaks out by 0.02 of a second, goes a little bit too quick, and a little bit of an issue there for Johnny McClure, just 2 seconds off his number. They'll get that back to the pits, and well, they can relax now because they've got the rest of the day off. They have one more qualifier tomorrow morning, and it's into eliminations. So all of Pro ET will park up, and there'll be spectators watching all the racing for the rest of the day. How cool is that? Right, next up, Bob Bolden with the White Noise 205. 9.42 his time. He's only number 30. And James Walden with the Sierra, 9.75. He's currently 24.
Yeah, James broke into the 9 seconds this weekend.
9.40, it's another breakout. Oh, too quick. So he's going to stay number 30. Nervous times then for the Yorkshire Terrier. James Walden goes 10.04. No help for him on that 9.75 dial-in. Simon Ennis with a Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda. And another guy not in the show just yet, Josh Duncan. Good to see Josh back. And his dial-in is 9.90 with It's Only Money Racing. I like that. 100E.
Yeah, unfortunately, Josh has got the position of last. However, he's got to be better than a 9.94 to get into the show at the minute. Well, that's not going to be it, unfortunately. Simon in at number 5. Can he improve? Goes 10.62.
That's his first run that's not gone to plan, because it's been running like clockwork until that point. And when I say not gone to plan, it's gone quicker than they thought it would.
By a long way. Well,
Yeah.
it's gone quicker than anyone thought it would.
Yeah. Nevertheless, it was. It's harder to speed a vehicle up to run a number than it is to slow it down. So.
Exactly.
Well, you asked Colin Miller that question, but you know what I mean. Right, Brett Featherstone. And Dan Fulton below us. Brett currently number 2. Changes the dial from 62 to a 960. And Dan Fulton. Now, Dan Fulton not qualified at the moment. He's got to be, well, I'm going to say 300s off his dial-in. There's no point saying 400s anymore because, yeah. Happy 50th birthday to Rich on the back window of Dan's car. So, oh, Rich reaching half a century.
Insanely, only one perfect ET at the minute.
In Pro ET, yeah.
In Pro ET, yeah.
But then look how many double O's.
Oh, it's just the rest of the field.
Yeah. .956. Breakout for Dan Fulton, 21 on a 25. What's interesting, well, both breakout. What's interesting is it's the tightness of the field is making people really go for their numbers.
Just a quick shout out to the Ziva team.
Yeah, Stevie Gates.
Should be out tomorrow. It's all back together
Really?
again. Yeah.
Oh, my word.
It's going back together now.
Wow. Well, I had a message from the team earlier to say that they were done for the weekend, but oh my goodness me, if they could get one in, because they had such a good start to the season.
Oh, yeah.
And to score 0 points at this event, that would be an absolute disaster. So,
Well,
yeah.
they'll have one chance tomorrow.
They will. Never say die. Right, these two aren't in the show. Andrew Brook and Simon Swarbrick. 9:11 the target for Andrew. 10:55. 9:12. Andrew's in. Simon. Oh, he breaks out. Simon Swarbrick goes 10:49. But Andrew Brook is in. He's
Number
in at number
18.
18. So who have we pushed out now? Bill Wilson. We just saw him run.
039, the bump spot
The
then,
bump
Mariel
is
Mills.
039.
I
Wow.
think the record is an 032 is the record
We need to double
bump.
check on that. Wow. Right, Neil Watkins and Tom Watkins. Tom owns both of these vehicles, but Neil sort of permanently borrows the truck, if you like. But if Tom breaks his car, he takes it off his old man. So Doris the Charger, 9:03. Neil with the Purple Express pickup, 11:36. That's their dial-ins. They both hit their numbers. It's just that Tom hit it bang on. It's like you're hitting at the bullseye on a dartboard.
Yeah.
Tom got it slap bang in the middle. Neil got a ball, but it's only just in. 9:11 and 11:35 with an 8 on 11:36 time. It's a breakout, but only by just that much. Right, this is the nervous young lady. When I say nervous, she's not qualified at the moment. Number 34 for Amy Watkins. We know the car can run the numbers, but the trouble is she's got an 0.3 window to get in.
Well, the strange thing is when she drove down into the pairing lane, she was.
Yeah.
And now she isn't.
No, if she gets in the show, Bill Wilson's going to be bumped out. Going alongside Matthew Daly, he's safe, he's number 8. All eyes on Amy Watkins. These at 9:58 or thereabouts. It's a 69. No good for Amy Watkins, still not qualified. 11:06 for Matthew Dowdy. He's safe. Right, another one that's not in the show yet. Susie McClure with the Eye Candy Dragster. Going alongside Mr. Qualifying, Dave Rudd. He's only 26. That seems like he's only 26, but it's just how tight the field is. There's nothing wrong being 0-2 off your dial-in. It's just that when everybody else is like 0-1 or 0-0.
But it is Mr. Qualifying himself. Any minute he can just go bang on, and he does it regularly.
Oh, Susie's off of gas. Let's see how Dave gets on in. 63. Goes to 64 with a 6.
Does it improve him?
Yeah, he's moved up 5 spots. Dave Rudd up to number 21 with that one.
That's mental, isn't it? Goes 0-1 off, and we're wondering if that's an improvement.
Yeah.
From the 26th spot.
It is mad, actually. You're right. It is mad. Still got a couple more cars. Maybe about 4 or 5 more cars to come around the corner. Right, these two. Oh, dear me, how many times have these two lined up together in their racing careers? It was always these two in Super Street, but now they meet in Pro ET. It is Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger and Lee Morris, the Green with Envy Jaguar E-Type. Lee, the defending Pro ET champion from last season.
Well, he's proven you don't need to be an ex-junior to win championships.
Fair to say, Lee Morris was a junior a long time ago.
What are you trying to say?
He's a top bloke, though, I tell you. Good racer. Very good racer. He proves his point there. 0-3 off the line. But Dave Cherritt looking for a 969. He should get there first. 967 breakout. Lee Morris breaks out as well. If he'd have dialed a 10.02 instead of a 10.03, he would have taken number 1. He was 100th off. Exactly 100th off.
Look at the dial-in for Frankie Taylor.
Oh, 998. Wow. Well, she did run a 9 earlier on, going alongside a car that's qualified number 4 at the moment, Tom Kay. So Tom Kay is in. He's safe. Frankie Taylor needs to run somewhere between 998 and 1001. Tough, tough. Well, bizarrely, they're both dialed 998. I was
going to say, quickest dial.
Frankie's going to break out here. Hey! Oh, what a breakout amongst friends. Frankie Taylor goes 962 and get the speed, 139.8 miles an hour. God, Frankie's going to be in the 8 soon at this rate. But she's getting very comfortable behind the wheel of the car. That's what's really starting to show. All right, Will Clark, number 25. Doug McClure, number 19. .1140 plays 988. The little dragster should get there first.
Of course, if you want to go Pro ET racing, it's for sale.
Oh, 004 off the line for Will Clark. It's all about the ET. 980. And he was going so quick, he towed Doug McClure along with him, but he also broke out. Went 11.35 on that 11.40 dial-in. All right, Nick Mugridge, coming number 7. And Ronnie Mercer with Annie, the 4-pop, dialing in 8.78, which I think is what he ran in Super Comp on his last pass.
Yeah, Ronnie tends to do a very bizarre thing of just flicking backwards and forwards between running nitrous and not.
He's pretty much sticking with nitrous all weekend long because of the classes he's in. Doesn't want to upset the tune for Super Comp by switching it off for Pro ET.
003 light from Ronnie as well.
He's not a bad racer, is he? Let's see how well he judges the 878. 884. And whoa, Nick Mugridge back into the 9s again.
If he'd have done what Tom Kay did.
Yeah, 998 with a 0. 24 to 60 foot for Jake. It's a 6, but what flavour? 680, 214 miles an hour.
And he was actually sat up before the finish line.
Well and truly. I didn't see what he ran, no. What? 118 to 60 foot? Oh.
I think that was a damn and blast at the top end.
It was,
he sat
yeah.
up and went...
005 light from Paul. Always awake on the treat. 792.
Liverpool Throttlers is a race to 1,000 foot. .456, 250 miles an hour there against a 499, 240 for the Spider-Man jet. Every which way but straight for Andy Clifford. Steve Hudson gets there with an 885 breakout, a little bit too quick.
At any given moment she can take it.
Well, she's on an 892 at the moment. There goes the throttle stop. Dear, the 9-second sticker remains on the car for the time. So Warren sprints off into the distance, then the throttle stop will lift the 400. Well, Warren's into the 8s, 898. Moves up one spot as well. 8 to 0-1 off the line for Ronald. I'm doing good on race day. And the 891's done 046 off Darling. You've got to be quicker than 046 to be in the show at the moment. These two are in. 10-16, 10-3 to move up. Bit of a confidence button from Matthew. That may hinder or help. 11-12, it hindered. Oh, Kirsty Tram hits her number. 11.90. He went in Pro ET as well. His dial-in is 980. Sean Law is in the show. He's looking for an 861. He's going to get there first. 862, that's nice. Don Scott. Yeah, on the old screen.
Oh no, this is Pro ET. Paul Marston goes over the quarter mile.
200ths off, 10.35
on the replay.
400ths off. They had already. So that's the difference you've got. I mean, I'm supposed to have bionic eyes. So Mark going to get there first. With a 980, and Alan Medley gets in the show. Weird situation for Bill. If he breaks out, he's on the verge of running his first ever 10. I don't know what's going to happen here. Let's have a look.
He's net right next to...
Oh my word.
Whoa.
Bill Wilson's just gone 1086. Between 899 and 902. It's been there or thereabouts every single pass. Oh, 005 off the line for Dave Fulton. So the numbers are 9 flat breakout and Marie breaks out by 200ths of a second, goes a little bit. He's only number 30. And James Walton with the Sierra, 975. He's currently 24.
Yeah, James broke into the 9 seconds this weekend.
940, it's another breakout.
4 to get into the show at the minute. Well, that's not going to be it, unfortunately. Simon in at number 5. Can he improve? Goes 10.62.
That's his first run that's not gone. .956. Breakout for Dan Fulton. 21 on a 25. What's it? Never say die. Right, these two aren't in the show. Andrew Brook and Simon Swarbrick. 9.11 the target for Andrew. 10.55. 9.12. Andrew's in. Simon. It's like you're hitting at the bullseye on a dartboard.
Yeah.
Tom got it slap bang in the middle. Neil got a ball, but it's only just in. 9.11 and 11.35. All eyes on Amy Watkins. He's at 9.58 or thereabouts. It's a 69. No good for Amy Watkins. Still not qualifying.
Hang on, and he does it regularly.
Oh, Susie's off the gas. Let's see how Dave gets on in. 63. Goes to 64 with a 6.
Is it?
Right, we are back with Comp Eliminator. And what a pairing this is. Phil Norman with the Brickfield Autos VW vehicle. Going alongside John Webster.
Mr.
Fast Company 2.
Mr. I never go straight, John Webster.
Oh, he does.
Just not in the pot.
Yeah. No, when this car hooks up and goes, it's immense. I mean, it was a 101 to 60-foot car. As I say, we've got Darren Bradford right at the top end. He's going to catch driver interviews if they stop. That's the other thing. Some of them just hoop it straight back to the pits. So we'll keep an eye on the monitors and listen out for Darryl's interviews. And you'll be able to see those on the big screens.
Look at this. Well, look at the shots you're getting of the Brickfield VW. Beautiful paint job from Phil Norman. Come on, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Well, it's gone through the step-out zone. John Webster all the way through to a 7.26, 185 mile an hour. Unbelievable pass from the Ford Pop.
It's not as quick as he's been before in that car.
Oh, it's not, but it's the quickest he's been in it for a long time.
Bizarrely moves them up from 15th to 14th, but his index is very, very hard to hit with that.
Well, with that
combination.
That car.
Right, the Don, Luke Stevenson. 920 is his index. He would like to run an 11. Going alongside Spencer Tram, he has run 11.01. He's currently in the number 3 spot, on the verge of a 10.
If he runs a 10, how many places is he going to move up? Can he take them
I don't think he will. Well, it depends. Yeah, he's got to run he's got to run like 600s quicker. He's got to run a 10.95 to move up.
Just shows you how tough it is this weekend. So, Spencer Tram with an 11.03, no improvement.
Good consistency, though.
Oh, exactly.
13.93 for Luke, 110 miles an hour. Two real good friends, obviously teammates as well. This is Nick Williams, currently number 5 qualifier, and number 1, top of the pile, Gary Carr with a Boiling Point Chevy Nova. So they both, well, sorry, Gary has a 350 cubic inch motor in his car. Can't remember what Nick's engine size is. So can Gary go quicker than... Can Gary run a 10? I don't know if the conditions are ripe enough for them to go as quick as they went earlier on today. Nick out in front with a 9.94. Gary Carr goes. Gary Carr, 10.94. Oh my word.
Extended lead.
Outstanding. He's 0.87 under now. You better not do that elimination. Well, they found something in that car. Right, we have a note from security. Please put a call out for the owner of a black Renault. The registration number is Y333JME. It's parked next to a blue tent in Efield Family Camping. Could they move the vehicle, please? And it's causing an obstruction for another camper who wants to leave. Thanks very much indeed. So a black Renault, registration number Y333JME. Can you please go back to your car and move it a bit? There is another family that needs to get out of the camping site. Thank you very much indeed.
Issues, unfortunately, for Chris Orthodox, who car not running anymore. Being pushed back very quickly by the Santa Pod team. So it will be a solo for Kev Perkins with the Soul Man in the Kestrel beer lane. Run a best of a 7.96 this weekend. Just 0.3 under the Sumo index of 7.99. Still slowly building up after the crash a couple of years ago now.
Well, we won't say crash, it was a spin on his lid more than anything else,
wasn't it?
You can see the bits that were replaced and the bits that weren't almost. So, Kev Perkins, the Soul Man. Back into the 7s earlier on, which is good news.
What a 119 60 foot. That's the quickest 60 foot we've seen from a Sumo this weekend. 785, 173 mile an hour.
Check out the reaction time. 003 off the line. Well done, Kev. Doesn't mean anything in qualifying, but it certainly makes you feel good when you look at your timing slip and go, yeah, I've still got it.
So I had a quick message from Jordan Payne earlier saying, can he have a shout out as he's got Fred Terza from VP over from the US this weekend.
We had plenty of chit back in with Fred earlier on. Fred was on the start line for the pro session earlier on as well.
Was he? Yeah.
Easy to spot. He's got the big VP.
That's much more like it for Armour Jamshed in the Kestrel beer lane with the Civic.
Yeah, Ahmed has only been 9.53 so far. There's another 2 seconds in that car.
Well, if he runs to his chassis tag, he still won't be number one qualifier.
Yeah, but then he'll make him feel real good because then that'll be a 7.53 and that'll be as bang on as he wants, really. Made the final last weekend in front-wheel drive. The Door Slammers.
Jordan currently the quickest of the Supermod cards, running down to the 7.4, 7.43 he ran yesterday. What can really these drivers do here? Little bit of tyre shake, but not a massive issue for Jordan. And a much better looking run.
Actually. 45. Armour goes 27.
8.27 at 184 mile an hour for Armour Jamshed.
Wow. Hey? Where did that come from?
That is biblical. Wow.
I'm speechless. How has he done that?
Holy moly. Look at speed.
Has he run an 820 before? The only concern will be something that I don't want to mention. But if it stands, he's taken the #1 spot away from Gary Carr.
Well, they were 550.
Wow.
I'm gobsmacked at that.
Yeah, speechless. Simon Crowley and Reuben Dawson.
Need to look at the replay. Oh, Reuben off the line very nicely indeed. 0.16 reaction time. 8.97 for Reuben Dawson. Oh, he's in the 8s yet again. Simon Crowley crosses the line, so Reuben yet stays #3.
Well, I tell you what, if that run from Ahmed Jamshed stands, he is a second under his index, or a little under a second under his index. That is incredible.
Matty Davidson, Mr. Boost. And Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog. 55 Chevy taking on the Honda Civic here in Comp Eliminator. 7.99 the index for Rob. 9.20 for Matt Davison.
So, really good run earlier today for Rob Smallworth. 7.54 on the Sumo Index. Matty Davison looking to get into the 9s once again, around 10.23. Whoa, car moving hard towards centre line for the Dirty Dog. I think Matt's coasting as well, yeah.
10.64 for Rob and 12.63 for Matt. Well, the hits just keep on coming. Belinda Bull with the pickup truck. Going to be going alongside Dan Williams with the Camaro.
I just noticed that when Jeff went round the back of Belinda's car, the truck nicked the radio from his belt. But Dan, currently in the #7 spot, ran 10.64 early in the weekend, and a 7.45, the best run so far for Belinda's truck. Had a quick word with Aaron Springford earlier, and he said there's a lot more left in the truck, they just need to get it down. Huge wheel stand from the Camaro. It's not been that high for a while.
That means it's working well.
Well, a 1.1460 foot for Belinda, 7.54 at the stripe. And a 10.54
wow.
Moves Dan up to the #4 spot.
That's a PB for Dan. Lot of noise, not a lot of smoke there for Carl Cox on the burnout. Not a lot of noise, but a lot of smoke. Kev Jenkins.
They planned it like that,
they do,
just so that you'd say that. The one thing I love, and Kev posted this the other day, so I can't take credit for it. This is just two South London boys out having a race on a Saturday afternoon.
And they couldn't do it in, well, they could do it in more different ways, but it'd be not that much different than this.
Well, Carl Cox is currently #6 qualified with a 6.17. Kev Jenkins currently #13, 7.56. Both cars working well, but can both work better.
Shout out to Chris Todd. Engine damage yesterday. We've been missing in action since then.
As engine damage, that is destroyed. That engine. Completely and utterly destroyed. There's nothing left of it.
Well, he tunes for Kev Jenkins, so he'll still be busy this weekend, but slightly less busy than if he was racing himself.
And Carl Cox still one of these guys who can take the #1 spot at any minute.
Well, that's going to be a tough ask getting around Gary Carr today.
Or
Gary
Ahmed
Carr.
Jamshed now.
Oh, yeah. Gary, 0.87 under. Carl Cox has got to run a 5.
He's got to run a 5.8, I think, something like that. The only thing is that didn't actually seem like a burnout. It didn't seem like the car was either in gear or in the right gear.
Well, I can see some tyre marks down below us, but it didn't make it past the first centre
Spun the
pod sign.
tyres,
Yeah.
but we'll see anyway.
There's a lot of heat out there, though, so might be all right.
Well, a .98 60 foot. 4th flat to the 8th. 606, 234 mile an hour from the CUDA. Moves him up to the #3 spot. Issues for Kev Jenkins, unfortunately. Moved out towards the wall. Lots of smoke coming out of one side of it as well.
Stout pass for Carl Cox there with the CUDA.
Smiles on the start line as well from their team.
.98 60 foot. 4 flat to the 8th. And 606 at the strike. So the only thing that was a surprise, only 234 mile an hour. It should be approaching 245 to 250.
That's kind of it will be when it's really on song. That's
Yeah.
kind of about the right sort of mile an hour for the ET, basically.
Right, okay.
Anyway, so it's about right. If you think Andy Robinson went 240 plus and he went in the 580s, so it's not far off anyway.
Pro Stop Bike, 90-minute warning as we welcome back from Malta. The Fennec team. 7:02 was it earlier on today?
There, I was going to say, it doesn't come up on there, does it?
No, it doesn't.
I'd love to know the reason he can't run in comp. I'm presuming it's chassis tank related
Yeah,
or something
I think so.
similar anyway.
I think it could be too light as well.
Could be that. Yeah, adding a bunch of weight is not something anyone ever wants to do, is it? To be legal for a class, especially when they're used to running that quick. So after him, we've got 2-seater, we've got the jet car, and we've got Pro Modified for the second qualifying session of the weekend for them.
Come on, we want that 6. The car is on the verge of it.
107 60 foot, trying to blow the windows out the bankside VIP, goes all the way through, arrow straight, 704, oh so close. They'd have been jumping around earlier if it had run a 704, but now hands in the air going, why?
Yeah, why didn't you enter Super Pro ET? My
Yeah.
goodness, you'd be
Shallow-
killing it.
Shallow
You'd be
stage
killing
it. Boys, next time, really shallow. Just trying to think of everything to help them.
So I'm guessing someone from the VIP balcony is in the 2-seater this time round, because everybody's waving at them when they came round then.
Well,
yeah,
it's-
they are, they just nodded.
Rob Alley is the passenger in the back from Coventry, first-time visitor to Santapod. And, well, what better way to experience it? Go behind Paul Brown as he pilots the 2-seater dragster to another sub-8-second pass around about 168 miles an hour. Yeah, literally the whole of Backside VIP filming this. Hope Rob enjoys it. As I say, first time visitor to the pod gets a passenger ride. .792, nearly 170 miles an hour on that pass. Very, very nice run indeed. Certainly hope Rob enjoyed that. Okay, so we get ready for Martin Hill once again with Fire Force 3, the Jet Funny car.
And if that wasn't enough, I can see around the corner, I can see Pro Modified, and I can see FIA Top Methanol as well.
Well, I'm just looking ahead of the lanes actually. Jean Delamont didn't get a qualifier in Q1, so very important for him. Also, we never saw Dave Smith come down the lanes, but obviously we know Wayne Nicholson, very unfortunately, had to withdraw from the event. also withdrawn from the event. Well, after last weekend was John Webster with the Fast Company Mustang, so he switched to Fast Company 2, which is the Ford Pop, and he's having a good time in Comp Eliminator this weekend. But yeah, still loads of things still to be sorted out in Pro Modified. But before we do all that, here's Martin Hill with Fire Force 3, the house jet as we affectionately call it. Powered by a Pratt & Whitney jet turbine, which will give Martin the equivalent of 10,000 horsepower. There's Martin in the car, giving us the thumbs up. A very good afternoon to Martin. He sits right next to that jet engine, right next to it.
I thought he was about to get a wolf whistled then.
I don't know where that came from.
Certainly no one that's ever seen you.
So this jet is the fastest jet funny car in the world. Went over 300 miles an hour a good few years ago now. Speaking to Martin, and I said, how the hell did you do that? And he went, so there was just about the densest pocket of air I've ever felt in my life, at 1,000 foot. And the thing just took off.
Yeah, 336 it was. And as you say, that pocket of air, when you've got all amount of fuel that's going in, the air just mixes it, just makes it even more. And it was like somebody had fired a Sidewinder missile to go with the jet, just to give him that extra bit of oomph.
So winding over the jet. Bellowing smoke out the back already. See, you say we can't control Mother Nature, but we can make our own clouds. So Richie clips the body down and he wanders out to the front of the car. He's of course the conductor of the show when it comes to the Fire Force jet cars. And his t-shirt says Mr. Ignition. So Richard giving him the signal to turn it up even louder. As we start to hold on to things here in the tower.
Man, that's violent.
It gets worse the more he does it.
Doesn't it?
So everybody give Richard a wave. The more you wave, the faster he will go.
Well, he went the 5.9s earlier. What's he got for us now?
Disappearing off into the distance. Clicked it early over the line with a 586. 246 mile an hour.
Ah.
Brilliant job. So that is the jet car done. kicking off the start of the second pro session today. As Richie gets in the van, give him a wave, give him a round of applause, give him a cheer. As they drive up to collect the driver.
And the tractor creeps back into spot, so it doesn't get the windows blown out, basically. So we got Motorsport UK and FIA Pro Mod coming around from behind the tower in just literally a couple of moments. Everybody's getting around there, paired up and ready to go. Jean de Le Mans is going to be first round on a bye run, and I think the reason he's on a bye run was because he didn't get to make a run earlier on today. So you fellas have got the qualifying lists. Where are we currently? Because obviously we're into Q2. Have we got a bump spot yet?
Give me 2 seconds, just finding the button.
I was kind of asking Dick, but, you know.
Yeah, but...
it's all right, I'm kidding. Don't worry.
Well, we haven't got the timing screens loaded up yet.
That'll be why then, come on. No problem. Anyway, Dick, I presume everybody's been, some people happier than others, obviously. Everybody's been working away, I'm sure. David was probably pretty happy with being number 1 after that session as well.
Yeah, not just that he's number 1, but the run was very smooth. Everything looks good. He is even a bit rich on fuel, or fat on fuel. So, yeah, there's something to find.
There's always something to find. It's
yeah, but I mean, it's not on the limit yet.
Okay.
To break parts.
Don't say that out loud. Oh, actually, I beg your pardon. Sorry, we have the methanol cars first. My absolute apologies. That wasn't. I don't think it was on the run order like that. But another one who didn't get to put in a run earlier, Silvio Strauch with the engine Ghost Dragster from Germany. So yeah, not quite door car time, but we got Dragster time first. So I'm just going to go around the back and check out who's coming around. So Silvio had no brakes after the burnout.
Yeah, there was a brake line broken.
The silliest little things, isn't it? It's just it's a good job he found that on the burnout, not on the run or after the run.
Yeah.
I mean, the chutes would slow the car down, but you still need the brakes to get them stopped.
Well, it'll only slow you down to a point.
Yeah.
Can I please have FIA Pro Stock into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have Pro Stock into the pairing lanes, please?
Right. The other cars around here as well, we didn't see. So we saw Sandro Abellio in testing, but we didn't see Sandro for the early round of qualifying.
No, that's correct.
Go on.
They've been warming up the engine this morning already. And when the engine was cold, they had oil pressure. And then when the engine got warm, the oil pressure just went. And they took it all completely apart, and they couldn't find anything, put it back together, and still no oil pressure. So I'm not sure if they will be here, and I think they would be out first then. So
it doesn't look like they will be, no, because both Sandro and Silvio. So at the moment, this could well turn out to be an all dragster weekend.
Well, they will probably find it, but
yeah, of course they will. But
and there's another day tomorrow for qualifying.
So everyone fist bumping on the start line or behind the start line for Silvio. His PB is in the 5.4s, I think, something like that. I'm sure when Peter had it, that it was Peter Scherfer's car. It's still very much the same kind of look. He was down in the 5.3s on a number of occasions, actually.
Yeah, they keep struggling with tire shakes. And now they have a new supercharger on it, red. So hopefully they will give him some more power to get rid of the tire shake. And the fuel system is newly done by Post and Roos in Holland. The fuel pump seemed to be leaking fuel internal, so we didn't have the flow and the pressure they wanted. Sounds really nice now.
It sounded really nice earlier. It was just no brakes.
I mean, a lot better than last year. It was really crispy, and it sounded expensive in the burnout already.
Well, the most important thing is coming back, and it stopped okay. So
yeah. For now,
it's always a bit nervous when you think, is it working? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Thank goodness for that. It just gets that monkey off your back straight away.
Yeah. Well, normally the methanol cars and the A-fuel cars are some of the more consistent cars, i.e. they get down the racetrack no matter what. And none of them did.
Yep.
Round one. Nobody. Both the A-fuel cars went up in smoke. Silvio didn't make the line, and unfortunately for Sandro, didn't make a run at all.
No.
we go into first gear once again, or forward gear.
Yeah, that is even first gear.
It's a 3-speed Lenko, isn't it?
Yep.
So has it got the separate reverser as built into the gearbox?
Yeah, yeah, but that's also first gear.
Yeah. So different staging technique from what you've seen with the A Fuel cars. He'll bring up on the RPMs. Well, weaving around to 60 foot. Still weaving around the lane all the way through to a 564, 249 mile an hour. Takes the #1 spot for now.
0.88, 60 foot.
That was pretty.
Wow.
Yeah, well, still some
laboured
shake, but it was a very good start.
A lot smoother than he's been a number of times before. So, and actually made it A to B as well. That always kind of settles the nerves after a long winter and putting stuff back together, doesn't it?
Yeah, last year he had so many times the huge tire shakes that when the runs were good, he forgot the shift light and he was way too early because he always had to short shift it. So then he would slam himself. Oh no, I didn't wait for the shift light.
The trouble is, every time, if it shakes a lot, you just kind of, it's not lose confidence, but you lose rhythm, don't you?
Yeah.
And
you're just prepared to short shift.
That's right, you're waiting for it to shake and to try and clear it up as well. So, it interrupts the fuel flow, the clutch and everything else as well. So, thumbs up to both of the A Fuel cars. A Fuel Team Sweden next underneath the tower. In the Kestrel lane for Bill Sport and NGK. The one and only Tony Brinterson making a return to methanol racing. They're both going for the championship this year. He's going to be taking on, again, with NGK, Johnny Lag.
Yep.
The man responsible for Tony getting back in a race car, as we mentioned earlier. Now, both of these two spun the tyres instantly, absolutely instantly on the start line. Any idea why that happened, Dick? I just wonder, because I know you obviously do a lot of blown methanol stuff, but with these cars, they're a bit different, aren't they?
Yeah, I can tell you not a lot about nitro, just that it's dangerous.
Fun, right. Fun, you meant fun.
Oh, yeah, that was it. It's unmanned fuel. But no, tire shake is most of the times a lack of horsepower, especially when it happens straight off the start. But Johnny, I think he just went up on the tires the last run. There wasn't even tire shake.
Yeah, they didn't get anywhere at all.
No,
and
exactly,
yeah, actually both of them didn't, which is very, very unusual.
Yeah, well, Tony was shut off, of course, because Silvio was parked at the left lane, and he didn't come back afterwards. So, well, just now, but.
Oh, Tony did make his run, and he smoked the tyres as well.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. Was in the pit. But look at the huge rear wing from on Tony's car. It's a proper Top Fuel wing he has.
It might even be his old Top Fuel wing. Actually, no, it was on my car. But anyway, that aside, yeah, it's.
But it's a lot bigger than Johnny has.
Yeah.
And Silvio is an even smaller one.
I think with the alcohol cars, they don't need as much. They're passive. It's more of a stabiliser. With the A Fuel cars, it's much more aggressive to try and keep the rear tyres planted and the cylinders lit, which is generally the difficult part of an injection. Anything injected on nitro, very, very difficult because it doesn't have the compressor or the supercharger on it to force it in, which means they're prone to dropping cylinders quite a lot.
So you've seen the staging technique once before, but both drivers will roll into pre-stage. Turn the pumps on to full. You'll hear the note of the engine change. And the cars start to shake almost violently.
Oh, wow. Synchronized.
Can you say they have both the same tuner?
Well, the same thing happened to both of them earlier.
Yeah, it's not like the track's not there at all. It's
no,
just
absolutely not.
Absolutely a setup thing, I should think, to be honest with you. It's very, very weird, though. It's very unusual for them to make back-to-back runs on the same track in the same day with this much heat in it. It's not, again, it's not like there's nothing there at all.
This really is overpowering the track. So it's, yeah.
And we're on to FIA Pro Modified. Dick, have you got any stories from last round, or has everything gone all right?
Yeah, well, some, yeah. Peter Kunz, I had the idea it was a backfire at the end. but he feathered the throttle, and that means that all the nitro stuff restarts, all the timers restart.
Okay.
So it just had no power. And Stian had, well, the big tire shake, and well, they had no data. The SD card was locked in the data logger, so they didn't write new data on the card. So it's a kind of a guess what they had to do now, but they made some changes. And the Stranger Things Bel Air we didn't see in round 1 is here again. We didn't see them because the starter motor was broken.
That's what it was.
And now they made a bit gap in the hood. So now they're starting it with the external starter on the blower, on the supercharger.
Just to make sure,
yeah,
basically.
and Jean Dulemont didn't start the last round. There was a loose wire in the ignition system. So well, that's fixed now as well. And for the rest, everybody was well, pretty happy.
That's good to hear. So Jean Dulemont, here he is.
And Jean has some great help over here from the US, from the Rara Morrison, if you ever heard of those, if you're into pro stock from the old days and drag racing in general. Brad Morrison.
Yep.
Helping out.
It's the guy next to David there on the start line.
That's the one, the slimmer version.
Yeah.
You wanted to say that, didn't you?
No, no, no.
It's okay, I know. You can just chase me instead. Anyway, but Sean has been into the 5.9s. It's not like the car's been a pooch without anyone here to help, shall we say. But they really did need both runs today, to be honest with you. He went 5.9 twice in a row back at the Festival of Power a few weeks ago. Then unfortunately got out of shape on the burnout, and you can see the patch job on the front end. He ended up on the wall.
Yeah, and John Webster had the honor to fix it again.
So do we have a bump yet, fellas? That's
no, it's only got 12 cars in the show
wow,
at the moment.
okay. So he was one of them that didn't make it down or make it in.
So Jean Dulemont, his first run of the main event.
Well, we know we can run a 5, so now will be a good time to do it. The top 4 actually in the 5-second zone already. The next 4 are in the 6s.
Whoa, one flat 60 foot, then tyres just started to shake about 60 foot and turned the car hard to the wall. But Jean Dulemont brought it back nicely.
He qualifies 9:57 at 93 miles an hour. But that's the most important thing, is just get down to the other end of the racetrack. Yeah. Get on the score sheets.
For now, anyway, yeah. Well, one of the things that we can't overstate really is that a lot of teams have been here for previous events, and they were here last week for the Door Slammers and testing on Thursday. However, the racetrack on a race weekend like this, it was pretty damn good last week. I mean, let's face it, we had 570s galore indoors with door cars, so it was not bad at all. However, like Dick said earlier, it really does step up a notch on race weekends when you've got big cars going down there, doesn't it?
Yeah, loads of cars. Loads of big cars. They make the track even better.
Yeah, well, if you'd have noticed the front end of Jean Dulemont's car, freshly painted after a dink with the wall at the Festival of Power. And I think that was his first run since then.
It was indeed. I hazard a guess they might have even repaired that in the pits overnight after it happened.
Norbert Cuno is next up. I'm not sure if he has a solo, but it looks like that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He should have been paired with somebody, though, probably.
Yeah. I don't have the pairing list here, unfortunately.
Well, there's no one else coming around the corner, so a solo for Norbert Cuno. In the newest iteration of the Lucas Oil Avenger.
The one still missing is Michael Winter.
He's here, isn't he?
He is here, yeah.
So actually, we had 19 entered. We're missing John Webster at the start. We're missing Wayne Nicholson, and we're missing Michael Winter, and he's not here now.
No.
So everybody that runs will be in, unless Michael Winter can run tomorrow, obviously.
Just a quick one whilst Norbert is reversing. There's a white MG, registration number ND22 WVA, belongs to Karen Wheeler actually, parked on the road by Pond Toilets, actually needs to be moved quite urgently please, hence the call during Pro Mod. Can that white MG from Karen Wheeler please get moved as soon as possible, thank you.
So Norbert, I don't think has put in, back at the main event in, I think it was 2019, on the last qualifying run of a really, really tough weekend in the tough field, he hit the wall, if you guys remember. Spent a couple of years rebuilding it, COVID happened. He did come back again in 2022, but I don't think Norbert has made a full run since 2019. That's some serious stubbornness, isn't it, really?
Yeah, well, that year he was in Hockenheim, and he got, well, disqualified. He wasn't allowed to run because he had some technical stuff not in order, not in specs. This is his first, well, yeah, second run then after that.
So let's see what he can do then. Currently qualified with a 14.28. Obviously the car can go much quicker than that.
He's been 6 zeros. He's never been in the fives, Norbert.
No, not yet.
I'm not even sure he's made a full pass with his car yet. Well, that's much more like it.
Labelled on and off the track. 688, 193 at the front. Moves up to number 9.
I think he wasn't shocked that it was such a good run.
No.
Probably.
Oh, there we go. Shoots by just about 10 feet before the field by the looks of that. But that was a lot more like it, actually. That was a lot more like the Norbert. Norbert used to be absolutely great in eliminations. He always used to end up like 15th or 16th qualifier, and then he'd knock out the number 1 qualifier in round 1. He kind of made a living doing that for quite some time. I'm guessing the next pair will be Marcus Hilt and somebody else.
Stian Rousane.
Very good. That is excellent Dutch-Norwegian pronunciation, sir. Well done.
He's a friend of mine. So
we've been absolutely murdering his name for the last 2 weeks. So
he told me that. Please pronounce my last name right.
That's right. Go on. Say again.
Rousanes.
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 Yep. Cool.
So
I'd love to know how he pronounces Colin's second name. That would be fun.
Thanks.
Or mine then. Or mine. But Stian, this car was is nailed on to be in the fives. It was on a couple of runs at the Door Slammers last week, but they had terrible. Go on, tell everybody about the problems they had.
Tire shake and tire shake, and some tire shake in between.
I was mainly thinking gearbox, but there we go.
Yeah. But those tire shakes broke the gearbox.
Oh, was that what did it, was it?
Yeah,
okay,
they had no spare
enough.
parts. Even the front crank seal came out, was shaken out. Issues.
Well, the one run they did get to about the 8th mile, I think it went 391 to the 8th, which again is
it's
that's
stunning.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
that really is pretty good. Stian can really, really drive the car, and so can the guy in the other lane, Marcus Hilt. He was a finalist at the first ever Door Slammers in Pro Door Slammer 5 years ago. He's in the Kestrel lane with Camp Stanley backing him up. Camp's been around blown door car racing. In fact, he might have even invented it. And that's not actually too far from the truth, is it really? He started with the Wild Bunch in the States in the early 80s with blown door cars. Built some really wild creations. Over here helping Marcus. So keep your fingers crossed or your thumbs held, depending on the part of the world you're from, that everything goes to plan for these guys. Stian and this whole team have really invested heavily, and they made a huge effort to come here and start the season off well. I see also helping him out and lining him up is Matt Sprague standing down here.
Yeah, they told me it's a really difficult car to put out straight because the shape of the car. The front is like an arrow. So, and yet in Thursday in testing it was pointed to the left a lot, and of course they just couldn't see it.
Well, lots of tyre shake again. Both cars going towards the middle, trying to high-five each other. Both pedaling it. 758, 198 mile an hour, and a 784, 125 mile an hour. That's just about as sideways in a pro mod you can get.
Oh, no one's going to be happy with that, are they?
No.
Not at all.
That was massive shake.
Yeah, they came together in the middle of the track. They looked like they were about to high-five each other.
Looks like a lot of damn and blast going on there. And what I mean by that is, like, your head says let off because there's no point, and your right foot goes no. No, we've come a long way to do this. Let's do it.
So attempt number 2 for Peter Wacker coming around the corner. He'll be side by side with John Tebenham. So the Rufus Toy and the fabulous Lightning McQueen.
I'm getting out of the way of Johnny's burnouts in this car because he tries to do his Ford Pop burnout in a pro mod.
It's a wise decision.
Yeah, you weren't wrong with that one, Daryl.
Yeah, well, Dave was brave standing in the way. It's really funny. I'm not going to say what John told me to say because I'll get told off. He prefers running in a certain lane for a certain reason. Anyway, there we go. That's all I can say. So we went in the 6.2s earlier on. Peter Wacker didn't get to make a run, unfortunately. There is no bump slot yet, so whatever they get is going to count.
Yeah, the reason Peter couldn't make the last round, the first qualifier, is that the engine ran, but then he forgot to turn on the fuel pump. That's something, well, quite necessary.
That's a cracking one. I love that.
A rookie mistake.
Yeah. Or Rufus mistake. Not rookie mistake, Rufus mistake.
So 2 of the most unique cars here this weekend.
Yeah, Peter's still running the original engine, so a smaller engine, smaller, still 700-ish cubic inch, and only 2 stages of nitrous. If that compared to Jean Doulemont or Peter Kuhns, they have 3 or 4 stages with loads of nitrous. So he's just aiming to come to his personal best with this engine and then build a new one.
So what can they do? One from UK, one from... Whoa, lots of tyre shake for Peter Wacker. No issues at all for John Tebenham, all the way through to a 620, 236 mile an hour. And I thought Stian Rosanes could get sideways, but no, Peter Wacker beat it.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a number on the board. Johnny JT goes 620 at 236. Again, I'm not going to say what just happened, but basically, I don't think JT hit the shift points, I think is the polite way of putting that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it got on the limiter twice, and I think that's what kind of slows it down. You can hear it happen. You can hear the engine stutter. And obviously, it needs to go into the gear it's tuned for exactly at the right time.
Yeah, vicious tyre shake for Peter there as well. I can see the tracks go way out to just before 330 foot when the car turned hard towards the wall.
So by the looks of it, this time round we do have...
Yep.
Yeah?
It is, and it's fired.
Well, so Dave Smith was entered at the Festival of Power. Unfortunately, didn't make it. Last weekend at the Door Slammers, didn't make a run. This is going to be his first run of the season. Yeah. He wanted to get loads more in, but they've had, trouble getting parts like everybody, all kinds of stuff as well.
Yeah,
so
that's a big problem.
So Peter Kunk in the Kestrel Lane, and it's going to be, for the UK, Dave Smith, for the first time in 2024.
Well, I don't think the term high revving burnout goes amiss with Dave.
Stretching the rods.
Why not? Yeah, just making sure that everything's bedded in after it's been rebuilt, or it all comes apart again after it's all being rebuilt. Not sure which way it's going to go. So Dave's PB is in the 6.4s, I think, fellas. I think you've got the PB chart there.
Yeah, I've got it right in front of me. 6:38 with a 9.
Okay, he's not coming back though. That's That's a proper sprint. We've got to get him back and get him out of the way.
Is the engine still running?
I can't hear a damn thing apart from you guys with these in, but I can hear Peter Cook's car is still running. I don't think Dave Smith is, actually. I can't see. Yeah, he's turning off towards the side of the racetrack, so that will be that. We will be able to send Peter Cook on a bye run, but no run again, unfortunately.
Oh, my God.
For Dave Smith. Well, if it wasn't fun, no one would do it, would they? You know, it wasn't difficult.
Oh, done really well to get that car back to the line, but then Peter Cook, I thought, saw the situation there and was just bringing it back gently there.
Well, he ran earlier. Oh, that's quite nice. That'll do my hair.
Your voice is changing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, laughing.
It's called laughing gas for a reason,
yeah.
and it is the same stuff that the dentist gives you. However, possibly not in the quantities, because they might get arrested.
I hope not.
No, that goes into the engine on this car. So 900 and something cubic inches, as Colin worked out last week, nearly 15 litres.
Yeah, 14.8 litre engine in the Camaro there, 903 cubes. Well, it's already been 614 today.
Just don't shake.
I hope so. Yeah.
Well, he almost got away with it.
He
106 to 60 foot. Oh, lots of smoke at the top end. Only rose 676.
He missed some shift points, I think.
That
he
was
left in second gear or so.
That was all kinds of ugly.
Yeah.
What was the 60 like?
106.
Yeah, that's not where he wants to be or would normally be anyway. So, yeah, he'll stand on his run from earlier on today. Still a lot of smoke through the finish line.
Yeah, this track crew just having a good look. Yeah, he disappeared straight away.
Okay. So we've still got more cars to come. Dave Smith's car, unfortunately, is going to be towed out of the way.
Well, that's 15 cars that have now qualified, and obviously if Dave Smith, with his 2 opportunities tomorrow, gets a run in, that will be a 16-car field.
Nice.
But like I say, I think that is, you know, our capacity this weekend, because we don't have any more Pro Bols.
Yeah, Michael Winter maybe.
Oh yes, of course, Michael. Yeah.
Have you any idea what the trouble is? Why he hasn't been down for 2 runs today?
No, I haven't. No.
Right, so the next ones are fired up. It is the Parkinson Warrior.
Really nice to have a
immense car.
Really nice to have a chat with Andreas earlier on today, and I would have talked to Jürgen Berger. I wanted to have a chat with him, but his English is not the most confident, I think is probably the best way of putting it. Super nice guy, and obviously Andreas, as he says, been given the opportunity of a lifetime to drive and race a Pro Mod legal Corvette. What a car. Taking on Bruno Barda. Well, where's the truck when you need one to do a side-by-side burnout? I know that's kind of what he wanted to do in the first round, actually. He wanted to do a really long burnout to scrub in a new set of tyres. That's what that was all about. So he will be coming back. He's not no problem at all. Stopped out there around about half track. So Andreas and the team, very good afternoon to Mum Yvonne. If you're watching in as well, that's Andreas' mum. She apparently loves our commentary. She really does.
Really?
I don't know what's the matter with her.
I think she is on the wrong channel.
Yeah, definitely that. Just retune your computer or turn it off, maybe. You never know. Anyway, no. So she's let her son and her husband come over here to race this weekend in the Corvette. Bruno Barda, winner a week ago at the Door Slammers. Stop me if you've heard this before about Bruno. He wasn't the quickest, he wasn't the fastest, but he turned up every round and he got the win line, which is what you need to do. This Corvette body really does look like an arrow, doesn't it? Especially from up there, where you guys are sat. Yeah, it's just super sleek. There's not many of them in the world, though, are there?
No, well, not this style of this year, no.
Well, the only other famous one I can think of is Benny Braze from Australia. I know he runs that body style.
Yeah, I think it's an Andy McCoy body, isn't it? It's a really cool looking car. And the great thing about it is it's another one, another unique body style for Pro Modified.
Yeah.
Like it needs any more, but yeah, it does, really.
Yep, it does. So, pick your Corvette then. Bruno Barda and Andreas Jadin, both want to see 5-second runs on the scoreboards. Well, tyre shake for Andreas and Bruno lifting early. Andreas with a .97 60 foot, and then it started shaking just slightly further out.
That was where they wanted to be, actually, off the start line. But obviously, unfortunately, they didn't really get the run at all that they wanted earlier on today, which affected his tune-up calls, I'm pretty sure, for that one. So he's still got a number on the board. He's still in for now. They've got 2 more goes tomorrow to improve.
I don't know why Bruno lifted. He was going arrow straight. He did a 392 to the 8th mile.
I don't know if there's a pop because the chutes came out as well.
No,
so
I didn't.
Okay.
I don't think there was.
A pop, but no, you never know.
But yeah, 392 to the 8th mile. That would have been an improvement for Bruno.
Yeah, I think probably parlayed into a low 5.9. And he was already around a 5.95. But nevertheless, comfortably qualified in the number 4 spot.
So up next, Jerry Rattanamy and Wally Strobel. 2 very different ways of going Camaro Pro Mod racing.
Oh, I looked at Wally's car and it's still a Chevy.
That would have been a really, really competitive Pro Mod car about 25 years ago or thereabouts, wouldn't it? And I'm not being rude.
No.
That's the kind of technology that's in there, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not the newer stuff. It's not a Hemi. They did actually run Chevys in the supercharged combination for quite a few years, didn't they?
Yeah. I know Thomas Natas when my team bought the 37. Yeah. It ran Pro Mod with a Chevy engine.
And run very quickly as well down into the 6.4s. I remember when Mark put the Hemi in it, he said the one thing we didn't account for was how much heavier it was.
Yeah,
which it may well be.
Yeah, you only really see the Chevy combinations with the nitrous package. You don't really see the Hemis on nitrous, but both these cars very, very quick indeed for all their combinations. Jerry wants more out of the orange Camaro in the Kestrel beer lane.
Could it be a 5.8? They tried to do it last week, but obviously the crew didn't put up enough beer as a reward for him to do it. You see, I think that's what it was. So hopefully he's got his staging issues sorted out and the crew can tune from what they did earlier. That was a super nice run earlier today.
So the blower car in Slitrix lane, turbo car, Kestrel beer lane. 1 black, 1 orange, both Camaros. What have they got for us here? Well, a 1 flat 60 foot again from Jerry. Lifts off early to a 662 and a 721 for Wally Strobel.
Well, he got to the finish line. They all look very happy down here, actually. But Jari looked to be on a really, really nice run, but not sure quite what happened. Did you guys check the replay? I was going to say, Barney, if you can, or guys in the TV truck, if you can run the replay for everybody to watch.
We're still looking at John Taverner.
Ah, okay. Beg your pardon.
Frozen.
No, it's playing on the big screen.
No, it's okay. It's just to see what happened to Yari's car. It was moving around a little bit, and there were a couple of puffs of smoke out the headers. I presume that was where he lifted, actually. But no issues found, I think, so we can carry on with qualifying.
The 60 foot was 1 flat, 330 and 267, so not really special. And the 8 mile was a 4 flat. So.
Okay, well, we're about to find out if someone can do something really special. It's very unusual for Andre Arnover to have 1 busted run, let alone, I don't know, 2 or 3, I think it is now.
Yeah.
He was very happy with everything up until qualifying today.
Going alongside Andy Robinson.
Well, he ran his first 580 for a long time with the anger management Camaro, and yet Luke was still not happy with it.
Well, it was 300s off, but say 249 miles an hour. He's now the fastest UK-based Pro Mod. He wants to be the quickest, though.
Well, he's only 1 run away from it. He's only got to run a 583.
Only.
Only. However, yeah, talking to Luke and looking at Luke's face, it was like kind of, yeah. Well, the speed was kind of what we were shooting for, but the ET wasn't. I think they probably left a little bit down low compared to what they were after. So, Andy's been around doing this a long while. Pro Modified in the UK started first place in the world that ran Pro Modified actually in the late 80s, a couple of years before they did it in the US. And Andy was one of those guys involved in that. So he's been at this since the year dot. He was round at the moment of creation, if you will. And Andre Arnover, well, what can you say? Any more you can say about him?
Well, one thing I can say, he's only number 8.
Yeah.
He has the capability to go number 1.
Well, yeah, if the car runs anything like it did last week, that will be number 1. But again, even though he's been testing and he's been here loads, the track's definitely different. And also, he's now definitely Pro Mod legal. He may have been the last couple of weeks as well that he's been here, but time for him to see what he can do. So if it goes 2:59 again, you know he was for real.
So the age-old matchup then, one Camaro, one Mustang, twin turbo versus blower. What can we see here? No issues at all for Andres Arnover until he takes a hard move to the wall. Pedaled it, still goes 635 at over 200 mile an hour. Tyre shake for Andy Robinson, cut his run short.
Yeah, all kind of weirdness going on in Andre's lane. The car,
I don't know what happened there.
Some bugs have crept into that over the last week since he went home because, yeah, there was lots of smoke coming out the back of it. It looked like it was hurting itself all the way down there, but he tried to leg it out to get a number on the board. That was absolutely not what they were looking for. Also, Andy Robinson shook when I think that was when he punched second gear, wasn't it? What were these 60s like?
97 for Andy, 98 for Andre.
Yeah, well, it's amazing, isn't it? You can do the same thing over and over again on exactly the same racetrack, and hey presto, doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, well, Anders changed some things on his 4-link settings for this weekend.
Change them back?
Yeah. Well, you must have an idea about it. But.
Well, yeah, if only it was that simple. David Victor and Bobby Wallace.
Last pair.
So this is the earliest Camaro and the newest Camaro. The 67 Camaro and it's 2022.
Well, Bobby Wallace he's still the quickest UK Pro Mod with a 583. He ran that a year ago Monday in the second round, I think it was, against David. One of the best second rounds of racing we've ever seen in Pro Modified. And the quickest side-by-side race ever in Pro Mod. And he beat Dave on a whole shot.
Yeah.
Which must have really stung because Dave ran really well.
Yeah.
It's got to hurt to be on the losing end of a whole shot any time, but when it's the quickest race ever, and Bobby ran his personal best too. It was really good. Great race.
Still, it's better to lose on the whole shot than on the red light.
True. When did you go and say that to David? How did he feel? Not happy. Probably not happy, no. So, can anyone go in the 70s? David has all the capability. He did it a couple of times last week.
Yeah, engine was, well, really happy after the first round this morning.
So, I mean, the driver was happy too.
Oh, yeah, very. And the whole crew. Saved a lot of work.
So 6-0-0-0 is Bobby's current marker, and basically a 581 for David. Can he get into those 5.7s? That's what he's after here. Cement that #1 spot. Only Bobby can take it away from him in this. Oh, it's not going to be Bobby. So David Vector is #1 overnight, but what with?
Look at that.
580 with a 9. He finds 100th. He probably wanted 200s just to show a 5.7.
I think he got off the throttle a bit early.
It looked like it.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, that doesn't really affect the ET as much as the speed. I mean, 240s, it's only slightly down. It was pretty much there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Not sure what happened to Bobby. That was a good-looking launch, but I think it shook in second gear, didn't it? Have a look at that. So,
you see the difference between the 230, 2.5 for David.
I think actually Bobby was having engine.
Dead.
What?
2 seconds dead.
Yeah.
385.80.
Yeah. Wow.
I thought you said 205.
No, 2.5 on 330.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think Bobby was having engine issues by the time he got to 330 foot. I saw quite a lot of flame out of the exhausts, and
I think it's where he backed off, mate, because the nitrous nitrous keeps going in. Because he shook, he probably just blipped the throttle, and that was pretty much what that was.
Okay,
so we're into FIA Pro Stock. Dick, thank you very much for all your help. Much appreciated as always. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people scratching their heads today, actually, because especially after last week, they all got runs in and thought they got it figured out.
Yep.
And basically.
Yeah, for now it's only one who had figured it out. But
yeah, exactly. And it stayed together as well, which is always good.
Yeah. Great. See you tomorrow.
Thanks ever so much indeed.
Enjoy.
All right, we move on to FIA Pro Stock. All 7 entries made runs in the first qualifying session. So making the most of it. This is Simon Eckengren, and he is the number 7 car at the moment. We should have an all 6-second field.
I've got to share the story I think I shared with you guys last week about this. I spoke to Simon about his surname, because his surname was Simon Gustafsson. And he got married, and I said, okay, is that your wife's name? You're taking your wife's name? He said, no, that's my maternal grandmother's name. In Sweden, they get to choose what they want as their surname, which is kind of a nice idea, really,
that's cool, isn't it?
It's a lovely idea. So anyway...
Does that mean that we can choose your name?
No. Okay. I'm already married. Thank you. We choose Thomas's, though. He's not there yet.
Well, at 0.9960 foot, the car moving over towards the wall, but reeled in perfectly. It's going to beat a 14. 675 with a 4. Moves him up to the number 3 spot. Now, only one car is outside of the 6-second zone.
That's quite a clean run. It did step out a little bit. I spoke to Michael yesterday, and he did say that Simon kept mentioning that car it felt like it was skittering around on ice towards the top end, so he made a lot of changes to it to try and calm it down. Pro Stock really is the never-ending, what's the TV show called? The Infinite Monkey Cage. That's the one where everything is, just fiddle with everything. I think that's what it is.
Well, the cars are just that on edge. They run so low downforce to try and eke every little thousandth out of the cars.
Yeah, the track has to be absolutely spot on, as does the tune-up and everything else as well. They've got. I remember watching one of the videos of the stuff in the HRA. They run Pro Stock too. That's where most of these cars come from, and just the gearings that they carry just like trays and trays of different gears, and you can make infinite tiny adjustments, and the car will do exactly the same thing or pick up slightly. I remember years ago talking to Thomas Lindstrom, and in his one qualifying session, he shook the tyres instantly. The next qualifying session, he went low ET, and I said, "What did you change?" And he went, "A couple of grams on the clutch." That was it. That's all he changed, and it flew. It's got to drive you mad. Certainly has, doesn't it? So Lasse Britsma did actually get his first ever full run down this racetrack earlier on today. Remind me what Mike Malmgren ran.
He went 753.
Okay, yeah. He's the only one not in the 7s at the moment.
Correct, yeah.
And they start counting little points already. So with the FIA in the qualifying sessions, they get 3-2-1 for who's the quickest in each session, yeah. And that really can make a difference towards the end of the season. I remember some of the drivers already counting points on the first day of qualifying of the season, which is what they'll all be doing now.
Problem there for Lars.
Well,
doors flung open.
Well, quite a lot of these drivers run ship to shore, so there's obviously something going on that he's not happy with. Oh, I don't think the other door was clipped in.
Ah, that was it.
Good spot.
Well, by the driver,
yeah.
we might add. Yeah.
Little bit of tyre shake for Lars.
Oh, a little bit of a wiggle as well.
Big wiggle.
Big wiggle.
Nice.
65, though, for Mike Malcolm. Goes up to number 2 with that one. Only that 63 is in front of him. But, yeah, the Black Devil Pontiac moving up forward. So now, 663 to 688 is the spread in Pro Stock.
Very nice indeed, what you expect, really.
Yeah.
So that was a nice run for Mike Malgren. He'll be a happy boy at the top end. Lasse Britsmols getting way out of shape. Way out of shape on the way up there. So the next pair underneath the tower in the Slick Tricks lane for VP Racing Fuels and Dodge. Stefan Enrid, and from Finland, the first time he's been in here for a long while, Richard Sundblom.
Is that still the same car that Richard ran when he was...
Yeah.
I was going to say, I remember sitting on the bank when I was, well, before I started racing, watching those cars, the old Cobalts, and I think the GTOs had just started appearing.
That is a Cobalt. You are exactly right. Yeah, it's been around that long, but pro stock cars, you have to spend a monumental amount of money for an incremental gain. You know, if you want to gain, I don't know, 100s, 200s, if a newer body style is worth 100s or 200s, you got to have it because it's so close. So, yeah, some of these drivers may be giving up slightly, a little bit in ET or aerodynamics, but it means being able to race. And the other good thing is as well is that over in the US they run fuel injection now. They don't run carbs. So we are the only the ones running 500 cubic inches and carbs again. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, we lose the scoops and everything on the US cars, but I think they look better here.
Oh, they definitely do, because we're on this racetrack. This racetrack makes anything look better. That's why I'm standing down here. Thank you very much.
I'd love to see what some of the American guys could do over here, because the guys we've got running this weekend are on the cutting edge of what you can do with a pro stock car, especially the cars they've got.
The weather's the different thing, because especially at this kind of time in the US, it's getting really hot and nasty. Like they raced last weekend in Chicago, and it was super hot, and it made the track very, very difficult indeed. Whereas, well, the weather here, like 19, 20 degrees, it's kind of perfect for racing, really. A little bit of a tailwind, which is always welcome.
So Richard Sundblom and Stefan Enrid.
Yeah, both in the 6.8s at the moment. Would love to get into the 6.17 and the 6.6s, but let's see how this one pans out. They're both straight. No wiggling around a lane at all. 680 and, well, Richard, 740. Just totally dropped off there.
Something's really amiss on Stefan's car.
Yeah.
6.80 is absolutely not what they would expect or be looking for, to be honest with you. So Richard Sundblom pushed the clutch in before the finish line. And we have two more cars to go. The two quickest cars from the first round of qualifying. The one and only Jimmy Orland in the Kestrel lane, and the guy that could potentially be his nearest challenger as well, Robin Narain.
Well, of course, Robin dropped to number 3 now as Mike Malgren leapt up into the number 2 slot.
So that run earlier on today was his first run of the season with a rebuilt car too. So take nothing away from the guy. That was a spectacularly good first run of the season.
So Jimmy only piloting one car this weekend. We normally see him running in Pro Mod as well with the old 53, but unfortunately delaying getting parts to get that car built ready for this season prevailed that car from coming over here. So it is just Jimmy Orland in the Camaro this weekend in Pro Stock. Say 663 is where he is at the moment. Robin Narain with the Pontiac, 667 in the number 3 spot. Between the pair of them, 665, Mike Malgren from his run a few short moments ago. Final pair in Pro Stock. Wheelie bar's just been set. Oh, so crucial to get that right.
I think we've got loud cars coming after these, haven't we, fellas?
But not the ones you're expecting.
Okay. So let's see what Robin and the team can do. They had some real good showings in the championship over the last few seasons. I remember, I think it was 5 years ago at the finals, Robin actually won, beat Jimmy. So that team can get it done.
Well, you could hear the wheelie bars slapping the floors Door handle to door handle all the way up.
Wow.
665 and a 656.
56.
All of a sudden, the gap opens up again. Just when everyone thinks they're sneaking up on him, and they're still high-fiving down here in the slick tricks lane. That was a great looking run though from Robin Loren.
Disappeared off the screen so quickly.
Oh, okay.
No, what I wanted to say, Robin Loren just went to number 2 spot with a 6.6536 ahead of Mike Malcolm, 6.6538. 2/10,000ths of a second between second and third.
That's what Pro Stock's all about, isn't
Oh,
it, fellas?
yeah.
That was superb. That's the first time we've had well, I was going to say for a while now. It's so good to see so many of them back. So Jimmy's crew, and Jimmy will be real happy. Give the man on the quad a round of applause. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. Go on. There we go.
Oh dear. Right, okay, need to inform you good people out there, slight shuffle in the run order. Normally to follow Pro Stock car would be FIA Top Fuel, but none of them are actually ready just yet. So the next class to come round will be Nitro Funny Car, but I think they're going to be doing some track prep before they do, in fact, yet the track is just getting ready to go out. So it will be Nitro Funny Car to be followed by Nostalgia Funny Car. Then we'll be running the bikes, and then it will be Top Fuel to be followed by the jets. So that is the plan going forward. So it will be Nitro Funny Car next, Nostalgia Funny Car to follow, then it will be the bikes, Top Fuel Dragster, then the jets.
Well, I'm just going to go for a quick wander up the Fire Up Road again, see how I can collar while we're doing a little bit of track prep, give you lovely folks at home and on the banking and the grandstand something to check out on the screens. But I'm not sure if everyone's going to be strapped into the car. It might be slightly difficult. Yeah, it looks like everybody is getting strapped in, actually. So we've got Wendy Baker down here with the Time Warp. I think Steve is strapped in to the Undertaker over there, nice and tight. So I'm going to see who I can find to annoy. It's all right. Don't worry. You're safe. You're safe. It's all right. Don't worry about it. So Patrick Pears as well. He's ready to go. Also with the West End Motorsport machine. That's Kevin Kent. He's ready to go too. So yeah, Wendy Baker. You can see the Time Warp Mustang getting ready to go in the pairing lanes. That's a really, really nice looking car. It's a very, very faithful recreation. The body, I think, is a mould from one of the original ones, and the chassis, even though it's a brand new chassis, is made and fabricated exactly as the original one that was under there from the 70s. So this will be her first run of the weekend. We've obviously Tony Betts will be on the way down as well, as will hopefully the other two, the Nitro Bug and Apache. So anyway, fellas, I do apologise. There is no one. Actually, there is someone hanging about. I can go and grab. Just give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds, if you wouldn't mind. Come on. Yeah, Neil will push you this way. It's all right if you don't want to come. I'm down here with Andy. Great to see you, mate. Andy Raw with the Nitro Bug, Nitro Funny Car. So we all know it's hard work running one. How much have you sworn at it today?
A lot. There's been a lot of bleeping. A lot. It's all new. And we've just basically had to calm everything down to give me a bit of help with it, really. Got a little bit of an issue with it pulling still, but I think we've sussed that out. We've had some good advice. We're going to try it. Problem is, we only get to try it down there. But it's the main thing is we haven't had any damage, which is brilliant.
That is one of the main things with running these cars, isn't it? Is not having to take it home in bits or try and find new bits because there ain't any about.
No, that's true. Yeah, I mean, we like everybody else here, we struggle for parts. It's just a really, really real nightmare at the moment. We're lucky. We use John Dunn in America, who helps us out no end. But basically, at the moment, it's just the production of the parts. It's mad. 8 months for a crank, you know. It's anything.
So even if you bust one at the start of the season, you won't get it till the beginning of next, basically.
Yeah, that's right. And so you have to spend a lot of money and buy two. So that's how it is now. But it's a massive, it is a huge investment into the car. I mean, without the sponsors, we wouldn't be able to do it. Definitely wouldn't be able to do it.
Everyone out there obviously appreciates what you do. When are you going to get back into the low sixes again? I mean, is it like, if it feels good this time, will you go further? Will you go all the way through, or it really depends?
No, I've been told if it's good. Carly said if it's all good, just keep your foot in. So yeah, hopefully, touch wood, that's what's going to happen.
And keeping your foot in a nitro funny car, obviously yours is the only Beetle on the planet funny car anyway. Obviously, yeah. That's fun.
Yeah, it is unusual to drive. It's a bit of an unknown. We've been over 200 mile an hour with it, and it was all right. So, yeah, but it's every run's, you know, anything can happen with it. So.
I was going to say, is it fun being a test pilot? Because that's kind of what you are.
Well, yeah, I am, but all I ever do when I get out of it is want to get back in it. So until that buzz goes, then we're just going to carry on. I love it. I absolutely love it. I love all of the guys we race against. You know, it's just brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
It's great to be around as well, isn't it? So what you said about your body, it's a totally unique one-off thing. So a lot of it was basically, I don't want to put it quite like this, but if it's not, tell me, it's kind of like a best guess at what's going to work, is it?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of help with FGR Motorsports, Roy and Jason Phelps with it, like massive. But yeah, it was basically just testing it, trying to get it as best we can. I mean, it's never going to be the fastest one. We know that because of what it is. But that, yeah, I wanted a Beetle. You know, I could have put a nostalgia funny car body on it, but it had to be a Beetle. That's me.
Yeah, why not, mate? And very, very lastly, obviously, with a different breed, anyone that gets in a funny car anyway, and that's why his car is called the Undertaker, because it's like a rolling coffin. Anyway, whatever. If you can possibly describe what the feeling is like is when they pull the wires and they lower the body on you that one time.
When they pull the wires and put the body down, it all goes quiet. It's really bizarre. It just goes quiet, and you kind of go into a driver's mode. You're like a robot. You've got to be a robot. You've got to be consistent with the car every time you drive it. And you just go through your procedures, hit the pedal. My bit is at the end. Everybody who drives is different. My bit is when them chutes open and I come at the end. That's my buzz.
I'm sure. Well, anyone that's done it will know is when you get out the other end, it's like, well, not really that. Sometimes it's the other, but it's just terrific, isn't it?
The best bit at the top end really is when, yeah, you're right, when you get out of the car, but the best bit is when the crew come down. And if it was a bad run, they're all quiet, and if it's a good run, they're all shouting and bibbing their horns.
And laughing all over the place. Well, Andy, it's great to see you again, and thank you for all you do to entertain us. Good luck this time, mate.
Thank you very much, mate.
Got to go and get ready. Thanks, Andy Raw, everybody. Thank you very much indeed. So we are not far away from getting going at all, I don't think.
No, just tractors out there at the
minute. Just found it.
Oh,
okay. It's all right. No, Rob just handed me a tuning pill. So, yeah, anyway. I don't know quite what to do with that. But thank you very much indeed, Rob. You just found that out there.
They're not letting you tune it, are they?
Say that again?
They're not letting you tune it, are they?
I distinctly hope not. That's actually out of a fuel system. So whoever's lost that, yeah, don't let me put it in the car. But anyway, there we go. But I hope you all enjoyed that. The tractor's doing its thing, and we're really, really not far away. And if anybody's watching at home, all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you and the dog, very big hi. Hope you're doing well.
Oh dear, it's nice having Darryl running around the lanes, having a chat with the racers before they do their runs, but hopefully tomorrow, and certainly on Monday, we get to have a chat with the racers after their runs.
Exactly.
Which means there'll be an eliminations, and well, so each run, one's going to be happy and one's going to be
not
unhappy. It's the polite way to put it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on the banking, on the grandstands. Oh, we're having a good day today. Give us a round of applause. Give us a wave. Right. Everyone who hasn't waved then, everyone who did wave, slap them. Because everyone should be having a good day today.
It's been excellent today. We've still got to come at you. Tucked around in the lanes as Darryl and Tom. And actually, the Undertaker team are coming around the corner now. It is Nitro Funny Car. Will be coming at you next. To be followed by Nostalgia Funny Car. Then we switch our attention to the two wheels. It'll be all of our FIM Europe classes. It'll be Pro Stock Bike first, then it'll be the Super Twins, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, and the Junior Bike Cup. Then it will be Top Fuel Dragster. They're a little bit late getting back into the lanes. A fair bit of work between rounds for all three teams, and none of them were ready. So the plan is to shuffle the order a little bit there. And then to wrap up our pro session today, it'll be Fire Force 5 and the Spider-Man Jet Dragsters. After that, it'll be a continuation of our sportsman qualifying Q6 for Junior Dragster, Super Pro, Super Gas, Street Eliminator and Super Comp. And that'll be a wrap for us today. And then we get to do it all again tomorrow. But glorious day here today. I should think there's a few people with this wonderful affliction called pod face. It's what you get when you come to the pod and you don't realise that you're cooking. And you get home, you look in the mirror and go, oh boy. And what's happened to you? Goes, pod face.
And everyone in the world should understand.
Yeah, well, everybody here understands it. We hope, sincerely, that our first-time visitors to Santa Pod Raceway today have had a fantastic time. And if you've enjoyed it, tell your friends. Tell them to come along. Come and witness it. See what it's all about. And bizarrely, some people that come for the first time only live just up the road. And the amount of time they've heard it from the back garden and finally come to check it out. So as we get ready then for Nitro Funny Car, you can look inside the Undertaker car there. As the team get ready to fire the engine up, the starter is connected. Dave Bryant, crew chief on the left-hand side, just waiting for the nod. Actually, the thumbs up have been given. So let's get the Undertaker car started up. He's not going to be on solo run here.
Yeah, we've got no Jason Phelps, unfortunately, for this run. But you guys up there, did he actually get an ET in the first qualifying?
Yes, he did.
Because he only actually idled off the start line, didn't he, I think?
Yeah, he did.
26.2?
No, that was Steve Ashdown's
Oh,
run.
okay.
He got an 11.10.
Okay, well, just idling.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
No, it was Steve Ashdown that idled all the way up. And that's what gave Steve that 26-second pass. So he has qualified, but now he wants to knock those 20 seconds and more off that number. 22 seconds off it would be nice. That means he's in the fours.
So the Undertaker roars to life.
That sort of doesn't quite work. Undertaker comes to life. He normally takes care of the opposite, doesn't he?
That's got to be quote of the year. I love that. It's really worked really good. Actually saying that, technically Undertakers are already alive. It's their patience that are the problem. That's the one.
Here we go then. Large funny cars. Take two.
So the revs high again, and it's going to be Lee going to go out there, try and shut the butterflies if he can.
Yeah.
Oh, he's chasing it. I think he's got there. Shuts the butterfly. Oh, thank goodness for that. Well done. Right, a little bit of an update for this particular run. We need to say that we do have in the parachute pack a very fond farewell to Steve Moxley. Some of his ashes are in the parachutes for Steve Ashdown and the Undertaker funny car. The Moxleys are at the wall to watch Steve's send-off. And that's Julie, Abby, Sam and Robert.
Yeah, they're down here next to me, all with their eyes fixed on the funny car.
So fingers crossed for a nice clean pass.
So the body comes down over that short wheelbase. 11,000-ish horsepower nitro funny car that Steve Ashdown wants to pilot into the 4-second zone on this pass. That's what he would really like. And of course, when the chutes pop, it'll be a very fond farewell and thank you to everything he did to Steve Moxley, one of our great photojournalists here at Santa Monica Raceway. Blaze the tyres off the line. I'll tell you what, you're still going to get the chutes out right across the finish line as Steve Ashdown pays a fond tribute and a fond farewell to Steve Moxley.
Yeah, I think he was well aware he needed to keep going and make sure that that happened. But anyway, Steve Moxley, one of the nicest guys you ever wish to meet, and thank you very much, guys. One of the nicest guys you ever wish to meet. I know Steve for years and years and years, and always had time for a chat and a catch up as well, no matter what.
Always smiling when he bumped into him in the pairing lanes when he walked down in the mornings, and always had positive things to say. Such a nice guy.
Yep, 100%.
Sorely missed.
So Dave is sprinting for the shoe this time, unfortunately. So I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure where it was, but you can see,
you know, just at 60 foot, I think.
Oh, almost instantly.
Yeah. Can we have FIM Super Twin Top Fuel into the pairing lanes, please? The Top Fuel, sorry, the Super Twins into the lanes, please. Right, let's have a nosy into the lanes. We know that Patrick Pers and, of course, Kevin Kent are tucked right behind us to run. And then we look over a bit further into the lanes itself, and it is Nostalgia Funny Cars that are there. And good to see Wendy Baker has made it down for this session. So the shoe out there just doing a little bit of a clean. It looks like it's only just where basically Steve's, where the car in effect shook and came back down off the tyre shake. It may have just deposited a little bit of fluid out there, but that's about it. Oh, I can't imagine the shoe's going to go all the way up the whole quarter mile.
So while we've got a little bit of downtime, I'm going to give a quick shout out to Rob Brown. I can see him on the grandstand. Give us a wave. Yeah. He's pointed out that the Voodoo Hemi guys are here.
Ah!
So what are you doing? Where's the
they are having a sabbatical this year. They did pre-plan it.
But I don't want the excuses. They should bring the car out.
Well, they'll come back strong next year.
Shout out to the rest of the Maras as well at 60 foot. I can see you on the bank side.
What? They give themselves away by being orange, don't they? Just to give everyone an update on how long, it will only be a few minutes, actually, folks. It's not going to be too long at all. So don't worry about it. We won't take long at all. You know what I said about Patrick's flags, by the way, fellas?
Yeah.
That are on the back of the wing. There you go. Look, shredded.
Already?
Shredded on the first run. It's just whether they hang on for much longer than that as well. You
Well,
know?
that was only an 11-second pass.
That wasn't. That was he went in the fours, didn't he? On the first run.
Patrick did.
Yeah,
Oh, did he?
He got over towards the wall. The other
yes, of course.
The other really nice touch I'm liking on the body as well. You fellas, I don't think you can see this from up here, but the really beautiful vinyl wrap is definitely getting a pounding from the nitro flames, like a lot.
Singeing it quite nicely.
Singeing it quite a bit, especially over here, over the wheel arches, and down the side of the race car as well. So there's a little bit of repair work gone on there as well to make sure the big sticker stays on. So it's a really cool looking car. This was actually one of Ron Capp's cars in the US, and Patrick bought it, had it shipped over, and he's over here for the full season running against the Nitro Funny Cars in the UK. I think he's Sweden's only Big Show Nitro Funny car that's going to be competing.
When you say it was one of Ron Capp's cars, is it one they sort of keep in the loft of the trailer as a spare sort of thing?
No,
or?
it was one that he actually ran. It was it was one of the Napa cars, very recent one as well.
Yeah.
So he only recently changed from running a Hellcat body, which is what this is, to running the Toyotas, which he does now. And yeah, that was when Patrick bought it, when they were going out of stock, to show some,
right,
or out of favour, if you like. But it still, I mean, it still runs incredibly quickly. Good for, you know, very, very quick ETs down into the threes, well over 300 miles an hour. Nobody's run over 300 miles an hour in a funny car over the 1,000 foot yet. We've had full quarter mile runs over 300 miles an hour in a fuel funny car, but not yet over 1,000 foot. I think that was it, guys. Ian's going back to place with the tractor, and the crews go back to working on the cars.
Just a reminder, after Fuel Funny Car, it will be Nostalgia Funny Car. They are lined up in the lanes, and then it will be bikes.
I was going to say, then we've got all the bikes to go, then we've got the rest of our sportsmen qualified to go as well. What's coming after the bikes, Colin?
No, Top Fuel.
Oh, sorry. How did I forget that? I forgot. It's because they've been moved,
Yeah.
you see. That's what it is. It's not quite the schedule, is it? So, they're...
yeah, bottles raised to each other.
Yeah, as if to
so
say
they can
cheers.
feed the engine, yeah.
Yeah, with a squirt bottle to get it started. So, going to spin it over, pull the wires, which engages the mags, and the next sound you hear is that one. Music to any gearhead's ears.
So the body lowered onto the Speed Ghost. And again in the other lane over the West End Motorsport, Monte Carlo.
Whoa. That was right up the nose, that was. Thank you very much, fellas. Okay, from Stockholm in Sweden, it's Patrick Pears. And just up the road, the West End Motorsport team of Kevin Kent. Now, Kevin had a superb run earlier on today, went way out by the wheel, but still kept his boot in it. I spoke to the crew and I said, was everything okay? And he said, yeah, everything looked fantastic. And I said, what, do you include the driver in that? And he went, maybe not.
Yeah, Kevin ran 4.30 earlier on. 4.74 for Patrick.
Well, let's not forget Kevin Kent is the owner of the speed and ET record for 1,000 foot here at Sandpoint. That's back in Europe, the Fuel Funny Car. 4.18, 291 miles an hour. Set that off the trailer run at Bug Jam last year. Patrick Pears run 4.74 on his first pass today. Has been as quick as 4.4.
Here we are then, side by side, Top Fuel Funny Car. Well, side by side, the whole way down. 4.24, 296 mile an hour, and a 4.40, 284.
Well, that will be
speed.
A new speed record in Europe for Nitro Funny Car for Kevin Kent. 4.24, 296. Patrick pedalled it out there and it hooked up again. But Nicky, was that what you were looking for?
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, I just wanted to repeat or better. 300 is next.
300. Thank you very much indeed, John. Sorry about that. It's my fault talking to you, not John, anyway, but there we go. But yeah, new speed record. You already own the ET record. However, that pesky Eskimo car in the other lane really wasn't far behind.
Yeah, they're coming for us, but we've got it covered. We've got it.
They've got them covered anyway. It was a great run.
Thank you.
No problem. Give them both a massive round of applause, please, all the way from Sweden. The Speed Ghost team. Massive respect to Patrick as well for pedaling that and getting back on it again.
Check out the speed for Patrick, 284.63. He wasn't hanging about, he was chasing hard.
There was a big pedal out there, about 60 foot as well, when he nailed it once again. Raise the roof, please, for the fastest funny car in Europe. The West End Motorsport team, Kevin Kent. The only thing I'm a little disappointed about, I wasn't up the other end when they came out of the car, but it is what it is, isn't
Probably
it?
just as well we'd have to get the bleep machine out.
Yeah, oh, you bet. Dearie me.
Well, what I'm looking at from right here is I can see Kevin Kent's tyre tracks. And it starts drifting over towards the centre line, but they continue long past the finish line into the shutdown area.
That's because it's Kevin.
God,
I do remember him saying to me once, I said, he said, I can't really complain about the parts or anything like that because it was me. And I said, what do you mean? I said, well, he said that was a bit further than 1,000 foot. He was having a bit too much fun, so he kept just booting it. He's quite famous for doing that, Kevin is. Anyway, there we go. What a stonking side-by-side run.
Yeah.
Go on,
just give you some numbers. 60 foot for Kevin was 0.96. Bizarrely, I haven't got one for Patrick. At the 330, 241 to 245. At the 8th, get this for Kevin Kent, 3.42. That's 0 to 3.42 seconds. The speed he achieved was 256 miles an hour at the 8th mile. And then, as we know, at the stripe, 424, 296. Patrick to the 8th was 354, all over the shop at 239 miles an hour, and he went through 440 at 284.
That looked like fun to do. And knowing Kevin, he's probably going to go and cook some meatballs and give them out as consolation later on today.
Well, them numbers are even more extraordinary because in 340 feet, which is the distance between the 8th mile and 1,000 foot, he did that in 0.8 of a second and gained 40 mile an hour.
Yeah.
It was hauling, I think is the polite way of putting that. Anyway, so we're ready to go with Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car. Those were their big brothers, if you like.
And can we have Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please? FIM Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes. We're not done with Nitro just yet.
Well, definitely not, because we've still got Top Fuel to run later on as well, after the bikes. And we've got some Nitro bikes to come.
Are they going to be right at the end?
Yeah.
Oh, super. Sorry, fellas. I didn't realise they're tagging right.
Yes, they are, yeah, after the bikes, just
good.
before the jets.
Everyone out there, go nowhere at all.
So the time warp car has fired up and the body is being lowered. Fingers crossed, a good, clean run for Wendy. She was here at the Festival of Power, but never able to leave the pits.
Well, all four of them around there to put a run in this time. Let's see what Wendy can do. Now, even though this car is, or looks like a funny car from the 70s, it is actually pretty much brand new.
Sounded good on the burnout. Very, very good indeed.
So challenge number 1, complete. Do the burnout. Challenge number 2 is get it into reverse. That one's been complete.
So Wendy has the best in this car of a 756 at 154. Can we have Super Street Bike into the pairing lanes, please, for FIM? Super Street Bike into the pairing lanes, please.
Coming back nice and slowly. Mark out front, doing backup duties.
Right, so it's basically all down to Wendy now with the Time Warp Mustang. That's all kind of weird.
Yeah.
Wow, something definitely broke in the drive line, which sent the Sent the engine zinging.
It did.
He's going to get a time on the board, but not one that they're going to want once again. Cruises through the top end. I'm sure she'll take the first turn off. It doesn't actually look like. Does it appear like there's anything on the track, fellas?
No, not at all.
I think so.
I'd say it was a clutch issue, but I honestly don't know.
It's literally stopped.
Yeah, that would be
bang on the finish line.
That would be clutch or 2-speed in there, something like that. But yeah, lots of revving and a lot of forward motion. So right behind us, we've got the Nitro Bug with Andy Raw, Venom and Apache. Hopefully they're going to get some match up this time round.
So give the team a round of applause. That was challenge number 1, get down to the start line. Challenge number 2 is get it down the track.
First run in quite a while, so well done to the Time Warp team. We know just how much effort it takes to do that. And well done to Wendy. They'll get it back into the pits. They'll go through it all, suss out what's happened, and get it ready to come out again to play tomorrow. I'll say the car literally just at the finish line. It won't take too long to get that moving again. In fact,
provided it
the quad
moves.
is already there. Yeah, as long as it's not locked up.
That's the thing. I did think she was going to make the turn off, but there we go. Anyway, so apparently Tony Betts is on a buy run, and hopefully we'll see Apache and the Nitro Bag matched up.
Yeah, the Mustang's moving, so they'll be cleared very, very shortly indeed.
Well, interestingly, only 2 cars have made times, or got time, sorry, in the first session.
Yeah, so far, I think Tony's going to take care of that with this one.
Yeah.
Certainly hope so. Anyway, so right behind them as well, we've got the FIM bikes. We've got Pro Stock bike, Super Twin, Top Fuel bike, Super Street bike, and then Top Fuel Dragster for the second time of asking today. We hope everybody's had a great day in the grandstands and on the banking as well. We are... At some point, we've been listening to your feedback with regards to the big screens. That's why they're here in the first place, because everybody's been asking for them. We hope that you've enjoyed watching them, seeing stuff up there, and enjoying watching the replays and seeing some interviews as well. So when he just goes off the racetrack up there, and it's going to be time to find the next car, which I think will be a buy run for Tony.
Yeah, he's just waiting patiently in the parent lanes at the moment. But Wendy's car has cleared the track at the top end. The Nitro Bug team just looking cool and calm and collected down there. Good chat Darryl had with Andy Raw earlier on. Good insight. Just a little bit of attention paid to the racing surface between the 60-foot and 360 out there. Which is basically achieved. So the engine fires up then on the Venom Camaro funny car. I mentioned 2 of Tony's sponsors in full earlier on, but the one that I didn't really get out was Hydro Hose Services Limited. It's a leading nationwide supplier of hydraulic, pneumatic and fuel transfer products in Chelmsford. You can register with them and take advantage of a great discount next day delivery on most parts ordered. Check out www.hydrohose.com. And also, you do need to pop into the Snake Pit. Yeah, that's the pit area for Tony Betts, where they do have a QR code that you can scan for Essex Emergency Services. And you can win a pair of tickets to Dragstalgia.
So this is the quickest and fastest Nostalgia Funny car we have here today.
In Europe as well.
There we are.
250 miles an hour. Absolutely hauling that was earlier. A few weeks back. Took a bit of repairs though because the chutes didn't come out. Tony ended up in the field.
But fortunately no damage to the chassis whatsoever, and it was some body repairs, obviously on the front end, which Craig Munro carried out. So Seeker very heavily promoted on the side of the car, one of Tony's sponsors. They make state-of-the-art building systems and products. Very proud to be on the side of the Venom. So John Wright just doing the final adjustments and says to Tony, go get them. So into stage, just rolling those few extra inches forward. He's 619 to beat to take the #1 spot from Apache. 675, 203 on that particular pass.
Well, it didn't sound happy at all at the top end. That's at least he made a run. He's in the show. That's the most important thing.
It is, yes.
And hopefully the chutes came out and he stopped, which is the other one.
Well, I was going to say, that's just about as straight as you can get a funny car to go, I think.
Well, yeah, obviously, the parachutes obviously have deployed. And Tony just rolling down the shutdown area will make the last exit.
So the next car to come round, or cars, I think we may have a side-by-side this time, is going to be the Nitro Bug of Andy Raw, who I just had a chat with round the back. It's always nice to see the faces that pilot these things, since they are sort of normal people, honest. He's going to be coming around against Tim Garlick, your current #1 qualifier. He will be at the end of the day, unless Andy Raw goes any quicker.
So Apache comes round the corner, having started up in the pairing lanes. Andy Raw starts just behind the start line. Side by side, the sound of the funny car. So the Venom team go to collect Tony from the top end, and they have a superb view of Andy Raw and Tim Garlick.
I don't think Tim's going to make this run. It was spewing fuel out the top of the injector on the burnout.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I was pointing at as he was rolling past. I think he got off the throttle early. Yeah. They're going out to check. It's all right, it was actually spraying me with fuel. That's how I knew it was.
Okay.
It wasn't ideal. As soon as he wrapped on the throttle, it started spurting the fuel up into the air, out to the side of the car. So, yeah, very unfortunate for Tim Garlick.
Well, it's very rare he has any issues with the funny car.
Very, very. That's an easy one to fix, though, and he's still qualified.
Oh, yeah. So, any improvement on a 923 for the Nitro Bug across the centre line?
He's done that a number of times, hasn't he, in this car?
Yeah. Did actually whack the block, Jack. I didn't spot anything.
Whoa, it's all right crossing the centre line, but don't hit the wall, Andy.
Yeah. Well, he was pointing slightly left, but steered it straight. Coasts through to a 983.
Okay, we're on with Pro Stock Bike, just rolling round now underneath.
So that's us done for four wheels for the moment.
Yep, we're back to four wheels after the bikes. Don't forget, with top fuel, so don't go anywhere at all. We also got top fuel bike as well, so yeah, it's all
still
good.
Plenty of nitro to come at you. Well, I think Ian is having a quick sprint for the tractor. Oh no, not Ian. Oh, where's Dave gone?
He sprinted
oh, yeah,
and then
no,
stopped.
Dave is going now. I think he just took a wrong turn somewhere, but. So the Apache team just getting the body prop locked in place. Interestingly, I think they may be able to get a chance to run because they're looking to top.
Yeah, they
fuel
are.
tank.
No, they're doing
Yeah?
it. They're. Tim just shouted at me and said, "Yep, we're going to run. We're going to make a run." So this will happen very, very shortly indeed. If I don't get run over by the tractor, would help. Yeah, so they're barring the engine over, clearing it out. They're just going to refill the nitro in the tank. tighten up the fuel line that was obviously the offending article.
Oh no, they've been told to go back to the pits, unfortunately. Not too sure why.
I think it's because it's going to be out of the session. That's the thing.
Okay.
It's,
but
it's
is it?
Designated qualifying session. We'll soon find out anyway. We'll see what we can do. Well, we've got a quiet moment. Sean Bowe, sorry I haven't got a chance to catch up with you, mate. Just want to say a very big hi to Ellie and Billy. First time here for the weekend. That's Chris's young lady, Ellie, and her daughter. First ever time here. Hope you're having a whale of a time. Also, a couple of other things to do, Bennett. Thank you very much.
Or a bit of tyre spin.
Martin is not going to get an ET. He left before the tree was activated. Tried to hang with it for as long as he could. He does have another run today. An alcohol funny car or a methanol funny car. Leif Andreasen called me the other day, unbelievably, and said, I've still got my old Dodge Stratus for sale. He's also got 3 clutches. One of them is a Leander's clutch, and the other 2, I think, were AFT, he said. All for sale for a very, and all the tools as well. So all for sale for a very, very reasonable amount of money. So if you fancy coming out here and having fun, check out all the stuff that those guys have got for sale. So, Jorg Lemont is going to be first out. Yeah, unfortunately, Tim's not going to get to make the run.
I'm loving the new wheels. They're oh so sexy on the Apache funny car, aren't they?
Well, I guarantee you they'll be lighter than the other ones.
Oh, yes. These new rear wheels as well.
So our attention is turned to the drag strip once again, as it is Pro Stock Bike.
And it is the Buell from Germany, imported from the States. Thank you to whoever texted in about that. I can't remember who that was.
So Jorg Lemont then hasn't actually got a number on the board just yet. But this will be his opportunity to
Please,
get himself qualified.
As they go back to the pits, give the Apache team a round of applause. They were trying to get it refired for you, but just ran out of time. Jorg then, on a solo, Pro Stock Bike. Arrow straight down the middle of the track, clicking through all of the gears.
That should go to number 2, I think. Yeah. Oh, no, number 1, 713, 184, outhouse to penthouse.
What an amazing run. The last run he did was really good. He just rolled through stage. I didn't realise it was quite that good. Look at the mile an hour as well, 184 mile an hour. Outstanding from Pro Stock Bike.
Yeah, I thought that was heading for a 7.2, not for a 7.1. But excellent run.
Nice to have a really strong running Buell back in the house.
Ashwin Lenoble then looking still to get into the 7s.
Junior drag bike into the lanes, please. Could we have junior drag bike into the lanes, please?
So what has Ashwin got for us this time? The bike not sounding healthy on the last one.
So what we mean about you've got to get into the 7s is one of the FIM rules for Pro Stock Bike is you do have to run a 7.99 or better, or have done at some point in your racing career, to be legal for the class.
It essentially stops other naturally aspirated bikes that could technically be legal entering the class and basically just being outgunned every single time.
Yep.
Well, it's not going to be a 7 on this one. Not sounding healthy at all. Ashwin finally clicks it off at the 8th mile.
Trickles through to a 10.29 at 92 miles an hour, but absolute credit to him and the whole team that show up every time.
Well, they've been here pretty much every meeting this year and last year trying to get it done.
Down into the 7s. It's just not behaving.
So Bertrand Remise and Jerome Rougemont. So Jerome in the slick tricks lane on a a style of bike we've not seen for a long old time, especially in pro stock bike. One of the older GSXR bodies. I'm sure everything underneath is brand new.
Well, unbelievably, for poor old Bertrand Maurice, his personal best down in the 7.1s for the first time ever, and he's not number one anymore. That's how it should be. Thank you very much indeed. Whoa, both of them all over the place.
Well, Jerome must have been thinking he was running a kangaroo. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4 times it launched off the start line. 8.14, 163 mile an hour, and probably quite sore.
Yeah, I'd say so. Look, rather ouchy, I think is the phrase.
Unfortunately, Bertrand is stuck out there. He spun off the line, didn't really go anywhere.
So we move on with Super Twin. Fuel bike, one normally aspirated machine coming at you now. Then we've got Marco Lanto from Finland. It's great to see Marco back over here after a number of years. It's also great to see Finnish Nitro bikes back in the UK. As well as Roman Sixter and the one and only Marcus Christensen.
Yeah, so the bike trailer coming out to collect Bertrand.
Oh, he stopped on a track up there, is he?
Yeah. I can see Danny Lentz's crew down there, so Super Street Bike must be around the corner. I can see Jake Michelle on the start line as well, checking out the track. How's the track, Jake? Yeah? Well, that was 2 thumbs up, which means we're going to see more 6s then.
Obviously. I think they're pushing the bike, and yeah, the quad turns up with the dolly on the back of it, specifically built for bikes. Anyway, we hope all of you out there in Spectatorland, Banking Grandstand, wherever you might be, we hope you've had a fantastic first day of pro quality here. They have another 2 to go after today. We've got tomorrow, obviously, and then we've got race day on Monday. So this does just look like a sweep. I presume that was from all the up and down and bouncing around.
Yeah, actually I think it was Jake that spotted something on the track and then flagged Dave over, and then, yeah. Whatever it is going all the way up the track.
But it shouldn't be long, which is always a good thing.
And in fact, all of the Super Street Bike riders out onto the track now. And in fact, there's Marcus Christensen, who will be your last rider in Super Twin. So how's everyone doing today? I asked you guys earlier and I got a pretty measly response, to be fair. So if you're having a good good day, give me a wave. Whether it be on the grandstand or the banking, how are we doing? That's better. I had about 4 of you wave at me last time. That's what I wanted to see. Everyone's having a good day then. Brilliant. Hope you've all had enough water and sun cream on and not got much pod face, because I know Daryl's got pod
it's
face.
going to happen. Yeah, yeah. Well, me walking around outside just always a silly idea, really.
Funny thing is, no one on the VIPs was having a good day. They didn't wave at me. Oh, we've got 1. There we go. I'll make that 2. Oh, you're having a brilliant day. Very good to hear. Right, so as the tractor's just going around, I'm going to hand over very quickly to Nitro FM, give my voice a rest, and we'll see you all in a second. Jerome looked like he was about to.
Well, 60 foot's nothing to write home about, but Jerome looking like a good run. 8.05 at 162 and an 8.19 for the Bish.
Or a bit of tyre spin.
Martin is not going to get an ET. He left before the tree was activated. Tried to hang with it for as long as he could. He does have another run today. Aswin goes through with the 10. He won't get an ET either. He let the clutch out before the lights ran. Bertrand will though. That's more like it. 7.17, 180.
Well, I was just looking behind the tower, and one of the Super Twin bikes did fire up, but had a fuel leak. So they've had to be shut down, and they'll take it back to the pits, get it all sorted and fixed ready for tomorrow. But up next, Chris van Nimmen and Marco Lanto. Both these riders been into the sixes before, and it's great to see such a good field of the Super Twins this weekend. Not seen a field like it for a long old time. I'll tell you what, Chris van Nimmen was here at the European finals last year, got all the way to the final, running personal best after personal best, dipped into the sixes, but unfortunately in the final he had a one Marcus Christensen who'd been on just world-class form that weekend. We'll see him slightly later on. So I'm peering over the back of the tower. The thumbs up's given to Marco's team and to Chris. Marco's bike rolls to life. So does Chris van Nimmen's. Here we go then, Super Twin Top Fuel once again. I said this before and I'll say it again, these are the hot rods of the bike world.
Chris van Nimmen, through the year last year, got quicker and quicker. Like Thomas very correctly said, nudged into... Who's lost their shoe? That's the crew guy. Yeah, nudged into the sixes. Marco Lanto travelled all the way from the west coast of Finland to be with us here this weekend and run this bike. Very bouncy ride on the first run.
Well, look at that, Marco all the way through, both riders wheels up over the finish line to a 684,
oh, yeah.
183 mile an hour.
Nice looking run for Marco Lanto actually. He actually looked like it had a fuel leak almost all the way down the track actually. Well done guys. Excellent stuff. They're all shaking hands down on the start line, looking very happy with life. 7:51 for Chris at 1:31. Marco actually, for the moment, bags the #1 qualifying spot.
Well, good news for Chris in the other lane. He was actually ahead of Marco. 110 takes 119 to 60 foot, 292 to a 306. So he was up on Marco, but just issues, unfortunately.
Yeah, just kind of dropped off after that. You're dead right, though, Thomas.
He actually had the wheels up past 330 foot as well. This is why we love Super Twins.
We do indeed. So the last pair, Roman Sixter. So good to see Roman back here in the UK. And the one, the only, Marcus Christensen.
Yeah, these two bikes just about as different as you can make them. and still be legal for Super Twin. Very different riding styles, very different intake systems as well.
So Marcus is in the Kestrel lane. He tends to put all down all his spanking runs in the other lane, but you know, whatever works.
Look at the difference in the wheelie bars as well between Marcus and Roman. Marcus's wheelie bars are really wide, aren't they?
They are carbon ones. I.e. especially light and especially strong. But yeah, it just makes the bike more stable.
Well, it's on them for most of the run.
That's a very good point.
And look at that, he is long gone. All the way through the quarter mile to a 6.30, 209 mile an hour. Takes the #1 spot by half a second.
And his dad looks super happy with that down there on the start line. 11.20 for Roman. Stays in the #4 spot with his run from earlier on today. Okay, so we move on with, that's Super Twins done. We've done Pro Stock Bike. We're about to do Top Fuel Bike and Super Street Bike. So René van der Berg, whatever the problem was as well earlier on today, he's back for this round of qualifying. Absolutely demolished the blocks around about 3:30. The great news for European and especially British Top Fuel Bike fans is there's a whole bunch of them here in the UK that are either finished or about to be finished or about to be running. One of them was Phil Crossley, who is entered and here this weekend, just unfortunately not out. One person we were missing in round 1 of qualifying as well was Stu Crane. He's down there this time, but we didn't see Europe's quickest funny bike out for Q1.
So kicking us off then, René van der Berg with the orange Hayabusa from the Netherlands.
So hopefully no block demolishing. René was real consistent with this bike last year actually. He was leading the championship for a little while. He down in the 6.2, 6.1s almost every run. I know they were trying to step it up to run a bit quicker. Obviously the ultimate goal is always to get in the 5s.
I really do love René's starting procedure. As he gets pushed back, he psychs himself up into a berserker rage to ride the bike, and it shows.
Well, let's hope that rage doesn't continue. There's a little bit of a concern on the left-hand side of the bike,
well,
but all good.
Had that in Q1 as well, actually, and he still went ahead and ran. So René gets the last pat on the back before he goes flying down the Kestrel lane. Great looking run for René. Oh, big bang at the finish line, goes 6.46, 185 miles an hour, but the motor expires right at the finish line. 109 to 60 foot, 417 at 184 to the 8th mile. I must admit, it did sound like it was running out of legs towards the top end. But yeah, there was a big puff of smoke as something went south, I would say for the winter, but it's summer. Yeah. But they're chasing René down. And Ian is in the tractor, unfortunately. It was a very, very strong looking run for Rene. So yeah, we've got a clean up to do in the shutdown area, mostly in the shutdown area, not so much on the racetrack. It doesn't take as long in the braking area. For the simple reason that we don't need to re-prep it and everything else as well. It just needs to be cleared up. So anyway, folks, massive apologies. We really can only apologise. It's just one of those things that happens. We can't run with any sort of fluid on the racetrack. We'll be back with you again as soon as we possibly can. Don't go anywhere at all, though. We've got the rest of the Top Fuel bike, Super Street bike, and FIA Top Fuel queue number 2 are right behind them. So please don't go far away. This won't take that long because it's only in the shutdown area, so it should be okay.
Profile bike. Arrow straight down the middle of the track, clicking through all of the gears.
That should go to number 2, I think. Yeah. Oh, no, number 1, 713, 184, outhouse to penthouse.
What an amazing run. The last run he did was really good. He just rolled through. Well, it's not going to be a 7 on this one. Not sounding healthy at all. Ashwin finally clicks it off at the 8th mile.
Trickles through to a 10.29 at 92 miles an hour, but absolute credit to him and the whole team that show up. Whoa, both of them all over the place.
Well, Jerome must have been thinking he was running a kangaroo. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4 times it launched off the start line. 8.14, 163 mile an hour, and probably quite sore.
Yeah, I'd say so. Travelled all the way from the west coast of Finland to be with us here this weekend and run this bike. A very bouncy ride on the first run.
Well, look at that, Marco, all the way through, both riders wheels up. Over the finish line to a 684, 183 mile an hour.
Nice looking run for Marco Lanto, actually. That's a very good point.
And look at that, he is long gone. All the way through the quarter mile to a 6.30, 209 mile an hour. Takes the number 1 spot by half a second.
And he's... looking run for Rene. Oh, big bang at the finish line, goes 6:46, 185 miles an hour, but the motor expires right at the finish line. 109 to 60 foot, 417 at 184 to the 8th mile. I must admit, it did sound like it was running out of legs towards the top end.
Okay, bit of an update for you from the shutdown area. Unfortunately, Rene's bike has deposited a fair bit of fluid onto the racetrack, so that is quite a big clean-up up there. Best estimate, at least 20 minutes, possibly a little bit longer. So, what is going to happen now? We're going to be doing a few things that we like to do. And the first thing you'll see is Daryl and James are going to be heading out on track very, very shortly indeed. They're just getting themselves ready with the old T-shirt cannon. And, of course, Callum as well. Oh, my word, goodness me. They've got loads of them. Absolutely loads. James is holding on to the cannon at the moment. Callum has got a very, very large bag of ammunition. So we'll be firing T-shirts into the crowd. I know you will like to get hold of those. Also, keep an eye on the big screens as well. They'll be sort of watching the proceedings taking place as it goes out there.
I was going to say, James, whatever you do, don't give it to Daryl.
Daryl is dangerous with that thing because Daryl has a habit of knocking people's beer out their hands. I've seen him do it, and he finds the only person in the crowd that isn't looking at the T-shirt cannon. He's infamous for that. He can't hear me that well either because he took his ears out.
That's all right. We're gonna hand it over to the incredibly wonderful James, who is the man with the T-shirt cannon, and Callum. Well, yeah, we go. Callum's got his own fan club by the sounds of that.
Yeah.
So we're gonna load it up now. What we want to do. Hang on. We need to get James a bit more animated, please. Thank you very much indeed. That's exactly what we need to do.
Oh, I think the grandstands definitely win that one at the minute.
I'm not sure. As James
fires one over the back. Oh, nearly.
The only empty seat was what he found.
Right, so just checking wind conditions. It's a bit of a headwind. No, tailwind, actually. So if you fire one at the banking, it may go slightly left. So James approaches the wall. Bring on the wall. Here he goes. Fires one in. That's gone low. And retrieved. Very well done indeed. They're all in fine voice today, aren't they?
For me, the grandstand's definitely winning. They're definitely louder.
Ooh, only about 4 rows from the back there. Very well judged. It's like you got Zebedee in the middle of the track there, just by the box.
He's out of breath.
You're not going to get one fired at you, so don't even try. So this one's going bankside.
Who can make the most noise on the banking?
Oh, that's gone high. Drops in nicely. Trouble is, the sun is behind the banking and we can't really see where it lands that well from here.
So moving further down the track, who can make the most noise? Is it the banking? Is it the grandstand? I'll tell you what, let's do 1 for 1. Grandstand, make some noise. Okay. Now, banking, make some noise. Ooh.
Yeah, it's going in the grandstands. Now, will it go over the back or will it stay low? Oh, back row. Well caught, sir.
Right, I've got the phone number of about 5 baseball teams who I'm going to give to you. Right, so now the cannon's reloaded. Let's do it again. Banking. Are you ready? Make some noise. And the grandstand, make some noise. Oh, I think the banking won it this time. James going over towards the wall. Oh, swing and a miss, I think that one. See, that helps. The guy who caught that one was wearing high vis. So, grandstand making some noise now. Yeah, I think we're going to go grandstand. Oh, good shot, James. Right into the middle of the crowd. Right, so we're still going. The grandstand took that one. Banking, have you got anything for us? Make some noise. Oh, I don't think they want it. Grandstand, make some noise. Who's James going to pick? He is judge and jury. Chosen the banking. Did he just shoot the camera guy? How many have we got left? I don't think we'll be running out of T-shirts. I think we'll be running out of CO2. I think that'll be the issue with this one. So, grandstand, make some noise. Over the tractor. Straight into someone's hands. Look at that. Sorry, James. I think that means you're out now. He caught you out. Well, this one's definitely got to go over towards the banking. But who wants the most of it over there?
Well, one thing James is certainly doing is get his step count up today by going out there. backwards and forwards across the track, as is our Callum. Well, Callum gets plenty of steps in. He's always there with his camera. But the one I'm interested in is how many steps a day do the box lane camera guys do?
Oh, millions. Whoa, where's that one going?
Did it go over?
No, he didn't go over. He missed it. How did you miss the grandstands?
What, it went left?
Yeah.
Oh, right, I mean, it went right. Yeah. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Don't fancy walking back down the track anymore. So, give Callum and James a round of applause with the cannon and the box lane man filming it all. And several We Love Callums is appreciated.
Well, the good news is the top end, the support vehicles are right at the far end now. They are taking the mat sort of towards exit 1. But, yeah, I think that clear up's actually going quite well up there. So, well done to James and Callum, of course. Show your appreciation for our T-shirt cannon and able assistant. Well done, guys. Can we please have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Well, the top end, as I say, most of the support vehicles have vanished.
Another good news, Ian and Dave are back on the start line
they're
as well.
back on the start line. So I think we're pretty much ready to get going once again.
I think that was... Yeah, there's the signal for Ricard to fire up. The fastest top fuel bike in Europe, been over 260 miles an hour.
Did you just say Paul Ricard? That's the circuit in France.
Is it? I think I said for Ricard.
Oh, for Ricard. I think you said Paul Ricard.
That is, of course, Ricard Gustafsson.
Yeah.
Will be running as a pair against Thomas Pettersson, but the long routine for the top fuel bike, he has fired up first. Nope. Excuse me, not Thomas Pettersson, Stu Crane. So, Stu, the quickest funny bike in Europe. Ricard, the fastest top fuel bike in Europe. Stu missed out on the first qualifier this morning.
Yeah, he said he had clutch issues. I was just catching up with him very, very quickly. Yeah, he said he had clutch issues, but they've changed so much on this to try and make it. The ultimate goal is to be the quickest funny bike in the world, not just Europe. He's been 6:20. He reckons the changes he's made are worth a tenth and a half.
What's the record?
6:05.
Oh, right, okay.
Well, Rickard had it for quite a long while, actually, as well, with his funny bike. I said to Stu Crane, just make it down safe, mate. So here we go. Top Fuel bike, funny bike.
Spin at 330 foot to the top of the bike. Unfortunately, no issues at all for the funny bike. 6:42, 209. The quickest funny bike we've seen at the moment, and your new #1 qualifier.
Because the quickest in Top Fuel bike as well. Yeah. For a checkout passing his first run of the season, I think that'll work for Stu Crane, actually. 6:42 at 209. Rickard, really nice off the start line, but spun the tyre around about 3:30 again, unfortunately. Got back on the throttle again. Well, Rickard's currently number 5 qualifier, and if the order stays like that, someone's going to get a nasty surprise. Yeah. Don't know why we haven't seen Phil Crossley this week. Whatever the reason is, I hope everything's okay.
Yeah.
So Mickey Ollie and Thomas Pettersson. Mickey made the trip over from the Netherlands. Thomas all the way from Sweden.
Both these two already in the 6s, apart from a 7-1. Oh, beg your pardon, the 7-1-3. Who was that?
Thomas.
Was that right? I thought he was in the. I beg your pardon, sorry. Anyway, but if Thomas goes in the 6s, we have an all 6-second field already. Right, it was a nice, strong-looking run. Same for Mickey Ollie. Well, any time you set your personal best, it's always going to be a strong run, isn't it? Wow, Thomas Pettersson's bike's on an absolute flyer. Backs off it at the top end, though. Mickey Ollie, 673 at 202 miles an hour, knocks another 10th off his PB. But Thomas Pettersson was all over the place that time. He was stride for stride with Mickey Ollie. But the bike really hooked and started to head for the wall.
Yeah, in case you hadn't noticed, putting a huge rear slick on your bike tends to impede handling, and when it decides to go one way, it really decides to go that way.
I think the thing is as well is that Thomas has ridden these for a long time, but it looked like he was slightly leaning to the left, which was what was pushing him to the right. It has to be done by body weight, but he's ridden that bike for a long time. Something needs to be picked up from the lane. So, number 4 and 3 at the moment. Mark Smith, number 4 with a 661. Eric Richard from France with the Spider-Man theme machine in the Slick Tricks lane. Or the Sherbet Lemon, whatever you prefer.
The Yellow Bullet, I think is what they call it.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I called it the Turbo Duck, so I was well off. But look at that, arrow straight, leaning over slightly. Over the stripe to a 643. Look at that, your top 3 and Top Fuel bike, 646, 643 and 642.
Unbelievable. That will be a new personal best as well for Eric. 215.85 miles an hour. Mark Smith wasn't far behind with a 679, but unfortunately he rolled into deep stage, which always knocks a bit off the ET. But 104 to 60 foot for Eric, 417 at 176 to the 8th mile. He's now a member of the brothers racing team from Hungary, and see why now.
Well, we interrupt the bikes to bring you FIA Top Fuel Dragster. They're just lining up behind us there. Duncan Micallef, the Maltese Lion. His car is just being pushed into the Castrol Beer lane.
All 3 cars are down here for this round of qualifying. Yeah, Super Street Bike won't be far away at all, don't worry. We still have plenty of time and weather and racetrack to go.
Yeah, so Duncan on the solo, and then it will be India and Suzanne lining up together.
Yeah, Duncan was on the bike earlier today. Very interested observer. Patrick Pears, number 2 qualifier in Fuel Funny Car at the moment. Yeah, Rooney just checks it is a single for Duncan once again. Now, all three have qualified.
Just quickly, can we have Super Pro ET to the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET to the pairing lanes. So if you look to the big screens, you can see the startup procedure on these Top Fuel 500 cubic inch Hemis. It is an extensive procedure, but it's basically, one, to get it started, and two, but to make it safe.
Yep, spin the engine over with the starter motor to get oil pressure. That's the first thing they did. Runa will stick the squirt bottle in the top, give it a little bit of fuel for when they fire it up and pull the wires, which is what he's about to do. There we go. And then his other hand is turning the fuel pump on. That lovely noise. Interestingly, no burnout over the start line. They obviously think the start line is more than good enough without burning out over it.
Well, say that was less of a burnout, more of just cleaning the tyres off.
Pretty much. Get the tyres up to temperature. So on a day like this, a concrete racetrack is a bit of a dream. It keeps the heat in it, and that's the kind of thing you need to make Top Fuel tyres work. So the V8 Hemi in there, kicking out around about 11,000 brake horsepower. 0 to 100 in 1 second or less. And 0 to around about 300 in under 4. So Duncan from Malta was European champ, I think back in about 2017 actually. Yeah, it was 2017.
He ran the European record as well, I believe, into the 380s at the time.
He certainly did. He was very, very good that year. So Runa gives him the nod. So hopefully the car makes it down the track. No spin, no shake. See what the wizard himself has tuned into Duncan's car. Well, tyre shake, which went into tyre spin. 0.88 to 60, which is the quickest we've ever seen for a Top Fuel car, let's put it that way. It still took off like Top Fuel cars do. But yeah, you can see around about 100 foot out, the tyre shake mark started, because you can see the hot marks. If you're sitting up there in the grandstand, you could look down and directly see those. And that's where the rear tyres are bouncing like 11,000 horsepower rubber balls, which means they go into smoke. Give the team a big round of applause, Peaks. I always say the same thing, which it takes just as much effort to do that as it does to run 300 miles an hour. They work their tails off to come out and try and do that. Get the car down the track. So the track crew are just checking while we line up our next pair. Couple of young ladies once again for Monster Energy. For the Urbacher Racing Squad, it is the young lady herself, India Urbacher. We just do have a quick script to go before we get there. And in the Slick Tricks lane, sorry, beg your pardon, in the Kestrel lane, in the Slick Trick car, that's what I was trying to say, Suzanne Colleen, wife of the governor here at Santa Pod, Mr. Keith Bartlett. And Suzanne's been racing Top Fuel. I was going to say she raced for a few years, way back in the early noughties, and then sat out for a number of years and came back just a few seasons ago. Yeah, I think that may be fuel or something very simple anyway. It's only going to take a quick clean. It won't take long at all. So once again, as I said, obviously 3 Top Fuel cars here for this weekend at the main event. And yes, we completely get that that's not the usual amount we're used to seeing at European drag races. However, times are tough. Parts are very, very hard to come by. So please go and thank and really support the teams that have made the effort to do this, to spend the money to come here. And obviously, in India's case, both of Runa's cars are actually based right here, just in the, virtually at the scrutineering barn, right up the top end. So they don't have very far to come. However, India does, all the way from Switzerland. So it looks like the sweep won't take long. Ian hasn't moved off the start line, which is always the best indication of how long things might be.
Well, I'll give a quick shout out to the Auto Art team. We've all seen pictures of your new car. We're just waiting to see it over here with Dennis Nilsson.
Yeah, the canopy car. Yeah.
I made the mistake of saying it was the first in Europe and then got proven wrong.
No, there's been a bunch of them, don't worry. Tony Brinterson had a Streamliner in the 80s. That was actually a methanol car. However, I think one of the very first...
Pat Cuss had one, didn't he?
There you go.
The Bellray Streamliner, wasn't it?
That's the one.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah,
so I didn't mean to jump in there. It's
No,
just
no,
like,
it's all right.
oh, you suddenly triggered a memory way back when.
Yeah, there have been lots of them. It's just like modern day top fuel cars. You are correct. It's the first one since the advent of canopy cars.
Well, the one who's been running a canopy car for a long, long time, Chris Hartnell in the Wild
Yeah,
Bunch.
exactly.
Him. You know, it's a slingshot, but yeah, he ran with a canopy as well.
It does still count. So I think hopefully that's it for tractor action, if there is such a thing. There we go. Suzanne will be brought forward.
Yeah, India's car has been plugged onto the battery, so they're ready to turn the car over.
One of the great advances in technology is just how dinky the batteries are to start these things. You remember, it used to take a whole boot full of batteries to get these things.
Yes, you're right.
Do you remember?
Yes, I do.
To get these things to spin over and fire up. And now the battery packs are like, one guy can carry it in one hand.
Yeah, they certainly kick out some amps, don't they?
Yeah, the poor tow cars used to sort of like groan every time they were driven anywhere. So, India Rohrbacher and Suzanne Colleen, last minute adjustments to tyre pressure going on to India's car. So, I beg your pardon, to Suzanne's car, sorry. That's another mod advancement. Make sure the GoPro's on, record everything. Just waiting for the thumbs up from the track crew. And everybody's ready. So there we go. Spin it over for oil pressure. Laurie reaches in and turns the computer on, both on the dash. And the other one just through the little side vent. Those vents are really important because they suck air out from inside the car if they get underneath it. Okay, give them the thumbs up. Side-by-side top fuel cars coming your way. Another advancement, I remember when I raced, we had an in-car camera and the batteries and everything for it were massive and it was really expensive. You can now do it with a tiny GoPro, can't you? Large throttle stop on India's car, but that is traditional. Now these may be some of the best conditions they're going to get to run in all weekend long, actually. Just about 5 to 6 on a lovely Saturday evening. Suzanne's car coming back. Or one guy pushing it. No, it's all right, he's done it. So that's Tony Shortwell standing out the back of India's car. Gary Page out the front.
Bizarre situation at the moment. The fastest and quickest down the track today is Kevin Kent at the moment with the Fuel Funny car. 296.8 mile an hour, 425. Top Fuel outdo them.
That might not last.
Yeah.
So what can these ladies do? Both sat just in front of around 11,000 horsepower each.
Well, the first numbers we look at are the 60 foots. Need to be 0.8, 4-ish. Maybe a bit better. Let's see. Top Fuel here. Qualifying session number 2. Coming right at you. They were both 85 to 60
beautiful
foot.
for India. 3.86, 303 miles an hour through the finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, was that worth waiting all day for? I think it might have been. 0.853 to 60 foot, 309 at 279 at the 8th, 3.86, 303 miles an hour through the site. I think she had a bit of a cough through the engine at the finish line. Tony Shortall and hers back are getting beaten to death down there at the start. That's always good to see, isn't it? Tony Shortall is not little, and neither is hers, but they look superbly happy with that, as they should do. That was a thing of beauty. When they were here last, which was back in September last year, every run, unfortunately, was a tyre smoker. That was gorgeous. Give the teams a round of applause. That's Suzanne's team off up to get her. She went 4.78. She was 8.5 to 60 foot as well. 2.19 to 3.30. They were dead even, actually, ET-wise, at 3.30. But then it was all about that Monster Energy car. That was lovely.
That was amazing. I'm still speechless.
Only 500ths off a PB there for India as well, so excellent run.
Yeah, any time you're down in the 380s anyway in a top fuel car, that's pretty stout, to be honest with you. They're going to be... Sure, they all look very, very happy with that. Certainly a lot better than the last time they came over here, like I said, last September.
All right, next up, it is Super Street Bike. With only 10 bikes qualified at the moment. Well, there should be another 2 to add.
That's India's team.
There we go, yeah. Huge cheer for India's team as they're going up the return road. It's normally a big pickup truck, but as Daryl said, don't need as much these days. So the little hatchback, it just doesn't seem right, but it is.
I think that's one of the reasons people used to have big, like I said, big tow cars, because that's to get the crew and all the batteries. I mean, the batteries were immense, weren't they? But well, it was actually a load of batteries all wired together, wasn't it?
That's it, yeah.
So, Q2. Super Street Bike, as Colin just said. Brad Head, JKE Raceworks.
Right, now you can see on the scoreboards there, 10.52. That is the bump spot for an 8-bike field. If Brad can get a 7-second pass in here, the bump could be his, or if he goes quicker than 7.79, that then becomes the bump. That's more like it. Well, he's going to get a number. That's the most important thing. 7.69, 188.
That'll work.
Get him in the field for the time being. So the bump spot will change to 7.79. What is a bump spot? Basically, it is the number that the number 8 qualifier has run. Now, with not enough bikes on the premises, it's going to be key to get them qualified. Right, the team brothers, Suzuki Busa. Christian Jazz up next. Now, he went 13.56 earlier, not representative of what this bike can run. Nice 120 to 60 foot. Oh, he's on one here, low 7, possibly a 6. It's a 698 at 210 miles an hour. And no, goes into the number 3 spot with that one.
That was outstanding. You can see him hanging on for dear life. Well, that puts Brad, who just got in on the bump spot for now. However, both of these two 6-second capable machines, for Daniel Lentz and for Mergenslund, are coming up next. But Daniel, where's Daniel gone?
Well, he missed Q1, didn't he? He was pushed back.
Is he down there? He should be in this pair. And the team are down there. I can't see.
It's there.
Oh, goodness me.
Unplugging the lanyard. Problems for Daniel Lentz. So, a solo for Morgenslund. He has been 13.40. He's going to go quicker this time round.
That's good looking.
Is this another 6? Or nearly 7 flat, 209 miles an hour.
He'll be much happier with that. I mean, it's a long trip over here from Denmark, and he had so many busted runs. Daniel's bike, by the looks of it, has let go in the burnout box. We've got to get the shoe out to do some cleanup down there, and that's what the team are doing. Congratulations, seriously. Yeah, I think they're just going to have to scrape the rubber as well, because the oil is going to soak into that. Unreal. What horrendously bad luck. He had a really good run or two on test day back on Thursday.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, it comes to qualify.
He was like super quick.
Very, very pleased for Mogenslund. Very pleased. So it looks like Johnny Hines is being given the signal to come forward. Johnny may well be on a bye run anyway. They have to run in their designated lanes. Yeah, something has let go out the bottom of the engine. They've plugged it with a rag for now. So hope it doesn't come out on the way back round there. But that's Europe's quickest super street bike. And he's not in yet. So something for Johnny Hines is not behaving itself, shall we say. The last few runs this bike has put, he's just not had any go whatsoever at all.
Well, full respect to Johnny for stepping up into Super Street Bike. It's part of the Morrison Hines team.
Got Danny Cockle down here helping him out. So the bump is now currently 7.58. Earlier today, Johnny went 10.52. That's a bit better. I'm not sure that's going to be quick enough to get him in, but it will be a full run. 8.72 at 1.53. It's still an 8.50 bike. Somehow. So Ricardo Groa on a solo in the Kestrel lane. We are cleaning up underneath us in the Slick Tricks lane. We will be back to 2 lanes as soon as we possibly can. So Ricardo is number 10 with a 7.79. Number on the board is a 7.58 though. Very much doubt that. 7.95 at 181, still a respectable run, but not quite what he was looking for. Up next, Alan Morrison.
Yeah, it's the first of the Morrisons in this particular session. Ross Morrison then, what can he do? 7.21 in Q1. 6 would be the ideal. .121 to 60 foot. Good early numbers. That's a good looking run.
That's moving.
Yes,
oh,
695.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
212 miles an hour as well. Great top end charge.
Yeah, he's in the game completely now. That's the top 4 with a 6-second run now. So Chris Reed coming forward. He's currently number 7 with a 740, and Eric Gruber is the owner of the bump spot 758.
Gonna have to have a word with Stace. She's got 2-2 on, not Chris. That's not on. It's part of the. I always thought that was stitched in. I really did. So yeah, Eric Gruber is number 8 with a 758. I don't think there's anyone behind them that can bump them actually at the moment.
At the moment, no.
Ricardo Groa does a sensible thing and backs off as goes over the centre line. 7.88 at 1.35 for Boyce. I think he backed off way before the finish line though.
Yeah, he's 162 at the 8th.
I just want to say big thanks as well to Eric Gruber for doing the very, very right thing, which was let the bike keep drifting as opposed to try and drag it back. Because if he dragged it back, there was a good chance he was going to get the blocks, whereas just doing it like that was the right thing to do. Yeah, I thought I saw a puff of smoke out of Boyce's bike when he clicked it off. I did, sorry. That way, check that way, look. Behind you. If you don't want to look behind you, I completely get it, Stace, sorry. But he's absolutely fine, but there may be something to clean up there in the slick tricks lane. The team are out past the finish line and they are checking. I had a nice chat with Stace this morning and she said, yeah, that, believe it or not, Boyce ain't that far off the time.
Really?
Yeah, I was surprised he actually worked, but there we go. Anyway.
I thought he was still a teenager myself, but there we go.
Something like that anyway. But she said that he spent so much money on it, they don't want to break it. Well, no racer wants to break it, do they? But they really don't want to break it. So I do hope that's nothing too serious. Looks like it was only a track check, so the track crew have gone back to their stations.
Yeah, the quad is up at, well, between exits 1 and 2 with the how can I put this? The bike retrieval system is specifically designed to nestle the front wheel of a bike to help tow it off the racetrack. So looking directly below us, I believe, is Margot Schmidt. There she is on the Brothers Racing Suzuki.
Unbelievably, the only one that's currently qualified.
Yeah. Well, it went 7:08 at 206 miles an hour. And they start the bikes up. Well, actually a solo then for Margot.
Not sure who's missing. She should be paired up against somebody.
Got nobody there. So.
Yeah, okay. So Margot trying desperately to run that 6-second run. I had a quick chat with her down there. She says she loves coming to race here, and it's really nice to have the bike nice, consistent in the 7.0s, but obviously the ultimate goal is a 6-second run. Will this be the one? Great looking run for Margot. Keeps it nailed all the way through to a 7:03. Oh, so close. 208 miles an hour, though. Superb speed. I think she's enjoying this. She's only number 6 as well with a 7:03. So your last pair, and what a pair it is. Currently number 1 and 2. Jake Michelle, Al Morrison Jr. Jake 6.80 is currently number 1. However, they don't want a 680, do they? Don't be silly. Jake already went 6.66 when it was freezing cold a few weeks ago at the Festival of Power. Al's going for the centre line. Oh, he nearly held on to it.
6:79 for Jake Michelle, though. 216.88 just extends that number 1 slightly. Alan Morris Jr. stays number 2, but obviously dinked the blocks there.
Check out the numbers. He was quicker. That's why he was trying to stay with it. Al Morrison Jr. was quicker at every point on the racetrack than Jake was until he had to back off. So
yeah, that would have been a 75.
Yeah, that would have been a bit quick, just a bit tick quicker, but it would.
Oh yeah, no, that's right. Looking at Jake's 8th.
Yeah.
Speed 80 to 172. Oh wow. Right, so that's a wrap for Super Street Bike. We next have a Junior Drag Bike Cup. To follow that, it'll be Fire Force 5 and Spider-Man Jets.
And then after that, we've got more sportsman qualifying coming your way.
Yeah, they'll be kicking things off with Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. Then it'll be Super Pro ET, TMC Supergas, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, and Warren Watts Automotive Supercomp to give them all their names.
Super.
Oh, Pete Nee Super Pro ET, I should say.
Thank you very much indeed to Keith Lee. Yeah, Keith very kindly reminded me that Dennis Priddle did actually run a canopy car way back when, the one that Maggie Philbin drove.
Tomorrow's World
Without
car.
a wing, yeah, it was Tomorrow's World car. Thank you very much indeed, Keith. Hope you're well, sir. Okay, Anouk Bergering and Little Jackson King.
Yeah, that was a lady in drag, that's
program. Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So 12:14 and 12:20. 12:53 and 12:39, and Nuke stays number 5. I know they want to say a big thank you very much indeed to all the people that support the juniors, not least of which Mr. Dale Leakes, who pays for all the kids' licenses.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a great thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ian King for the trophies. Ian King actually donated all of his old FIM trophies.
He did, yeah. He was looking for a home for them, and loads of people suggested the Junior Drag Bike Club. And yeah, it's a sheer moment of pride to hold one of those big cups coming from a man that has just done everything in European quarter mile bike racing. All right, next up, number 1 qualifier at the moment, Holly King, taking on number 4 qualifier, Brad Morrison. 8:34 is the target for Holly, 12:18 for Brad Morrison.
So is this the same age to be able to get into junior?
I don't
drag
know what
bike?
the age split is on the bikes, to be honest. I will check with Brett and get the full. Obviously, we talk about junior dragster quite a lot, and I know the age split quite well, but I don't know what it is on the bikes. But I will find out.
Holly King, 8:31 breaks out. Brad Morrison goes through with 8.
Breaks out.
700th breakout as well.
Right, coming up for the last run in junior drag bike, young Richard Wilcox. Now, Richard used to compete in both junior drags and junior drag bike, but he's concentrating on 2 wheels this season, going alongside Leah Morrison. These two, Richard is number 3 qualifier, Leah is number 2. And of course, Leah is wearing the number 1 with pride champion last season. So Richard dialing in a 9:42. Leah a 10:95. Richard goes 9:70, and it's 11 flat for Leah. Only 500s off, but she stays number 2.
Slipping and sliding.
Yeah,
around
well
as well.
done. Right, jet cars coming underneath the tower. We're talking about support for the junior drag bikes just then, and you know, Dale Leakes, Ian King, and basically a lot of the teams do support the youngsters. But let's not forget one thing that sometimes skips for the radar: Lucas Oil sponsor Junior Dragster, but at the Hall of Fame they support the junior drag bike as well. So
Cool.
it's part of what Lucas do. So they really do step up and support all of our juniors, and we're hugely appreciative of that.
So we got side-by-side jets and some more sportsman qualifying coming your way.
So there's Martin Hill strapped in to Fire Force number 5, and there you can see the back end of the Spider-Man jet. I suggest that the camera will not be there once the engine is running, for obvious reasons. The camera will get flambéed. So both jets getting into position, getting ready to start up.
Right, what we're going to have to hang on to this time. Thomas has disappeared, so I can't hold it. Oh, never mind. Yeah. We'll work it out.
So the first thing they do is they arm all the electrical systems on the jets to enable everything to get into place. So once everything is live, the teams basically put pressure into the fuel tank, and that's what the little vessel is that is connected to the car. This helps the turbine to feed fuel to the fuel control. And once this is armed and pressurized, the crew chief spins the turbine over, which you can hear now. And at the correct RPM, the driver will activate the igniters to start to add fuel to the motor. And the turbine should spool up to the required RPM to keep the motor lit. And the driver will signal to turn off and remove the electric starter. That's just the basic steps of starting a jet car. Thanks to Julian Webb for giving me all that information. Actually 6 years ago, and I still refer to it.
Well, because it hasn't changed,
Yeah.
I think.
Sheets of flames coming out the back of those jet engines when they've lit the afterburners, and that is very warm. I can feel that heat.
I'm glad I've got the jumper on.
Well, amazing pictures from the live feed. You're all seeing these pictures on the big screens as well. That is Martin Hill bringing Fire Force 5 forward. Right, after all that, we get our senses back together and get ourselves ready for the run then. The Spider-Man jet, Fire Force 5, side by side to 1,000 foot. Both away together.
Side by side all the way down. Martin takes it. 457 at 260 miles an hour. Big old speed as well. For 1,000 foot.
1,000 foot, yeah.
Yeah, 496 at 241. Do you know, friends of mine, I've been friends with them for years, and they came up here for the first time. And I remember we came out to, I think it was the Cannonball or something like that, and they watched a jet car run. They said, I can't believe anything can be faster than that. And I said, well, give it 5 minutes. And that was a superbly stout run from Martin. So just for direct comparison, 457 at 260, India Urbacher went 3.8 at over 300 miles an hour in that amount of time. I'm not asking for a jet top fuel dragster match race, none of that.
Oh, yeah, we are. It's not going to happen.
But clap your hands, please, for both teams. What a great show they put on. Two fabulous side-by-side runs. So we're just going to check the track out, and we've got some more sportsman qualifying to run through before we wrap up today.
Yeah, we've got Junior Dragster around the corner first. The youngsters going to be putting in their qualifying session number 6. It's so competitive in the juniors this weekend. It really has. The top 7 have had 00 reaction times. Just to get onto our front page on the timing screen, this is what we keep saying, the top 16. They'll all qualify, but it's where, and it all counts towards championship points as well, where they qualify. A 0.4 will only get you into the top 16. That's how tight it is. So here come the youngsters then for Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. Driving around the burnout box, don't need to do a burnout to these youngsters. As Graham rips the tyre covers off. Just protects the tyres from picking up any debris in the lanes or even just coming round the corner. And you notice one thing that Graham does, he always carries the starter motor, so should the engine cut on the car, he's got it in his hand already. And currently number 4 qualifier, Max Taylor on the other side of the track with the Black Magic Junior, currently number 6. They have both had 00 reaction times. Can they improve?
So as Colin said, all about reaction time. They've both been 00, so they're going to go some to improve, which they don't.
No improvement there. Liam goes 0.11. Jack slightly better on an 07, but they stay put. 4 and 6. Next up, Frankie Kent in the Slick Tricks lane, taking on Chevy Checkit. Now, Chev's only had one qualifying run. Basically, she was at school yesterday, so she could only start qualifying today. But her one run earlier put her into the number 12 spot. A reaction time of 0.28. Exceptional with just one qualifier.
Now, if Letty's out there watching, Letty, who are you rooting for? Are you rooting for Big Sis or are you rooting for your best mate, Frankie?
Frankie only just read 0.5, but check out a 0033 for Chevy Checkit. That's her second run, and she's moved up to number 3 with that one.
That was awesome.
Very, very good indeed.
The way to do it is go to school on Friday, kids, not come racing.
That's 8 of them now that have had 00 lights.
And Chev only took 2 goes to do it.
Wow.
Okay, Lena Wolf and Teddy Howe up next, the little junior funny car.
So to get onto the front page is a 0.4 or better. Lena Wolf currently number 18. So she's probably there or thereabouts. And Teddy currently number 25. Oh, another one. 005. Lena Wolf goes in to only number 7, unbelievably, with a 005 light. Nice move, though. So that means the top 9 are on 00 lights, and then the next 4 are on 01. Ridiculously tough crowd. Right, how about Jack Taylor, currently number 24, Jacqueline Bartlett, currently number 19. So both of these what we call JMAs, which means they can go to 7.90 on their numbers. You can see that on the scoreboards up there, but we're not worried about what ETs they run at the moment. It's all about reaction times.
Looks like they're lining up for a 4-wide, didn't it?
Yeah, we said that earlier, didn't we? Yeah, I like that. Oh, they both went red. They were both trying so hard. 04 red Jacqueline, 02 red for Jack. You've got to try hard.
02 red, that was. 02.
Eva Davis and Kai Cooper. Well, Kai's already had a 00 light. He's in the number 4 spot at the moment. Eva has had an 04, but she's number 17. They'll all be racing on race day. But it's now that they really try to cut their light, obviously, to qualify high. They don't want to be risking 00 lights and eliminations. But if they can pull them out then, yeah, awesome. But it's on the verge of going red. There's Kai Cooper, 07 red, 06 green for Eva, but she's going to stay put, number 17.
I would say there's normally not a lot of shuffling after 6 qualifying sessions, but there's been a lot because even more of them have gone pretty much perfect. So Niamh Devi, who's one of those, 008, and Ada Cassisi. So how many are in the 00s? 9
of them. So big sis Caitlin Devi, a former junior dragster racer herself. Oh, 007, but a red this time for Niamh. Really, really trying hard. Ada Cassisi goes 04. That's going to move her up. Yep, 20 to 15 for Ada. Well, we've already seen one of the Cooper brothers. Here's the other one, Jake Cooper. Going up to 13, taking on Sam Hiscock. Beautiful paintwork on that car. Look at that. Work of art, it really is. The car's called Bob.
Great name for a car, seriously. Bob the car. I'll never not be reminded of Blackadder with that.
Yeah. Bob.
Bit of an unusual name for a girl, isn't it?
.03 for Sam. Now that's going to move him up from 23
to 14, I think.
Yeah, you're right. The pack shuffles once again.
Look at that, though. The top 13 are 01 or better. To get on the front page, you've got to be 04.
Molly Openshaw and Tom Peters, your next pair. Neither of these two on the front page at the moment, but that can change. So the evil-tuned junior of Molly Openshaw and the turbulence machine of Tom Peters. Can they get on that front page? They're all qualified. At least they'd like to be higher up. 05 for Tom. That's going to move him up.
Actually.
No help for Molly, but let's see where Tom ends up.
Rich, you trying to send it into orbit, mate?
21. Oh no, that's how you break them. Rich and I have had history of breaking things like that.
Yeah, he's trying to break it on a return road.
All right, Ada Cassisi is your number 16 qualifier at the moment. She is the owner of an 044. Amy Cromwell. If she can go quicker than 044 on reaction time, she will move into the top 16, depending on how Ada gets on. So, Violet Hayes and Cherry Bomb, the two junior modifieds. Aged between 10 and 14. Triple 05 red for Emmy. Oh, so close. But Ada Cassisi goes 027. She's going to move up 2 spots, 16 to 14. But it is a move in the right direction. But oh, so close for Emmy. Triple O. But it was a red, not a green. If that was a green, that would have been number 1 qualifier. Wow. Freddie Taylor, Ted Sullivan.
So Freddie slacking a bit. He's only been 0-1 on the tree and he's 12.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Number one qualifier anyway. 0-2 red. Ted goes 0-7 green, but no help for either of them. They stay put. The Boost Monkey Jr. of Grace Smith down there. That's Dad Pete bringing Grace up to the line. Current number 2 qualifier, the 0032. And it's Chloe Cromwell the other side with Candy Hayes. Wow, Chloe went way too quick. Oh, Grace Smith went 0005.
We've had a couple of those.
That's
now,
2 in a row in that lane, actually. 0005s. Really, really trying hard. Pete, that was so close. So close. But this is your number 1 qualifier, Daniel Weir. 0006, but a green. That's what they need. Going alongside Mackenzie Love, number 18.
So he's going to take a 0, ideally a 03 or a 04 or better for Daniel. Sorry, Mackenzie. That's not going to help, unfortunately. A 0.1. 036 for Daniel, still respectable, but nowhere near what he's done already. Come on.
If you're qualifying, can you be sort of try and get into your other racer's mind in a funny sort of way? You hear me out on this one. So say if you've got a very close competitor, you've already put a 000 number on. Your competitor in the other lane is saying got a 04 and he's like number 17 or whatever. Would you sort of like deliberately sort of go quick and pull a red deliberately to fox the other driver and put him off his stride?
Very good
do
point.
Do you know what I mean by
no,
that?
It could happen.
Yeah.
I mean, they all look at each other's results after.
They do.
And it's really funny if the person you're sort of paired up with went red. You never know, they might have done it deliberately.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I'm not trying to give the kids ideas. But
they don't need you to give
no,
them
they
ideas.
don't need me, no. Oh, 001 red, Sam Fairhurst.
Lola Bell with a 0.26. Little strange for her.
Yeah.
So, whittling the class down. Super Pro right behind them, the fastest bracket class.
Well, 6:30 on a glorious Saturday evening here at Santapod.
Very nice indeed.
It was this point on the Saturday afternoon last year at the main event. I just got here.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
As my daughter got married on the sport.
You left me with some work experience, boy.
You did,
you?
yeah. The YTS boy. Thank you very much.
Oh, 64 for Luke. That's not going to help him.
Right, we move on to Super Pro ET. Last qualifying session for them today. After that, it will be Super Gas, Street Eliminator, and Super Comp. And that is Tom Atkinson doing his burnout there in the Time is Money Cortina Estate. Now then, tough crowd in Super Pro as usual. Chris has had all day to watch all the pro stuff racing on track and field. Alongside the Morris boys, of course, Colin driving in Super Pro. It's Stuart that runs it in Super Gas. The Darlings, the all-important Darlings. 840 for Tom, 879 for Colin.
It'll be interesting to see now what the track has done after those two pro rounds. I know that there's a few people dialing a little bit quicker than they have been doing, so I noticed Tom's come down 400s.
Seven and a 979, not quite what Colin wanted. All right, can I please have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator into the lanes, please.
It's very interesting that Colin was at exactly a second off his dial-in. Being that the car runs in Super Comp and Super Gas, and normally on the stop, but it didn't look like there was a stop in it, so interesting.
So Rob Brown and Franz Aschenbrenner, your next pair. 844 plays 804. Rob Brown has been driving the wheels off this thing this weekend. Fair to say it was a little bit wayward at the start of the event, but now coming good. Franz Aschenbrenner, well, 804, that's pretty much where the car has been for the last week. Yep, he was here at Door Slammers, and he won the big money on the Sunday last weekend. $5 grand was where his bank account has swollen to. Right, a slight issue there for the Maras, but that was a very quick fix, hopefully. Good job the tow truck was there. Excellently done, Pete. So it is Rebel and the Mustang. Oh, 1 on the tree for Franz. Very nice launch indeed. 814. How about an 848 on a 44 for Rob Brown? He moves up 1 spot. 400 off 1 spot. Joe Kellett with the dragster going alongside Jens Konecki with the Oldsmobile. So Jens dialing in at 804 for this one. That's pretty, well, matches Franz Aschenbrenner actually. He dialed 804 in the same lane just a moment ago. Joe Kellett, 730. Oh no, Jens, sorry, 798 adjustment. It's just changed over. 734 for Joe Kellett. Joe is number 8, Jens number 26. Joe is a 731 breakout, a little bit too quick there. Jens, 804. Oh, bizarrely, if he'd have stuck with that 804, that would have been a perfect ET. Well, I mean perfect, 8.040.
Yeah, that team will be kicking themselves
they will,
now.
but they wish they never changed it. Bob Doyle, the Bath bloke, and it is Colin Bella. Now Colin has finally dialed the 760 bang on. Can he hit it? 850 for Bob Doyle. After Super Pro, it's just Super Gas, 3 Eliminator, and Super Comp, and we will be done for the day. But it's a glorious day. Lovely afternoon, turned into a very, very nice evening.
Colin, of course, only sat at the moment at number 14, I think, and he's only 200ths off his dialing already. So he's got to do so well to get above 14.
Nope.
And that's not going to do it.
884 there for Bob. Colin coasting at the stripe, 1086 at 82 miles an hour. Bizarrely, 1086 is one of the quickest runs that
Well, that was a proper burnout.
Yeah, it was. I like that.
That's Christian Schneebly in the 57.
Mark Bailey is on the other side of the racetrack. Mark slipped back to number 4 now. He's still got Callum Swinch at top of the pops at the moment. Scott Hauser number 2, Barry Giles number 3. And that's fact, looking at the top 8, they are all 00 off their dialing.
Lovely straight run from Christian.
Mark Bailey, exactly 100th of a second off his dialing.
Is that really annoying to do that, Chris?
It is. He's done that a few times.
Yeah. Dear. To everyone that's been messaging me, asking me about that blue 57, it's not Danny's Cockerell's old car. That one's still in Finland or somewhere up there anyway. I think it's only in Sweden now. That one is actually the one that was originally orange car, the Hawaiian car.
I thought someone said it was the same body, but
it is the same body. Yeah, it's the same 57 body.
Yeah.
So the Tim McCain 57, and they're both built by Andy Robinson. Funny enough. Yeah. So can Sylvia Novak get a good straight run in the Corvette? This is day 2, and none of them have gone to plan so far.
yeah, well, Alan Didwell, uncharacteristically for him, is only number 15. He can run the number. He does 760. Gets off the line well. Corvette go for a big old wander there. And Alan Didwell hits it, 761 with a 0. Shame he didn't dial 761.
That moves him up to number 9. The interesting thing about that 100th thing is when your window gets small enough, so you pretty much, if the car runs to plan, sometimes the window that you think the car's going to run in is so small, you know whether it's going low on one number or high on
literally
the few thousand. And you get to the stage.
Brave cameraman.
The one-man burnout show.
It can get to the stage where you know that if it's going high, that's not enough to put you in the position you want to be. That won't better your position. So you've actually got to think about, do I dial one number up and lift in the last 25 feet?
Will that do it? Will that make the difference?
I once lifted 100 foot to kill 5,000, yeah. So just to put it the right side.
Did it work?
Yeah, I went number 1.
Okay. Answers that question.
So yes,
doesn't it, really?
it can work, but you need everything to be going really to plan for it to work.
So the crew killer, Ford Pop out there with a long chat with JT last night. He loves this car, and he loves Ford Pops, which might give you an inkling towards where he might be going next. And Nick Good. Slowest car in the class against the quickest, actually. 86. JT goes. 919. Still a couple of 10 That is a dragster. That dragster identifies as an awkward or a funny car, doesn't it? Those burnouts are not dragster burn. Dragster burnouts traditionally are quite. I'm not going to say weedy, but I used to drive a dragster, so I suppose I can get away with it. But you know, they're not billowing smoke.
No, I mean
like
mine were
that.
definitely weedy. I'll admit that we used to do weedy burnouts, and that's not one of those.
That was super smoky. That was really good. So Fabien Dubois in the dragster in the Slick Trick Lake. Pardon me for yawning. Against Patrick in the door car. Both of these two into 6s. 697 is what Fabien with the dragster is looking for. Car's very, very entertaining to watch. Isn't it a lovely picturesque time of the day with the long shadows on the banking? You've got the smoke hanging in the air. It's kind of like movie stuff, isn't it, really?
I'll be really interested to see what the dragster does to 60 foot. It was quick earlier.
It must be super fun
Now
to drive.
there's some pro rubber on there. It might be even quicker.
Okay, so Patrick dials a 684. He's been pretty much there for the last 2 days. That car is a real beast to be running in Super Pro, isn't it?
Yeah.
Big tyre shake off the start line.
Yeah, and even so, in the 60 foot was still pretty impressive.
So Fabien with a 104. Yeah, lots of tyre shake. Mid-flight, actually.
But to still go 7 flat after that kind of tyre shake.
Kieran Ashley. Excellent to see Kieran out here. Was talking to him yesterday and did not think I would see him today because he said I think it was injectors he was having not any fun with at all. He said he sent them away to be sorted out, cleaned out, and they still don't work. Ably assisted by the one and only tow bar technician, Mr. Mick Jack here.
Yeah, he's done a cracking job.
Going up against Jack Williams with Evil Edna. Now, both of these two, bizarrely, run up against the same issue. I think they both got 750 chassis tags. So they can still race the Super Pro all day long because they can dial what they want to dial. They can't go quicker than that. Well, Kieran on a flying run, as is Jack, actually. That's a great race. 776 breakout for Kieran. I don't think he minds though, because that's really good. 765 for Jack. Stage number 7. That was a good race actually. Only 0-1 at the finish line too. Look at that. So the van with no name taking on Pete Walters. I've got news as well, by the way. I bumped
into
Ahmed.
Oh, right, yeah.
So, that was the #1 qualifying run.
Yeah.
However, it won't count. Chassis tag. He's only tagged to 850. So, that run won't count, but he's still able to race. He's still in. And he said they're just going to turn it down to try and run no quicker than 850. He said he really sort of didn't mean to, but sort of did. He said it was the first time everything had worked properly, and he just couldn't take his foot off it. So there we go. Anyway.
Well, I did actually go and chat with James, and he said, yeah, there's nothing wrong with the run. And I said, well, I'm not sure about the chassis tag, but yeah,
that's what it is. So he's still able to compete, still able to carry on, but he has a risk.
Yeah.
And the reason chassis
that's a warning shot for comp, isn't it?
Something like that.
It really gets that chassis tag sorted.
Yeah, they're all toast.
Yeah.
So Pete doing similarly down at mile 751, trying to stay the high side of 750.
Oh, wow. Done it again. It's his number, 751 with a 7 on a 51.
Stays exactly where he is.
Number
but
5, unbelievably.
That's a warning shot, isn't it? He might stay exactly where he is, but...
Yeah, but I mean, in qualifying, it's all about nailing down and qualifying points. But in all seriousness, if you run hundreds off your dial every time in qualifying, you ain't going to go into a nation that's been unhappy, are you?
No,
frankly?
absolutely not.
The only thing that you'd rather is you work like right at the top, because then you get more Q points. And
Well,
then you get
it's that thing that we were talking about of knowing your window and keeping it as tight as possible. You go into race day then knowing exactly what the car's going to do, and you just have to work tactically around what your car's going to do against whoever you come up against. Had to talk to Matt while I was down in the lanes. Yes, this morning when he rolled through, it was due to getting backed out. The car got hot, then there probably wasn't enough air in, and then he might have knocked it into second as well. So he wasn't sure, but it was like there was just getting backed out, just made everything go out of order.
So Scott Hauser, Matt Peters. 2 Monotail Dragsters going at it. Scott goes 7:34, 7:62 for Matt. No improvement for either. Still right on the line though. Well, Phil Toppin with the altered. Can we have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? You're our last class of the day. We've got Super Gas down there. We've got the last few cars for this class. And we've also got Street Eliminator, I think, coming up.
No Callum Swinchat in this session, just to let everybody know. They've got a damaged wheelie bar, so getting that repaired, so they'll miss this session.
Well, that's possibly not the worst thing that could happen, because that can be welded up and everything else as well, can't it? So, Phil Toppin has lost fire.
Yeah.
Right, whilst Phil Toppin, many thanks to Carrie Ann, who's sent me all of the information with regards to junior drag bike. I'm going to read that later on, because you sent me a huge amount of information, and
wow.
I'll be able to announce that out tomorrow.
I was just going to say the class isn't big enough to read all that.
Yeah.
I don't think. But that's a good thing.
Thanks,
it's,
Carrie Ann.
it's great for the information. Yeah.
Really, really appreciate that. Well done.
So we're just going to get Phil back behind the starting line before we let Barry go. Things can go wrong in a hurry in these cars, and you know, even if they've made hundreds of runs down the racetrack, no problem. The one time you think, oh, it'll be all right, it isn't.
Yeah. And it should never be up to the drivers to make the decision.
Correct, because the driver will go, I want to go, every time. So 7:39 for Barry. He's already number 3. And he's only 002 off his dial up to now. .44, 500s off. Most unusual, actually, for them to drop off by that kind of amount. Christian Sibeli is Chiggy. Yeah, is that right? Thank you very much.
Right, you can see Andy Thetford around the corner. Engine now started. Here he comes. Going alongside the ball breaker on Mark Coulsell. Totally different burnout routines for these two. Mark Courcelle goes to the 330-foot mark. And Andy Thetford literally just does his burnout underneath the tower, just rolls forward, doesn't need to go across the start line. He's entitled to, but doesn't. 762 dial in for the Black Pearl. 812 for the ball breaker.
I'm always amazed by how quick the ball breaker actually is.
And how consistent it is as well.
I remember when all of a sudden it picked up. It had been running okay for a while, but it picked up in around an 8:26 or something, and we were all really impressed. And then since then, Mark's just been running consistently quick. So Mark Courcelle currently sitting number 16, Andy Thetford in 20th.
Well, good looking run from Andy. Smoking customarily in the shutdown area. 761 on a 62 dial. Breaks out by 100th of a second. Mark Courcelle goes 8:27, not quite what he wanted on an 8:12 dial in.
Andy smoking again.
Yeah, he does it every time.
Pretty big at the top end.
Well, he put a message out on Facebook asking for some Chevy rocker covers. Maybe that's why he needs them.
So Bailey Ashdown. I say that with Rygloon because you know, she's going to be in the sevens very shortly. Or did she already today? I can't remember what she ran earlier.
No, I don't think she did. But we know she wants to go faster.
Darling, an 8:03 for this one. Considering the fact that yesterday she was licensing and sorry, on where are we now? Thursday.
Yeah.
She was licensing and was a bit nervous getting in the car. Now you can't get her out of it. She just wants to keep going.
And she's doing a great job.
Very good job.
She's got those dragster driver's hands, I think.
Yeah.
It's that a thing. So you just gently coaxing it around.
Oh, nicely done, Bailey. 8:04 with an 8 on an 8:03 dial-in. Bizarrely stays in the number 13 spot.
And that's just how much depth there is in the field.
Yeah, immense. Right, the Bluebird getting ready to go out as we have got Super Gas in the lanes. Also Street Eliminator. And then it's just Super Comp to run, and we'll be done for today.
Okay, and I shall see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed.
Hand over to Mr. Tony Morris.
And actually, I'm going to read this one out now because it is going to be Super Gas up next. And just in case I don't get this one out when he runs, in case I misses it, John Dalrymple with a full tilt Willis, he says, "Hi Colin, can you put a shout out for one of our friends, Kylie? It's her birthday today, and it'd be great if you could do it as we go down in Super Gas, as it's written on the top of our car." Well, I'll try and get it out again when you come round, but I thought I'd do it whilst it was quiet so everybody could hear it.
So, fellas, nice quiet weekend. Nothing too dramatic, I hope.
I think I'm wearing Dave's legs out.
They're short enough already.
Yeah, they can't shorten much more. There's not much more to wear out. But
nothing dramatic, but we've been very busy putting
That's
things
good.
right in the right places.
So helping people out, basically.
Yeah, a couple of guys' personal bests, so we're chuffed.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's very, very good. So you don't. It's not just Supergas you help, is it?
No, we got customers in Pro ET, Super Pro, Super Comp, Super Gas.
And of course, we sponsor Outlaw Anglia as well. Although they're not here this weekend, we do the same deal for Outlaw Anglia as well as Supergas.
Excellent stuff. So, hopefully, is the air any different at this time of day? I mean, do people have to change much of their setups for this kind of weather, if you see what I mean? And it's a tailwind as well, which is something that's a bit unusual.
And you can feel that's cold tailwind, but I haven't been paying
It's not
attention.
cold. This is roasting. This is summer in England. Come on, you've been away too long. I know. I'm only joking. I'm the same.
I haven't been paying attention really to the weather, what it's doing, but for us this would be fast weather.
Yeah.
Obviously, I know this is kind of in the middle for England.
It's just comfortable, isn't it, really? I always say it's really nice to live in a country that has its own air conditioning, as in you don't have to, it's very comfortable. I know I should be telling you, you live here anyway, but you know how it works. So
right.
I think being in a very hot, muggy climate the whole time. So do you still race all summer as well?
All through the summer.
Yeah?
I try and go up north for a couple of races just to get away from the heat.
Really?
Gainesville is the only one that races each month. Orlando, they slow down a little bit. Bradenton, there is nothing from May till September.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that just a heat issue, or they just don't run anything?
They run different events, but no bracket races, mainly because of the heat.
Is Bradenton the track that they went to for? It is, I think, the one they went to for Top Gear with
Top
the
Fuel
alligators
test
in the pond at the end of the racetrack.
Gainesville.
Gainesville's got the alligators.
Yes.
There was a track that they went to that they were using at the top end in Florida on Top Gear on one of the episodes where they were doing a trek, and it had alligators off the end of it somewhere. Anyway, it's going to be a track in Florida anyway.
I'd say that was Gainesville because I've seen alligators at Gainesville. So
and the old Moroso, West Palm Beach.
That might be where it was. Yeah.
You had to go up a small embankment and you could look down and you could see the gator.
Why not?
Yeah.
You just don't go off the end of the track, eh?
Yep.
Or go the wrong way. Anyway, so we've got Tony Morris Supergas coming round in just a moment for their 6th qualifying session of the weekend. Again, I know it's a little bit different running qualifying sessions. I guess if you got the opportunity to race all the time, the way you do it is probably preferable. If you don't, and you don't have much track time, maybe this is the way to do it, if you see what I mean.
Well, I think they do it here because you don't have enough cars.
Yeah.
If they were to just show up in the lanes, then they would probably hold back and try and, I want to race against him kind of deal. Look for the duck.
That makes perfect sense. I'm not sure there's any ducks, but who would you class as a duck? Don't answer that question anyway. But there's a lot of cars down there with a lot of history as well. Funny enough, the Magic Rat, I was talking to Andy Dibley this morning, that car's been around a long while. That used to be Gordon Appleton's car way back when. And he did say they took a bit of the paint off and you could still see the colours underneath with that as well. Yeah. So do you actually miss racing? You're still here a lot of the time.
Yeah, I'll be honest, no, I don't. Honest, no, I don't miss it at all. I'd happily drive another car, but for me nowadays, it'd have to be an arrive and drive thing. It's the grief of owning the race car and dragging it around and getting it ready and getting it up here, and that's what I didn't want to do. So I don't miss that one little bit. But I get involved with other motorsports, so I'm involved with sprinting. So I do sprints and hill climbs with my boy, and I do the occasional vintage sprint as well with a friend's race car. I drive that as well. So I've got things that keep me going.
I'm gonna completely steer clear of any vintage reference.
Okay,
all, if that's right.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Darren. I know exactly where you're going with that. I know you too well.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm always polite in a
sarcastic
rude
kind of way.
Yeah, exactly that. I know, sorry. Hey, but hey, anyone's welcome to do the same to me if they got a microphone. It's no problem.
One of the things that I learned real early in moving over to the States was to have a car that is low maintenance if you're going to race it every week.
Yep. Sucks up too much of your regular work time and everything else.
Yeah, too many evenings will be wasted or cars down too long.
So, Andy Dibley with the Magic Rack, currently number 6. Ronald House is number 4. Both these two run the low 990s. Can they do it again? Yeah, you saying about that. I mean, is drag racing your full-time, pretty much your full-time job with the car business and that? Do you find yourself like stupidly busy when you go to the track with your own car because people have got your products? You end up helping out, or are they pretty much self-sufficient? Yeah. Dave's nodding furiously behind you. So, and he goes 990 with a 1. That still only gets in the number 2 qualifying spot. Ronald goes 994. World class. Well done, sir. Stu Doyney, Jasmine Tunstall. He did say his lights haven't been that good. He's working on improving that and the car, but that's a super run. Very good indeed. So, yeah, do you get tied up?
Basically, I plan ahead, and if I'm going to try something different, I set the car up the night before so that I have as little to do on my actual car, because I'm usually somebody needs help with something, or hey, it's flooding or leaking, and I've got to go and run.
So when you run your car, is it just you that runs your car?
Yeah.
Or do you have help? Just you?
Just me.
93 and a 10.01 for Jazz. Stu Doyney stays at 8. Jazz moves up to number 12 actually with that one. Up next we've got Wayne Hisgott with the Chevelle in the Kestrel lane, and Tim Moore, who is still your number 1 qualifier. So you run the whole deal on your own. So it's got to be low maintenance. I mean, but even things like, don't you have to have someone set the tyre pressures or anything like that before you run?
No, I have an onboard air compressor. So if I need to put air in the lanes,
an airline in the car, and he takes it out.
I fill up, do the tyre pressure, plan ahead. And, if I'm in the car and the sun's been on the tires for a long time, I get somebody to check it for me.
977, too quick for Wayne. Tim with a 96, no improvement. So John Dalrymple with a full tilt Willis, and Andy Harrison, previous UK Super Gas champ. So that's unbelievably self-sufficient.
Yeah, I mean, even loading the car, unloading the car, the car stays in the trailer between events, unless the engine or transmission has come out. And I do everything inside the trailer. If I'm trying a different carburetor, different setups, different calibrations.
Is this one of the reasons as well that people tend to favour, well, it's not just for racing, but this as well, like maintenance-wise, everything, the whole package, it's just easier. Is that it, really? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He needs air conditioning in his trailer, I'll tell you that.
Is that it? Okay,
yeah, he needs that. It's really hot in there when you're working on
He came to Florida in July last year.
Oh, great time to go. Yeah. So Andy Harrison, only number 11. Still a lot of pace for him. 97 and 82. No help. They stay 3 and 11. So Paul Marston legged it out with a run that was way too quick. Taking on Mr. Dave Fulton, who's number 16 at the moment. He's run 988 is his best run. Actually, that's his slowest run. It's got to be his slowest run because it's the wrong side of the number. So do you not just... I thought everything came with air conditioning in the US. No? Okay,
No.
fair enough then.
I've talked... I can put air conditioning in the trailer if I want to.
Dave will bring it with him next time.
Yeah.
By the sounds of it. Yeah, absolutely. How could you subscribe without that? So Paul goes 990 with a 5. That was presumably with a foot brake as well at the finish line. That was not throttle stop. And in the other lane, 995. So Paul actually went to, where did he go? Number 4, I think it was, something like that.
And Dave was on the right side.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Yeah.
So Don Scott, Stefan Raffletrath. The last few pairs of cars. when I was in the US the first time, I'd never been in anything with air conditioning, and I remember driving down the freeway because we went to Darlington for the first ever the IHRA race in 1990. Driving down the freeway, and I was playing with the buttons in the car, and all of a sudden it felt like a night, and it was because I'd never had anything with aircon on before. We couldn't understand why people were driving around with their windows closed because it was so hot. Whatever. 99 and a 91 again for John Scott on the money. I really couldn't get why everyone was driving around with the windows shut, and obviously that's it. And it's quite funny as well because you think the whole idea of having a convertible is you can drive down the road, it's nice and sunny. I've been in California when it's been like 100+ degrees, and you don't want to be in a convertible, do you?
No.
Because you're just like a mobile cooking unit, basically,
Yep.
for anyone that's in the car.
Basting you.
Oh,
yeah.
Horrible.
Do we know if Pete's still in number one as far as the qualifying?
Say again, sorry?
Do we know if Pete's still number one with the reaction time?
I was going to say, once again, we don't keep track of the reaction time, so I do apologise. No one's been anywhere close in this session.
Okay.
So Pete Creswell and Dave Sherrick, but nowhere close in that one either.
$9.90.
With a 9 for Pete Creswell. Wow. It doesn't improve him, actually. Dave Sherrick goes 9.95. 2 more classes to run after this run. This is Stuart Morris wearing the number 1. Why does he not have a qualified time on the board? Is he not running gas at all yet? That's most unusual.
That's a good point, actually.
How come he's not?
Sure, I saw him.
Wait until Saturday afternoon to put a run in gas. That's really unusual. Yeah, Stu hadn't been in the car for like 10 years, and he won the Super Gas Championship last year, which takes some doing. I'm sure he did. Was it him he did?
Light.
Pretty good. Well, he slots into number 17. 987 with a 5 at 151. Pretty close, just not close enough. Fellas, thank you once again.
Thank you.
It really, really is a pleasure.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good evening,
Absolutely
everyone.
that. You too. Enjoy the sunshine. In the nice, cool sunshine. Sorry, I'm not going to call it sunshine. You look like you've been in the warm anyway. At least your face does.
Right, we move on to Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator Q6. Ash Cooper and Paul Morton. Paul would like to go quicker than a 9:46. Ash Cooper, well, 9:65 his marker at the moment.
That's quick.
880, that'll do.
155. Look at the number for Ash as well. 957.
Coming round.
Whoa, he got to number 9 spot with that qualifying run. Well done, Paul Morton.
Well, how about this young chap earlier, Elliot Day. My goodness me. 8.20 is where he went.
That's pretty special.
He went 167.91 miles an hour. Going alongside Joe Stevens. 9.20, 149. Just coming into stage.
Yeah, Joe's trying to nudge it in.
There's obviously something hanging down underneath the car that's triggered the bulb.
It is, yeah, you think you'd be right, actually.
It's also wobbling quite a lot too.
Come on, Els. So, 8.20 from earlier.
That's better.
No, it's not. 8.21.
Tell him not to pull the chute at 1,000 foot.
Yeah.
That'll probably be the difference. Although it was flailing around for some time. Joe improves to the 907 at 151. He's getting there. He's getting there. So, Tony Higgs with the Triggers Broom Capri. You know, it seems like he's been around forever, but Tony actually only started racing a few years ago, didn't he?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, he got...
it's bizarre, because when I first saw him appear with a Ford Capri, and I thought, really? But then, didn't realise just how serious this setup was, actually. So,
it's
yeah,
nothing
really,
like
really
what
good.
it looks that car, if you know what I mean.
Exactly that.
Underneath is very, very trick. Same as the owner, I suppose, really. Up against Victoria Smith. No tyre slip from either of them. It's a great race, actually. Tony's off in the distance too. 7:43, 197 miles an hour. Superb run. I think that could be his quickest and just about fastest ever.
Yeah, moves him up to number 2, just in front of Al Mack.
790 at 171 for Victoria. I know they were looking for more than that, I should think.
Yeah, they're desperate to crack the 200 this weekend, and also wanting to get to the 7.5s. Another guy with issues this weekend, Michael D'Souza, so desperate for the nitrous system to trigger on this car. As I say, it works perfectly in the pits. Put it under load, no problem at all. Bring it to the start line, and it doesn't fire. And that's why he's languishing in the 1065. Rob Carter, on the other hand, 747. That's where he is at the moment. He's currently number 4. They got one more qualifier tomorrow morning, and then they go out on the cruise. Come on, Michael. Let's see that nitrous.
123 to 60 is a bit of a pooch for Rob Carter. That's about a tenth off what he normally runs, actually.
Yeah,
Still goes 765.
And again, 67. It's so consistent. It's just not doing what he wants it to do. Oh, it's the biggest head scratcher going. That it works in the pits, doesn't work on the track. Nick Hale against Phil. Monstrous PB earlier on, 8.93, his first ever 8-second pass. The 4.03 Mafia really on it this weekend.
Is that his first 8-second pass ever?
Yeah.
Even with wheelie bars?
In anything.
Yeah,
wow.
anything, yeah. And obviously he's doing street weekend in 3 weeks' time, as I think is Nick Hale as well.
Good luck. And that was to Colin, not Nick Hale.
No, I just want to complete. I don't care where I come. It's not about. It's just completing it, and I can't wait. Whoa! The wheels are bouncing up and down. I'll tell you what, they tried to give it everything.
Well,
and,
it took it.
Yeah. 10.56. That's 100 off what you ran earlier on.
Battlefield Drew, it stopped out there just past half track.
Marooned at the moment.
Yeah. Got another 3 or so cars to run in Street Eliminator, and then it's into Super Comp, and we are done for Saturday.
So just quickly then, I've got a couple of shout outs to make. A couple of birthdays that I know someone's tried to be getting in touch with us, but we've not seen it essentially. So John Gregory, you're 24 today, happy birthday. Happy birthday to James for tomorrow, you're 21 tomorrow. And happy birthday for Shay Gregory, sorry, on the 13th, you're 23. And I'll tell you what, that was well caught by Phil there, actually, because that was nearly about to stand up. He's done a huge wheelie before, I remember. He actually popped his own headlight out. But there was a few flashes of flames coming out of the car when he pedalled it. Yeah, nitrous cars don't tend to like to be pedalled.
Actually, I think Phil's going to drive it off the track himself. He is, yep.
Look at that.
He was just making sure that he had nothing from underneath the car leaking or anything. That is respect, actually. Didn't want to oil the track or put any fluid on the track. Wanted to make sure. The crew came out, checked it over, and then Phil said, okay, I'll take it off under my own accord. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's going to take the first exit, get it back to the pits, get it all checked over, and then relax for the rest of the evening. There he goes. Takes the exit. As we look on the start line to see the big Chevy. There it is. Nigel Hale. Mark Lamord, V8 under the front in there, round about 1,600 horsepower. And I don't know how much Andy's got, but it's a lot. It's
well, Nigel's engine in anything else would be a 7-second car.
It would be, yeah, but he doesn't want to do that.
No.
He's not. He doesn't conform. He does what he wants to do, and
Really?
I respect him for it. I totally respect him for it.
Does he not? What made you say that? Heads Up Racing, a postcode on wheels. So Nigel Hale with the 630 twin cab.
Yeah, 10.16 earlier on today. Absolutely outstanding for Nigel. Andy Bond, currently number 1, 7.12. Well, on the last run, Andy blew the tyres off. No such issue this time round. That's going over 200 mile an hour. But what's the ET? 7.04 at 209. Absolutely outstanding. 10.38 for Nigel Hale.
Yeah, Nigel Hale, that's super. Good a trial. Okay, what's Graham Smith got for us this time?
Well, he's going to try and hide it from us with that burnout smoke. But yeah, 8.55, his new personal best set earlier on.
The second run he made, I think he had one run where he shut off earlier. He did, yeah. It looked like it should be quicker than the one before. Now, he's going to be in rare territory because he's going to be quickest of the Rufus toys, I think, by the end of today.
Yeah. James Murray had a busted run on his last pass. Now then, can he go quicker? I think at 10.61. We know the car's capable.
Do we know how many kits of nitrous Graham's running?
All of them. No, just to break 8.50 would be really good.
And then the march for the sevens begin. Yeah. It's going to happen.
That's left the line beautifully for Graham. 124 to 60 foot. 5.7 at the 8. That was right. 8.59. 156. And James Murray finds a bit of improvement there. 10.22, 132.
Yeah, great. Well, great looking runs for both, actually. So,
This is
can we
the one I want.
finish with a flourish, can we?
Come on. So it's the two Owls. Al McSweeney with the Volvo. Al Williamson with a Howling Hauler.
Fingers, toes, toes.
Everything's crossed.
Yeah, fingers, toes, legs, eyes, everything. Don't cross your eyes, actually. Forget that one.
Well, Al Mack, 7.44. Al Williamson, 8.02. It's just going to tickle that beam. There he is. Building up the boost. Yes. Come on, Al.
They're both hooked and gone. They will be seventh in one lane, maybe two. 42. And an
8.16. 171.
Well, Al McSweeney moves back into the number 2 spot with a 7.42 at 191 miles an hour. Great effort. It's so nice for them to actually be chasing the 7-second runs as opposed to gremlins all the time, isn't it, really?
Oh, they tried so hard. It just didn't quite happen on that particular run. The launch was good. Leah Kellett and Warren Watson. This is Super Comp. It's our last class of the day. Dolly Daydream. And of course, the Warren Watson Automotive sponsored class. There's the man himself down there. Well, they both run 8.9s, but they're not quite at the sharp end yet.
Yeah, Leah only run an 8.92 and Warren 8.98. Back in the 8s, which is good. Leah, I know, has been the wrong side a couple of times. They're doing a new thing with the shifter to help Joe out in Super Pro without to redial it to Super Comp.
It's Warren's best, 8.97, but it doesn't move him up until he stays 7. Leah, a little bit too quick there, 8.86.
Good run for Warren, though. It's a good, like you said, good to be back in the 8.90s again.
That's Steve Hudson with the intravenous Ford Model T. Alongside Paul Hudson, no relation. That's the pension pot dragster.
It's good to see the ranks of Super Comps swelling again. It was a time where it was the Leah and Hudson show.
Yeah,
wasn't it really?
Yeah.
So Paul in the Kestrel B lane has ran a 9.0 with a 4. Steve's best, 8.91. That's only good enough for 5th at the minute. He'll be looking to run an 8.90. One of these cars runs a throttle stop, one of them doesn't. Can you tell which one?
With 888, so it's a double break out there.
But looking round at the lane, we could be there.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ronald is hustled back down to the track. He was running the Super Gas 1 class ago.
That's right.
It was Super Gas, or Street Eliminator, and now Super Comp, which is here. Taking on Clement Dubois with the slingshot.
Clement's run 8.99 and way too quick. And Ronald is doing both well in gas and comp, actually. Looking for an 8. He's run an 8.91, not looking for it, sorry. Looking for an 8.90 like everyone is in Super Comp.
Yeah, Clement's best at the minute. The right side is an 8.99. Well, making the move over toward the wall. Goes through with an 8.89. Ooh. And no improvement for Ronald.
Close.
So very close. Only 130. He was off that at the finish line to Ronald's 151. So, folks, ladies and gentlemen, everybody out there, we really hope you've enjoyed your day. We hope you have enjoyed the edition of the big screens, and we hope you've enjoyed your day drag racing and everything else that's gone on today. Highlight, fellas?
Kevin Kent, Nitro Funny Car.
That was pretty good.
You know, that outstanding pass. 296.8 mile an hour. Awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Well, like John Smith said, 300 next.
Yeah.
I missed that one, obviously. Yeah. And Armoured Jamshed running 8.27. Doesn't stand in the competition. We were sort of umming and ahhing about that because of his chassis tag. But we've been told tomorrow he will be making an exhibition, and that was £45 of boost. He's going with £60 of boost tomorrow.
Is that right? It's going to be a bit lively. Boom. Anyway, folks, yeah, probably that.
Yourself?
Me?
Right, yeah.
Highlight. Do you know what? I actually think my highlight of the day was talking to Andreas Sedin and getting to actually say thank you in person to Jürgen Berg, because the guy's got Parkinson's.
Yes.
And he never thought he was going to see his car run. And here he is out here doing it. I think that's it's not a great run. The car didn't unfortunately run as Andreas or anyone wanted it to today, but I do think that was kind of it. You know, getting to recognise people that do amazing things when they're not feeling the best.
Thomas is very proudly wearing the Dolly Daydream T-shirt, which I managed to get hold of one last night as well. Leah Kellett doing some fantastic fundraising. But I must add that I also bought the Parkinson Warrior T-shirt as well last night to add to the collection as well. So it was nice to get hold of both of those shirts this weekend because they mean something.
Yeah. Drag racing family once again, folks.
Well, it's 100%.
I think we'll leave it at that, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again for your time and attention. Nitro FM for the rest of the evening. And the wonderful, wonderful, wonderful track crew and film crew. Sorry, film crew. Thank you. They're still working now. They worked all day. They worked their socks off.
Yeah.
And they're going to scrape the start line one more time.
Okay, if I can ask Nicole from Lucas Oils if she can pop up to the tower when she can, but via the stairs. Thank you very much indeed. Come and have a chat. That's not over the PA, by the way. We got some things to sort out. All very positive stuff. We're going to sign off now. Nitro FM 96.2 going to take over the airwaves. We look forward to seeing you all tomorrow for day 3 of the main event. Have a very, very good evening. We're signing off now. We'll see you tomorrow.